Hello, guys.
That's
Hello.
Jacko.
Hello.
Who's
How are
there?
you? I'm Bob the Bear. Who are
Over
you?
the bear.
Nice. Bob the Bear. Arr. You have
Right.
nice base. What's your name? I know the judge was a judge. Nice guy.
Oh, good afternoon, all welcome in Hog Rider.
Are you looking for something? Can we help you somehow?
No, I'm just passing to say hello because I'm kind. I'm
All right.
polite. Yeah. What's your name? The next
My
time
name
I
is
pass,
Whiskey.
Whiskey. Ah, nice. Nice name. Okay, mate. So, take care.
And you. Hey, Rusty.
Hello, hello. Yeah, welcome in all. Hope all is... Oh, fish. I'm going to snaffle that up.
Was a bit of a G encounter.
Yeah. How's everything with everybody?
Good. We did some fishing. Just had 2 freshies at the well. One freshie came up and said he was Bubba the Bear or something. A little bit dodgy.
Pretty ass, if you ask me.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's flyers being posted all over these lands.
What about now? What have we done?
Cannibals.
Not what have we done? What have you done?
I don't know what I don't know what you mean. What am I guilty of until proven innocent of this time?
There's no. There's, there's no. There's no need to be proven innocent. When you, oh hell, where'd whiskey go? Oh, do you guys have a TV show or before the storm over anything like the first 48 or something, detective shows and shit like that?
Hello, Jennifer. Thank you very much for the follow.
Where they solve crimes and stuff,
MacGyver.
Oh, yeah.
No, not MacGyver. It's more
Magnum PI.
No.
Miami Vice.
It's like it ain't none of that shit. It's real.
Chips. California Highway Patrol Service.
No, it is a documentary type show where it shows how detectives catch fugitives and murderers and rapists and violators and shit.
No.
And well, usually back then they tracked them down with their damn electronics, cell phones. You know how cell phones ping off towers and shit? And they could say, hey, you said you was over here, but your cell phone was way over here 45 miles away. You are fucking jammed up. You better come clean. You know what I'm talking about?
Kind of.
Well, everywhere you go, your cell phone's tracking you. It don't matter if it's on or off. It's trying to find service so it can tell which tires you're closest to.
Right.
And remember, Rusty, electronics get you in trouble.
Yeah.
I hired when I got into one of my dimensions, and they downloaded a clip of you violating me over at the damn. And there's going to be a trial. It ain't going to be anytime soon because we're in such deep shit here. But there's going to be a trial. My word against your word against video proof.
Yeah, well,
Oh, it's a laughing matter.
no, I take it very seriously. Everything very seriously. Probably too seriously for my own good.
And then on top of that, when I used to be a doctor in Livonia, I discovered that clip. And then yesterday, we discovered you approaching a dead cow. The first thing you did was try to deflect and say that was a bullet wound when it was its anus.
It was just a bad angle I was looking at it from.
Well, it was most definitely not a bullet wound. There was no blood. And luckily, the poor cow was done dead because I'd hate to seen what you've done to it. How do you check cows?
Hello, is anybody home?
Hello, who are you?
Hey, it's Noah.
Noah, what can we do for you?
I was coming to stop by and say hello, you know.
Right, do you need anything? Are you hungry?
Kind of. I got a friend who's kind of new to the world and stuff. Teaching him.
Hang on, I'll drop down and give you some food.
Do they need a map or anything?
Yeah, you need a map or something?
Sure, yeah, that'll be okay.
Right.
Yeah, he's going on about the when I shot the cow, and that's just how it fell. And I found
Hang on for a sec, just opening the gates.
I found a very old clip that I took that when I used to play on console. I think it was one of the very first shorts I done. Doing a similar thing that I'd done to Jed at the boat, with sound effects. And obviously he's found that and thinks there's a pattern. I do need a scoop for this though. So we had a good little run yesterday, running up and down the coast, inland. But I do need, if possible, I haven't scooped. No, I need to eat, but I gave away the last of the beefsteak to Val. It was Val, who lives up in Nevaeh.
Jeez, can't road.
Noah, I've heard before. I've heard Noah's voice before, and the name.
I don't know if I can take anymore.
Where's your friend at? Where's your friend at?
He's down the road. I think he's coming back here.
Yeah, this
My
is
name's
the Bushman Embassy. Yeah, this is Jed. Whiskey, as I said.
Yeah, a while back I
have
used
you-
to be a part of the Woodsman.
Alright, cool.
What's your name?
Noah.
Noah. Okay. Who all did you meet when you was a woodsman? I mean, the woodsman.
Um,
Which ones do you know?
There used to be a guy named Christian, there was a guy named Johnny, and then Couch and Gideon.
No,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Couch and Gideon
I'm
are
not
still.
sure.
Well, they're still around, but they ain't awake.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
So I figured.
They're usually on a little later in the day. They don't wake up till usually a little later.
Yeah. Well,
So you're just
been
showing
to-
your friends the world a little bit?
yeah. Yeah.
You been back in the lands long?
Yeah, I've been in the lands for a while now.
Where you been hanging out at?
Well, usually near the 506 and the Clowns, like around that area.
Yeah. Well, the damn fireflies up there decided that
Yeah, I really need a hunting scope.
Yeah, like,
We've got another survivor at the
that's
well.
been like several months ago, right?
We've got another survivor at the
Yeah.
well.
And sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah,
but,
that's my friend
does
that-
your buddy?
yeah, that's
Is,
what
does he wear it?
Jed's ever so funny. Jed is ever so funny. He makes me laugh all the time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we're about 8, what are we, about 10, 11 deep?
Yeah.
Great, so you could.
Kind of keep two or three people here at base, and then 2 or 3 out looting, and we're taking every measure we can to make sure if they won't come down. See, they're chicken shit. They won't come down that hill with their armbands on. Yet we have it on solid word that they admitted that they had been down here taking sniper shots and shit at us.
messed up.
It is, especially if we have.
Need a blood test kit.
I don't know, mate.
It is a fucked up situation,
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
which I haven't been here but about 3 months, but you know, I've seen 506 roll through and we give them fish. And then they've been in a fight with Eclipse, and then 2 or 3 Eclipse roll through it, and we get. That's what we're here for. You know what we're here for if you've been a member.
Probably need about 5 or 6 of the clears. It's either they've done some wrong. That haven't got to it.
Hey, Rusty, you wouldn't have
Yeah.
a sewing kit, do you?
We got bushwhacked the other day, trying to help a few
Ah,
people.
you absolute star.
They're just, they can't.
No problem.
I mean, they might could raid us, but they can't get rid of us. That's for sure.
It's gonna keep coming back.
Well, I mean, they get raided.
Hey,
every
keep it
other
if you
day.
need it. If you need it, keep it. I've got another
Alright.
one. Yeah, I've got another one. We went on a little adventure yesterday. We had a
Blackthorn.
Yeah.
bit of a
Who else, fellas? Who else is raiding them up there?
Wade was telling, yeah.
yeah, it was quite an adventure.
Well, I don't know what them boys went, but I know, I've heard Blackthorn.
I'm glad you made it back.
Well,
I've
we
heard
got so
FL.
it's
You know,
not. I
I
mean,
ain't
we still
got
need
that
ammo, but
knowledge.
I've got a Savannah
Uh,
now that we found to the west. I brought a Mosin
just
back and a Blaze
Relaying
back. So
what I know or have heard.
Nice.
I don't know.
I mean, Wade and
Weather
Jonas
Creek
are just
people,
doing a tizzy run at the moment.
It
Yeah.
wouldn't surprise me a bit.
and it was good to get out. If I'm honest,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
And it's something.
Nice to be out and about once in a while.
And it is just
But,
you just
I
never
say
know
if
what you're
you
going to
see somebody
find
with a gun out or anything, they don't.
yeah.
And they look pretty like
that you wouldn't
they
normally
look like
find.
they have
And it's
pretty
quite,
good
you know,
guns and stuff.
it was. I'm not going to lie, it was quite lean. It wasn't
you
like
know, we
the
don't
best
wanna-
of things, but
Yeah.
coming back alive without losing
Like if we
anything.
seen you rolling down the hill and we didn't see an armband, you didn't have your weapon out. We're not gonna
Could have lost
take a
that.
shot at
That.
you.
Could have had.
They just seem like
Yeah,
a bunch of characters.
you know,
to me.
we bumped
They
into the
come down that
clowns,
hill with their damn,
and I think
armbands
they may have killed Jack, possibly
Yeah, I mean,
because they held him up.
Jack.
Yeah, Jack. I recognised his voice. He
Yeah.
pops by quite often to drop stuff off.
on. Yep.
I
Oh,
think-
Jack.
Yeah.
Like I said, I ain't been here that
Yeah,
long, but it all seems
think-
to stem back to
Is that not the
fight.
dude that spawned in the fire?
No,
Or was
no.
that Charlie?
well, I mean,
That might have been. It might have been
Who else
Jack.
have they been
I think it
attacked
might have
by
been
again?
Jack who,
Like
who
Blackthorn
woke up in the
and
fire.
Yeah, I think so.
FL.
But he,
Yeah.
You know, that's
because
just
me
what
and
we've
me
heard.
and
I
Wade
can't
were up
tell you that
just
for a fact.
just short of Tizzy and saw the clowns,
Well, I
and
mean,
they
you
went,
could always
"Oh,
try
you'll tell your
teaming
mate
up
to
with
put his gun away." And I said,
FL or
"Well, there's
something,
nobody
you know,
else."
they're
Obviously, so they
powerful,
shot at him,
but
held him
Mhm.
up.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
took
but-
his 308 off him.
Yeah, we just
Forced,
trying
got
to
him to
do it
eat
ourselves,
unknown
'cause
food
once you
can because
make
that's
a
a game.
deal,
Not knowing what flavour you're going to get when you eat it.
they're kind of service.
And they said,
Right.
what direction you're going? And
yeah.
considering we're at the north of the map, you know how the clowns are. They went, which way are you going? Quick, last question, which way are you going? He said, I'm going south. And they went, right, we're going north. So if we see you in the north, we're going to kill you. Well, we're already in the north. And you know, the edge of the world is just up the road. And we went
playing
west
out.
towards Tizzy, and then we heard a couple of gunshots, so I can only assume that they've decided to...
Probably gonna have to be on base soon.
I'm sure he'll
Friend,
come past and tell us what happened.
Did you speak with the clowns at all?
Yeah, they saw how we were getting
I
on,
mean,
but
you know,
with the clowns, you
just
never
like
know what personality you're getting with them on what day.
It's not as safe as it was when I first come
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
You know,
I'll
sometimes
put it that way, you know.
they obviously they recognise who
We
who
ain't
you
took
are.
no
Other
shots in a
times
day or two.
they know who you are, but they don't
Just
remember
every now and
anything
then. Well, we
that
got a
happened
couple
yesterday, let
people
alone
killed.
last week.
You know, they got a couple
Yeah,
of us.
they are chaotic.
Yeah,
Back,
yeah, and there was
you know,
about
took a
6 or
big
7
loss.
of them again. I think there was like 6 of them. There was Boom Boom.
Just be a little
I think it
careful,
was
you know. Things ain't as
Bean,
they used to
Worm,
be.
Yeah. Well, you guys can
Doggy
see
Tots.
what they is
and I think there was
Yeah.
one, yeah,
They
one
went as
or
far
two
as,
others
Icky,
as well.
maybe.
Posting
No, it
notes
wasn't.
and
No,
shit
he wasn't
about
there.
us that we were
But they were out and about in
forsaken
force.
loyalist puppets, and they had
The same,
troops, but
the same
didn't,
clothes they were wearing.
you know,
So yeah, they must have been on a loot run as
gets
well,
down to the metal,
en
they
masse,
don't have
and they were
proof.
heading. I think they
can't-
were heading west.
They
But
can't tell nobody what the proof is.
I couldn't help laugh when I saw him, and when I was like,
some conflict.
"Why are you laughing? Do you think we're a joke?" And then he punched me in the face,
Where you
which I
fellas
think
headed?
is a great. I think that's a
Probably up
greeting.
Yeah,
up
that's a great
north.
thing. Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah, so you just
5
never
or
know.
6
You just never know how they're gonna respond or react. So,
Okay.
floating around
but
out
like,
here.
but like I said, we didn't have our guns out or anything like that.
You know how it
Fair
is
enough.
here. If somebody's here and you need something and we got it, we're gonna hand it.
Yeah, we also sourced a truck battery. So
Well, if you guys
technically
ever
we
need
could
help with
use the
any
truck now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Something for you.
Is it back?
put it in
Is
the
it
big
our
tent.
is it our truck or a different
I'll,
truck that we
I'll
got?
pass it
No,
on,
no, it's a
okay?
pristine one. It's a new
Oh.
one. Problem is, obviously we need a gate or a wall. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go up here and get me a piece. Of
And it
meat
may be
too.
worth trying to get some metal to
Y'all
reinforce
boys
it.
be safe out on the travel.
Yeah. I mean, we do have metal, but I think that was reserved for the. I think it's a brokers. I'm not sure.
Possibly.
But that
And
maybe is
yeah,
off the table anyways,
71
because
years old.
Thomas thinks they might need their raid equipment themselves, you know. So that was the trade arrangement, that we give them metal and they give us raid hammers. Don't know why we would need them, but
I won't forget that.
might as well just use that metal for our own purpose, you know.
It on.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, I think that's always the case.
you
Once
be
we're set
safe.
up, we, like once we're established, we even give away nails once we're set up. But it's getting to that stage where you're set up.
Would never give a nails. Get hit, that's what you need most.
Yeah.
All right, you too, bud. See you later. Peace.
I'm just gonna have a little dream about food.
No problem. Is this? I take it this one's. Is this the one that Bucky dropped? Is it? It's Pioneer.
Yeah, I've picked it up a time or two. You
Yeah.
ever heard of that dude? No.
Noah. Yeah, I've heard of it. I think he's been passed before.
He said he used to be a woodsman.
Possibly.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
I've picked that gun up a time or two.
Yeah,
Dropped it, so
I'll keep the Pioneer on my shoulder because I've got a spare slot at the moment, just so it doesn't disappear, and also I can use it to range as well. I just need a hunting scope at some point. I don't know if it's worth going up to the summer camp to have a look.
they're they waited around. You didn't, I figured you'd be on like a little after 12, and it showed you was on, but you didn't pop in here.
No, I wasn't, unfortunately.
They've took out back kind of up where y'all went here.
Yeah.
We'll see if I can get them on the radio and tell them about this fella coming by.
Welcome in, Lethal. No problem at all. It just seemed to flow. Welcome in, Paul. Welcome in, Paul, on Twitch. Hope everything's well with you. I've been tinkering again, so let's see if this works. I'm not sure if it will. Yeah, it does. Yeah, everything's okay. After our little attack that we had at the weekend, yeah, things. I went up north. Yeah, I went up north yesterday. All the way around the map. We bumped into the clowns again randomly, and you just never know what's going to happen. But I just do need a hunting scope. I just need a hunting scope for the savannah that I've got. It's got a bit of oomph, but it's only ranged to iron sighted at the moment, so it's only ranged to 200. I mean, you can aim up a little bit, I guess, but yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, so I was on for, I think it was like possibly 10 hours or so, but I've edited on YouTube. I've edited a video like 24 minutes, and that shows you the encounter from start to finish. Yes,
If you're hungry.
Yeah, I've picked some up. I've even got your. Have you got? Yeah, I've even got the same loadout. I've got Jed's loadout now. I've got I found an assault vest up there and a butt pack.
It's handy, man. It's really handy. I like it. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it gives you a lot more space.
Yeah, no, definitely does. Yeah, and lethal. Yeah, that just flowed last night. I mean, I didn't intend it going on for as long as it did, but yeah, we went around the whole map. Obviously back because I've logged on obviously a little bit later than normal, and the rest of the guys have gone out and about again. I certainly got my steps in yesterday. And it was actually quite funny editing that as well. That's probably what took the time. I kept giggling. I'm thinking about it now and it's still making me chuckle. Let's see if I can post a link in. Just bear with me a second. with me 1 second. This is when I nightbot myself. Oh, I haven't. Yeah, that's the link to the yeah. Now my luck with my settings, I probably end up nightbotting myself and timing myself out for like 4 hours by accident. Yeah, but that's the yeah, that was such a, again, and it all stemmed from randomly chatting to somebody downstairs and not being quiet, and it all, yeah, just so randomly like kicked in. Yes, so we've been out and about. Obviously, the guys have been out and about as well. And it is, you know, we're slowly recouping our losses, but it is a slow process. And you see what effort that what I call the shooty groups have to do to maintain a foothold. So all like the Wary groups, you know, Damn FL, well, Clowns 506, Eclipse, what they have to do on a regular basis to try and get loot. And I know you can go up to the traders, but it's a lot of work to maintain like an aggressive stance or foothold. A lot of work, time and effort. Yes, you can raid somebody and get lucky, but like we were talking to some of the guys up in Starry Yar, you know, they got attacked. They got attacked, and they killed most of the guys, I think, that were raiding them. But they got some of the stuff. Oh, welcome in, Mags. Hope all is well with you. No, I am just waiting. I've changed the alert on YouTube, the sub alert, to something quite relevant. So I just need to wait until somebody. This isn't a plug, genuinely not a plug, but I've been tinkering with stuff. So hopefully that'll get triggered at some point. This has got quite a good. You would never. This would literally from this distance up there. They would just probably bounce off 556 from here. Oh, that's on the YouTubes. On the YouTubes, this is. I'm not sure if it counts. I don't know. I've not done it. Well, yeah, if you,
Hey. Hey,
hello.
so when they stole our truck, did they go through the back door,
Yeah.
or did they get our lock?
No, they went through the
Did
back
they
door.
get our lock?
No, they didn't. It hadn't changed. It's all still on there. And yeah, they either blew it or knocked it down. One of the two. I'm not sure. But that's the risk. You know, you're only as strong as your weakest wall. And if you've got a single wall deep, they just have to go through one wall. Well, they had to go through both bits to get the truck out, so they had to destroy the whole thing.
So that would take us like a box of nails to rebuild that back there.
Quite possibly, yeah. And then if we were to put metal on there as well to slow them down, or you could even, again, if you had the materials, you could do a gate and then another gate with two wing walls, you know, like a little airlock. You know, build a gate in the centre, and then just have them little wing walls coming off, and another gate at the front. So, but all that will do is slow them down.
All right, I didn't know if we lost the lock or not.
No, because
No, it's still there.
yeah, because I think it was you or Josh that went down to unlock it, and it came off. We thought they'd changed the lock number, but they hadn't. I think he was just putting the wrong number in.
It wasn't me. I ain't been down there. But hey, if y'all want to go try to find some nails or something, I'm game. I'm gonna not take this assault rifle. I'll get a shotgun or something. But I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, and I'm game for whatever you want to do here in 5-8 minutes.
Yeah, I could do with a shotgun, or even just even though it's just a single barrel BK12 or something, just. Just something to take the dogs down with. I certainly don't want to waste any 308. Someone's going to be at the well or the industrial. I think the industrial, because of the amount of infected that are on the stockpiles at the back there. So if you see them just round here, they tend to be on the at the well. But the ones back there, I think people have either run through there or they've run down that way. Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't mind checking out that summer camp just for a scope. But I don't know what I might just go out of a pistol, you know.
Not loose stuff, you mean?
Yeah, just on silly little runs like here. But again, you might be in a position where we might need them. That's the downside. You know, it's yeah, it's difficult to know what to take.
Which summer camp are we talking about? The big one with the dam, or
No, just the one just to the north of us.
ah,
I'm just thinking about it like an easy, potentially easy win.
yeah.
But it's just, you know, is it worth it? Do we go? That, you know, does
Maybe we
it?
could all try and dress as brackets and, don't you know?
Yeah, I'm not. I think if I was to die,
The fucking woodsman.
yes, that works. Thank you, Paul, for trying that out. So that was from the little engagement we had.
You had to die, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, if I was to die, I would do that. But I'm not getting undressed, if you know what I mean.
Right.
You know, unless I die. If I die, I'll run round. But I'm not take my armband off or anything like that.
Sure.
But because the thing is, like, I think if we were like that yesterday, the clowns may have shot us or held us up as a minimum.
Yeah.
So I think it might attract the wrong people, but I think it may also attract the right people. Yeah, there's a delay on that. I saw it pop up, but for some reason there's a delay before it comes through.
But if we go, I'll leave the majority of my stuff here, I think, like my weapons. As you said, maybe just take a pistol or something.
I reckon that might be a prudent move, just if we're doing the town, because if we die, we haven't really lost. You know, we just need a little corner where we know we dropped our stuff.
Yeah.
And
I'll get a pistol ready then.
yeah, I think that'll be quite prudent.
Yeah.
And then we can go on a little run into town.
Yeah.
Well, Shad, welcome in. I know there's at least a couple of people using the flag in their bases. I'm not sure about the armband part of it, but because it's an accessible flag, it's not, you know, it's one you can find anywhere. You know, you can't really stop people, you know, from doing that, because you might have some people obviously are from that side of the world and, you know, they want to represent, which isn't a problem. And that's why I think why we wear the raincoats with it, because not many people are really gonna, because the raincoat for us it's easy to find here, but it's not good insulation and it's not good inventory size. So generally the armband with the raincoat and combat pants is our outfit. But yeah, it's not. If we do see people wearing it, we may ask them, you know, it is ours, would you mind taking it off? But we can't force them or shoot them. We won't do anything like that, because it is just an accessible armband for everybody.
Have we lost those revolvers?
I died with one on me. Yeah, I died with one on me. But that, I think that was the one that was in here, I think. But yeah, I haven't taken another one since. We did have 2 or 3. Oh, easily, and even if it is like a bespoke armband, if you die and somebody takes it, they can potentially run around as an imposter for a short while and cause upset, you know, going into camps or shooting at bases, clearly showing the armband. That does happen as well. Let's see what goodies we may or may not have in here. Oh, good lord. Good lord. The guys have been quite busy. Quite busy indeed. Good. The difficulty is the ammunition. That is the difficulty. Is the ammunition. I think that's the way we were going to go.
I'll hear that gunshot.
Yeah, I think that's the way we were going to go. Yeah, I think once you become, you know, if you become a faction, like the Fireflies are, Damn are, Dark Carnival are, I think Blackthorn Gang are. Oh, they might not be. There might be a faction, but you get like, because Fireflies, Damn, and Dark Carnival have definitely got their own armbands, because you can see the little motif on them when they're wearing them. So that's like a bespoke one that they've had. Or they've been given, you know, through time in the server, you know,
woofy.
Proving himself, adding some value to, you know, to the server, you know, and the greater good for the community, be it terrorising and eating people or putting on carnival shows on the coast. But yeah, any of the other ones, again, I think you can dye them as well in the barrels, in the dye barrels. So you can actually. I don't know what he's wanting to do. Yeah, so are we? I mean, we can go. We were just saying then, if we go out on a loot route in the thing, I'm probably going to drop all my gear other than a pistol, and just that's less to lose if we die. I would take a shotgun out if we had one, but I don't think I'm going to take any of these out.
Oh, we don't have.
Yeah.
No, there's a BK right over there. Floor.
It's a rifle.
That might be all right.
Yeah, the BK's a rifle. The BK's a rifle. We had a combat shotgun. We ain't got it no more.
No, I died with that. Unfortunately, when we had the carnival. Yeah.
Yes.
I took. I took a couple out, but yeah, I got killed by another one.
I hate to go out unarmed, but I mean it is a good, you know, a good idea in a way.
It's, I mean, it's one of them.
You don't have a sidearm at the moment?
I got a 22. It's wanna. I don't know. Y'all know more about it than me. I don't know what we ought to do.
Yeah, like I say, I don't know. I just think because the savannah without a scope, I mean, you can still iron sight, but that's obviously not ideal. You know, because it only ranges to 200 meters. But if they're that close, it'll almost certainly kill them if you hit them. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Is there any? I mean, that BK. If there's like 6 rounds of 7.6239 in there, that'll be worth taking that, because that's you know, not a bad thing to. Or if we've got plenty, say 10 rounds potentially, but no more than that.
There ain't 45 in there. There ain't 45 in there.
Nothing in there.
.76 too long.
Yeah, that's no problem. That's no problem. We can take it as a dummy gun. Oh, we get. That's 5.4. Yeah, that's the wrong type. That's Mosin. Yeah, I reckon we just go.
Get my stuff, Jed.
Go gunless?
Well, I'm going to take this BK as a dummy gun, so it looks like we've got at least something. And then a pistol. It's up to. I mean, I'm up for suggestions, but I only went. We went up north with like 2 rounds of 7.62 by 39. That's all I had.
Yeah. Just don't take anything you don't want to lose. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's the best.
Anyone still need the armory, or should I lock up?
I would lock up.
And put some ammo in there. Uh,
Right, everyone well fed and hydrated?
Yeah, I've got bandages and I've got a blood bag, but
Yeah, me too.
so what's the plan? Should we hit?
Is Jed, is it already out?
Yeah,
or-
he's just out here. So
Alright.
what's the plan? Are we going to hit the military and then do a loop up that way, or do we go summer camp and then down? What do we reckon?
I'd say summer camp first.
Yeah.
Then down.
But I reckon that we go that way and then up rather than that way and then up, because it's probably possibly less obvious where we're going to go. Yeah, so we're all happy. We'll run down that way and then we'll cut and go straight up, so we're not like in the fields for too long.
Nobody locked everything up, right?
Yeah, it's all locked. Rusty, I think we lost Jed. Here, Jed. There.
Boatload was edge right here ahead, Rusty. Boatload of
Yeah, we're going to go right. We're going to go right. Yeah, so nothing fancy. We'll have a quick look up. If it's too risky, we'll run back down, go to the hill tree behind us, and then back to base.
Yeah.
And also, if they do finish us off, they may think we're weaker than what we actually are because what we've got on us.
Yeah. Let's just stay optimistic and say we don't run into anyone.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, those shots were a while ago now.
The infected are up by the looks of it.
Got everything?
Yeah, yeah.
Five fucking codeine pills.
Well, I've got 6. And IV start kit 1 and a saline back.
That's good. I got 308. Yeah, 308. A
Right.
weapon cleaning kit.
Yep.
3/4 weapon cleaning
one?
kit. 3/4.
Well,
Should we,
hang on.
should we-
Combine it with...
Yeah, that's completely full. 99% full.
Should we go
There we go.
see Mufasa?
Oh no, I reckon we go Hillatry.
Not in the equipment I have.
Okay, Hillatary and home.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan.
Take any risk with that. Well, I'd say that was quite alright. IV
Yeah.
start kit's always good.
Yeah, I got a canteen, some some chlorine tablets. So
Good.
that's all those little things. And if we don't lose or use any ammunition, it's always a bonus. Always a bonus.
Absolutely. I mean, on the weekend we can do a bigger run if you want. Can visit some people or whatever if you feel like it. Just, you know, on the weekdays I'm not awake long enough to do real big undertakings, you know.
Oh, we can check the.
Yes, indeed.
We'll check the gas station, and then cut across that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. really don't like being in the shadow of those apartments.
No, I reckon there's
I
loads
always
of...
feel like 1,000 eyes watching me.
Without a doubt, there's going to be single door bases in there, or stashes.
That used to live there, I don't know if they're still there. Like a tiny one, guy named Pepe.
Yeah. He did keep coming past occasionally.
Oh, right, okay. I had a little runs with them, now and then. In fact, Pepe was one of the first people I met in these lands, I think.
Right here's where I got disconnected the other day. Right there by that big billboard.
Yeah, have that happen to one.
You weren't looking at the rude
No, I
picture,
was-
were you? You weren't admiring that for
No,
too
I
long.
I was right there by this bush looking up on our backtrack. Been a good soldier. That's right. Hey. How far are we from that set of garages
Oh, it's
going into
down.
Cherno?
It's down
It's
there.
a pretty good piece, ain't it?
Not. Yes and no.
How you guys?
Well, there've been 2 boxes of nails and a red lock found in there. I don't know. I'm not saying let's do it. Good spot.
AK handguard.
That's a gun clean kit, about 75%.
That's good. That's good. I got a holster if everybody needs one. Should we go containers?
Yeah, although we've been through twice, I mean,
Alright.
we can do a quick.
No.
Quick run through if you want.
If we've been through twice, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not worth grinding them like that.
Oh well, nice little run. Home sweet home.
There's 3 more 2-2 rounds here as well, if you need them.
Shit, I thought I put my 308 rounds in there. I don't see them.
They haven't gone into a cooking pot or anything, have they?
Negative.
Oh, welcome in, welcome in. Well, we seem to take turns because we've got a reasonable group of people that can be on at different times. So yesterday, well, you'll know as well as me how you can get caught up in an adventure. Well, we went, obviously because of our current situation, we are obviously having to gear up far more than we normally do. And that's just for our role. We don't need, I need a shotgun. That's probably all I need for down here. So we went from here, here overlook the castle. Is it Dwarf Castle? Devil's Castle.
I had like, I think 9 extra 308s.
And we went up to Servergrad to meet Amy and the boys. We went summer camp, commence military, Starry Yar, the summer camp at Tizzy, then on the outskirts of Tizzy. I don't know if I'm just gesticulating with my hands, but in my head I know where I am. And on the field, just to the west of Tizzy, we bumped into the clowns, like 6 of them again. They held up a random dude that happened to be in the wrong area, politely. And then we went Tizzy, Traders, summer camp, Moschino, bumped into somebody there that ran off. We weren't going to shoot. We don't really. I know military zones are normally KOS sort of places.
Bullshit.
Summer camp, Bones Mahoney, Western Evac, or Southwestern Evac, and then all the way along the west coast, like back to here. And it was very lean, but we did find some crashes on the way back. Did you put them in a tent or a barrel or anything?
I put them in that barrel in there. Go in there and see if you see them. I don't see them. I had like 10.
Right, let's have a look.
Or 9. They're in the armory.
You didn't drop them on the floor at all, did you, by accident? Because they disappear underneath the tent. I'll have a look though. I'll have a look.
I think I found them.
Yeah, they're not.
How many was it you said, Jed? How many were there you said, Jed? Not.
Some of
Yeah,
them were tracers and some of them were regular.
Round.
Let me just grab. So there's some Mosin rounds in this tent. Yeah, so we sort of take it in turn. It was good to get up. That was good to get up north as well and run around there.
Someone took my rest of my sewing kit. That was here.
I've got one on me. I've got one on me if you need to repair anything.
My jacket is.
There we go.
Oh, does duct tape work? That's great.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Rusty.
Okay, no problem.
You done in the armory?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, like I say, yeah, but it was very lean. But on the way back, we went past the towns and we found a military convoy, a train, and then Wade found a police convoy. So we went all the way around the map, hit one heli that had already been hit by the looks of it, and then on the west coast hit 3 things just down the road from where we were. But it was very, very lean. So we're just trying to gear up, and you can see what I call like the shooty groups, or the war-y groups. How much effort it is to try and keep and maintain yourself to a strength where you can get up to your shenanigans. You know, that's a job in itself. I know you can raid people, and obviously that cuts down the time, but you still need to find the raid stuff, and there's no guarantee. Like if they raided us, they'll get a few bits and pieces, but we're not naturally, like I say, shooty people. So we just done a quick run up to the summer camp, got a few bits and pieces, but we've died a couple of times due to I lost a VSD and a baby AK, which we just couldn't afford to lose. But we were going on a run to Zelen with somebody to help them drop something off. And I think we ended up getting caught up in the middle of an existing firefight. I didn't even know what hit me. Myself and Uno, we just got sent back to the coast, but fortunately both were near Berenzino. But then,
I'm dreaming about food. I'll be back.
Then when we had the carnival antics, we had the carnival antics where I died and then got into Electro, but attacked by the dogs. And honestly, that I'm sure they've got malum wire in them because they always seem to get upstairs. So we were fighting the ones in the doorway and not doing a particularly bad job. And one somehow got into the room behind us. So we shut the door and there was one in there with us. And he just took me out with one bite. But yeah, so I thought, well, yesterday we'll go on the loot route because we just need to replen the stuff we have. And I went up north with a CR, is it 525, and 2 rounds, and 2 rounds, or might have been 3 rounds in my pistol. That's all I had when we went up north. But then came back with a Savannah, Mosin, and a Blaze. So that was definitely a worthwhile trip, and some 308. So it was definitely a worthwhile trip. But I like the fact you have to, you know, it's hard. And I like the fact that nothing, you know, it's not easy. You have to really think about what you're going to do and the consequences if you die and the kit you lose. So we just went out then just with pistols, just because we can't really afford to lose anything out. Now, if we're going out on a deliberate thing where we're going to be potentially shooting at our friends up the hill, well, I'll take the big gun out. But I do need a hunting scope for it, because at the moment it's iron sighted to 200 metres, which isn't ideal. I do need to keep an eye on the swamp as well. But we're not sure that, we believe our friends up the hill have been casting more propaganda about cannibalism and all that sort of good stuff. It's almost like it's a fantasy tale that they're telling. And if there are elements of truth, it's all been, I think, lost in translation because of all the artistic license, let's call it that they've been using. You know, because some of the stuff that happened before I got here, I can't comment on from a personal, you know, level, because I was never involved, or I wasn't here. But and the crazy thing is, I've had apart from shooting at them the other day and bumping into them into the Overlook a couple of times, I haven't really had any experience with them at all. But you speak to different groups and they give you their opinion, you know, so I listen to that. But yeah, that was a long old run. That was like 10 hours. But it didn't feel like it. It did not feel like it. And just as I was about to go to sleep, we had another visit from a particular group that was interested in things that were going on and trying to get the lowdown on what was happening. Very interesting. Or very interested, let's put it that way. So I think that's all we're going to concentrate on doing, is just doing runs up to the places, going out, you know, with bare minimum, you know, because at worst you die with very little on you. At best you've got loads of space to pick stuff up, and we all love stuff. When we haven't got stuff, we all love stuff. Yeah, we just got to be careful of the hill. It is a distance, but if you stood still, then they're a decent shot. You don't stand a chance. I'm half expecting a scene at a Zulu where there's thousands of them coming through the trees. But this is the time they probably try and sneak into the industrial. Yeah, you just never know what's going to occur on the coast. But it was, so yesterday was really good to go and see some of the groups that normally come down here. We stopped at Northern Oasis, yeah, Amy and the boys. Yes, I don't know which group it was up at Starry Yard. I don't know if that's a brokers, because there are a couple of different groups up there, but they've just been hit by web the day before, so they were on edge, understandably. Yeah, they were on edge, so we couldn't go in there. But it was good to get on the old loot routes. And again, being on a full server, but the max number being more than official settings, and still not really. Obviously, we bumped into the clowns, and we physically went to bases where you might see somebody, but the rest of it, not seeing anybody. It was crazy that you can be on a higher than normal full pop server and still not see anybody. You know, the only place we didn't go was Northwest Airfield, and I do think there just comes a time where you just run out of space. And I think if you want to hit the Northwest Airfield and VMC, for us, I think we just go straight there, not stop on. You've got to be clear in what you want to achieve, because you end up picking up stuff and not having any storage by the time you get to where you want to check, and then you're having to throw away stuff. Welcome in the wrists. Hope your day is going, or evening is going, fantastically. Any more move on the house, or are you still waiting? Yeah, because when I only say that when I was waiting to get mine, heels were being dragged. Considering there was no chain, heels were being dragged, and I had a friend who used to work in that sort of stuff, and they said, yeah, it's quite common for, you know, there'd be little hiccups, but sometimes to drag the heels. And I was able to, I had the reason that I might, you know, through work I might be away for a long time and not be able to sign stuff, and that sped things up, and that was a genuine thing, you know. So that they managed to push it through, and it went through quite quickly then. But if not, that could have dragged on to the point where I wouldn't have been able to sign the paperwork, and it probably all fallen through. Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate necessary evils, and the crazy thing is, you know, let alone are you affected by house prices when you buy, but it's things like stamp duty and all the additional things that come with it, that some, you know, if you buy it 1 year, the threshold is different, so you don't pay any, or you pay very little, then you buy the next year and it's all changed again. So there's additional costs, you know, and if you haven't bought a house before, it can be extremely daunting. Or even looked into buying one. I mean, I think that's all changed now, but I think I went into the bank to see how much I could get, and I said, no, you need a mortgage. Well, I don't want a mortgage, I want to know how much I can get. Well, you have to apply for one to see if you can get it. So it was like a catch-22. But they, I mean, I guess they do sometimes, you know, drag their heels, because like if they've got deposits, they get interest on that. But that'll all be worth it. That'll all be worth it. And remember, my offer to give you a hand, it's, you know, still stands if you want. But again, also my caveat is that, you know, the underwear box might not be safe. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be worthwhile though.
What happened? What happened?
Like that'll stop somebody with persistence.
What mess happened?
That sounds like Pushta.
Alright, nice. No damn fireflies in sight. Alright. Good job, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Yeah, leather kit, sewing kit. Yeah, that's quite a concoction. Just the chlorine and the tetra alone makes that a funky mix.
Wow. All in our stomachs, right? Okay, yeah. Nice. Nice, what do you have to say? That's good.
Hello, hello.
I thought you disappeared.
No,
I
I was
haven't
just
seen you. Lost you.
yeah, no, I'm just keeping a little eye out because I think you never know if anybody's trying to. This is the time I think, like last time, low light first thing in the morning is when the group of
Yeah.
three found their way into the industrial.
Morning.
Right.
I think that's
Lucky you.
yeah. I just heard Bucky. Yeah.
Stack
Are you
up.
Josh?
Stack up.
Who's that? Are you Josh or are you Bucky?
Bucky.
Ah, that's better.
Better stack
See
up
my-
on all
see
those.
my new friend.
Where'd you find that, Bucky? Nice.
A gift
Hell yeah.
from Jonas.
Oh, nice. You're gonna need it, my friend. Good stuff, my friend. Hey, better stack up on those electrical kits while we can. I know once the God makes the changes, man, those things gonna be hard to find, I would imagine.
Yeah. So he's talking about scopes. So
What do we need them for?
scopes.
Yo, I think
Scopes.
yeah,
scopes,
you're gonna be able to
scopes.
fix all the scopes. Yep, all of them.
Yeah.
Apart from PU.
No, all of them.
Um,
Can't fix PU.
No,
No.
PU.
All of them. All of them will be needing
All
to
of
be
'em.
repaired.
Oh, will be.
Yeah.
At the moment, you can't fix PU,
No.
right?
You can't
Yeah.
fix PU or
Right,
hunting
okay.
scopes, but hunting scope will now
Yeah.
get
You can-
cracked as well.
Yeah.
Bucky, you ready to send those bastards to hell where they belong?
What's happening?
Oh. No. He's just ready for war. He got that gun on his back. Yeah, he probably had a migraine.
Oh, this is where we get a bit of free space. So you put that in there, that there,
If anyone's hungry, boys, I still got some fish on me, right? Shout it.
that there, that there. No, I don't want to put that in there. That in there, that in there. So that makes that. It was 8. Now it makes it 6. It fits in a holster, so you can gain a little bit more space that way. And then we've got a worn CR. That should really be swapped.
Can I
with
have
that.
about 2 pieces of fish, Josh?
And that's my magical disappearing act.
Nice. Anyway,
So, let me tell you a story.
Go.
Imagine a young Bucky sitting over there in the corner, high as shit, no sleep. When I hear a vehicle approach, my heart starts racing. My pants are shat. My palms are sweaty. My knees are weak. My arms are heavy. It's
Mom's
fucking
spaghetti?
Jonas.
oh,
It's Jonas and his boys pull up. I was shitting myself. Oh God, we're getting raided. I'm high as shit.
oh man, I can imagine. Good
But he
thing you
gave
didn't
me
open
this.
fire. Yeah, imagine if you would open fire.
I seriously doubt any of them would have probably hit.
Right. It looks good on you, Bucky. I hope you send them plenty of those motherfuckers back to hell. Whoever
Hell yeah.
dares threatens this place. Good, man. It's good. Yeah, we need a box of nails.
Yeah, hard to come by.
Yeah, well, got some things to trade.
Yeah.
Rusty.
Hello.
There.
I picked up that Pioneer off the floor just to stop it disappearing, because I got a spare shoulder.
Yeah, I kept trying to pick them up and drop them again so they wouldn't.
Yeah.
That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. In my religion.
Keep spreading their lies across these goddamn lands.
Yeah, I like it.
Somebody rolled by named Noah. Said he used to be a woodsman.
Yeah, that he was. Good to see you. All right, what do you have to say?
Not much. Said he's hanging out up around 506 and ORCC.
Bet he told you those lies were a crock of shit.
He didn't seem to know anything about it though, but he said he had been around, so I don't know. He would
Yeah,
pretty
we
much yeah, 506 and Clay.
Yeah, if you're listening long enough, I'll get the cassette player out and start. There is like several cassette tapes you can find round a map with different songs on it. And there is one that's a bit like a bit of a saucy audio book. You sometimes see Bucky go in the tent and put it on, the little pervert.
But you gotta think, it takes about 10 fillets to get you full, you know?
Yeah, we caught him with his pants off at one point. Oh, that's what I want to do. Let me take them. Where's my Kumpai gone? There it is. So put my Kumpai in there. Swap you for the pristine one I found. Put you there. And then put you...
I was thinking about doing the same thing, Josh. Oh, whiskey, sorry.
It's all good. I thought you were rusty before.
Yeah, how does it feel being called another name?
Hey.
Yeah, we could have a karaoke event.
Yeah, you are.
There was another fight night at the weekend, I think, at the airfield. The northeast airfield.
come fishing?
Hey, I'm gonna take a break. I'll try to come back in 2 or 3 hours.
Okie dokie.
Have a good nap, Jed.
You too, Bucky. Y'all keep her safe. Don't break no laws.
I won't break many.
And identify your target before you squeeze the trigger. Unless it's just a cluster bomb.
Oh, welcome in, Ben. Hope everything's okay with you.
Anything happen?
No, we done a quick loop route to the summer camp, military, and then back again, just as it was getting dark. And we got a few bits and pieces. Nothing, it's like some chlorine tablets, a
Right home
canteen.
about?
No, not really. I don't think it had been hit. I don't think it had been hit, but it's just we just took pistols. We didn't take any of our guns. We just took pistols because I just don't think we can afford to lose them. Unless we're
No,
unless we're going on a particular thing where we're going to definitely be shooting, I just don't think it's worth it.
I don't mind making the journey back, but stuff we might need another time kind of hurt.
Yeah, it does. I lost the baby AK and the VSD. Never even shot them in anger. So I had a mag, 30 round mag and the SVD, and but we did need them for that, because if we had seen them, if I hadn't been shot first and I heard where the shots come, you'd need a gun like that to return fire. So yeah, that was just one of those unfortunate things. I didn't even hear the shot. I just woke up on the coast.
When we were escorting.
Yeah.
Talking about then?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, so I saw 3 bush people up in the hill to my right. By the time I saw them, I was about to call it out, the shots started ringing past me and Jacko, so he dropped the barrel. I stopped talking, didn't I?
You did, yeah.
I saw 3 guys, and I shot one, and I think he had a plate carrier, because I shot again, and I finally saw a blood splatter.
Yeah.
And then someone else come by saying that some heavily armored ghillie guys killed them. Like, oh yeah, it must have been the same guys.
Yeah, like I say, I didn't even hear the shot. I literally, and I think I may have stopped for a second, and that was, but yeah, that was a good shot, whoever it was. I didn't know how close they were, how far they were. I never even heard the shot. But it is what it is, it's, if you don't go on those little adventures, you don't know what can come of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good experience in the end.
Oh no, definitely, and to me, that is my pretty much experience of like PvP in these lands, is something like that. You just don't see where it comes from most of the time. if there was a percentage, that would be like that. You know, it's always the first person to see the other one gets the choice.
I'd say about 90% of my my setbacks have been just me not even hearing or seeing anything, just picking up back on the coast.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the same. You know, apart from I think dogs. But yeah, it is one of those unfortunate things that, and then you never get any better. You know, you never get any better at doing all this. You know, because you're not in a position where you're able to do that. You just get, you know, somebody comes running in, and you know, the only thing you can get better at, I suppose, is looking. You know, but if they're laying down in a bush, or they're in a bush with a ghillie on, you're gonna, it's be very difficult to see them. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
I'm only hoping it's not the Bushmen.
I don't know, man. They sound, they're mercenaries, aren't they?
Possibly, but I think more like information gathering, so reconnaissance and stuff. But
yeah, an attack like that really doesn't fit their profile.
No. Again, and anybody can get ghillies, can't they? So it's not like, you know. And I like the fact that we don't know, if you know what I mean. I like the fact that it's a mystery. That.
Well, we've seen a couple people flying the American flag as well, so I wonder if that's causing confusion.
It might do. So, Bones Mahoney, his base had an American flag, but they weren't wearing it as an armband. And I think Waldorf's Gun Emporium is the American flag as well.
Oh, is that the one that we saw on the way back from House of Hope?
Yeah, if you look at the map, I'm pretty certain that's Waldorf's. If Waldorf's is still where it is on the map.
Oh yeah, I can see.
Yeah, so I think it was that, because St. Joseph's is too tucked into Chernarus, and Waldorf's looks like it's we were on the train tracks, or near the train tracks. I think it was Waldorf's, and he's been around for years. So, and I think he's an ex-Vietnam vet as well. So he's never going to take that down, and why should he? But yeah, that's. I think.
I mean, it's not like we'd ask.
Yeah, I think it's Waldorf's. Because I can't see any other like structures along that road. I'm almost positive that would have been Waldorf's. And then we ran across to the northeast to the hills, and then cut across, was it Toroyo? And then went to Berziki that way. So I'm almost certain that that was Waldorf's. But
how was your trip with Uno?
Oh, that was good. I mean, that was good. She's a survivor. You can tell where she takes it from. I nearly got sent back to the coast because I had a momentary headache for a split second, and then when I opened my eyes again, I was unconscious. But it was in the outskirts of Berenzino, and the guy said his name was Fred, which I think might be Fred the fisherman, but I was red health, no gear, and he stood like you are to me, saying, "Oh yes, I scared the guy off that attacked you, but he had all my gear on, so." But he gave it to me back. He gave it to me back because he wanted to wake up in a different location. But yeah, completely.
Yeah, I woke up in Camishovo, and I was like, you know what? I'll go try Dockside and Electro. So I started making my way that way. Found a spark plug. I was like, huh. And I'm walking along the coast, and I barely spot something out of the corner of my eye in one of those boat houses, and it was a boat with. I slapped it in there and hopped in. It was,
Yeah. Yeah, and it is surprising where they pop up. But yeah, the run round the map yesterday was quite good. That's somebody at the well. No, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not. But yeah, you can tell how lean things are, and again, to try and maintain what I would call a shooty group's posture is difficult. You're trying to keep hold of all that gear. If you're actively going out on things, like I know you get better so you don't die, but I just think, yeah, that must consume so much time.
I'm just gonna say that it's a testament to our neutrality that we're not very good at killing people.
Yeah.
That's my excuse.
Yeah, that is, and I openly admit, you know, I'm not great at shooting at people, but I'll do it if I have to, and if I hit them, I do. If I don't, I don't. Yeah, you're 100% right. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to deal with the hand you got, but I think that's why he wanted me to punch him out or to kill him. But I weren't gonna do that. But yeah, you're not supposed to, you know, do that. But yeah, because it's supposed to not in spirit. That's where you know, I'll always try and get back from where I spawn in. Even on the normal game, you know. I try and do the similar. Yeah, it looks like there's movement in the industrial, so yeah, definitely movement in the industrial. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not. I mean, in official, obviously, people you see it all the time. Like any of the the crane out here, people jump off. We try and stop them if we see them. You know, I'm not saying you're not telling them it's against, you know, the spirit. We'll just say no. You know, try and survive. We'll give you stuff to help you on your way. But it's quite a common thing to do on like official servers or other community servers where it's not against the spirit. And I can remember all the bridges, you know, you used to run up, is it just up there, and the other bridges, the car bridges that go over the rivers where people have thrown themselves off it, or the cranes where people have jumped off and killed themselves. I mean, sometimes you'll see like there'll be a massive bodies, an absolute massive bodies where people have been throwing themselves off to get a different spawn. Now somebody is here, unless they've popped out again. It's the same as loot cycling, isn't it? You go on some servers and people actively, you see it throw it outside. You'll find piles of loot outside the military ones because they're trying to get better stuff to spawn in. and it's just you're trying to force it to place it there. You were awake, weren't you, when we had the visit from Dan?
Yes.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? To hear him speak.
It was very interesting, yeah.
Speak normally, if you know what I mean. But I don't think they would have spoken to us like that. They'd have been a lot more arrogant, I think, because they know him from a while ago, I guess. That's why it's all I don't mind engaging with them. I don't mind that at all. But when it comes to things like that, I'll just listen in, unless they speak to me directly. Because
I figured out it's best not to say a whole lot to them.
Yeah, and certainly not cut them off if they're speaking, because the frustration comes out straight away, especially Poopy. Even then he was like, I'm not going to do his voice because I can't do it. But he was like, I'm going to be falling asleep down here. Where the hell are you? And that was after like 2 seconds of him trying to jump out of the window.
Yeah, I think it's best to let them talk to either Gideon or Wade or Couch.
Yeah. Like I say, I'll talk to them if they speak to me. But I won't offer anything up.
Good evening, fellows.
I hear a voice.
Just wake up the Josh. Wake up the Josh.
Yeah, that's better. Good evening.
Hello. How are things?
It's so weird. You can't even see your face with that. Oh, better.
I'll walk around like this.
Yes, please.
I'm not sure what the plan is.
Who's plan?
I'm
What
not
is
sure.
going on?
I'm not sure what the plan is. I think Jonas and Wade are out up to shenanigans, which is good. And I just think it's such a big not a risk, but it's always a risk, but it's such a big gamble going up there. I don't think there's much point in, like, unless you go to different areas, like say 2 or 3 of you go to the airfield and 2 or 3 of you go to Tizzy, so you can hit 2 places at the same time.
No.
But I just don't think it's worth following on, because I'm sure we were following on behind somebody yesterday. Pretty much the summer camp.
We will lose it.
Yeah.
We will lose each other anyways.
Yeah. So whether that's a case that rather than 4 people go, say 2 go to, depending on how many people there are, you can get 2 go to Zelen, and then do Moschino, the summer camp, in that way.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think there's ever enough loot.
My backpack.
Put it in the fire. Put it in the fire.
I didn't know you were an old man.
Yeah.
You've already got gray hair. Apocalypse has not been kind to you.
I'm just going to go and grab a
Let's get
coffee
on
while
terms.
there's a bit of a lull. Now, my luck, we'll get gassed or we'll get grenades, and that'll roll right in front of me, and there's not a lot I can do about it. Why can I never? There we go. I shall be back in a second.
Whiskey coming in.
Oh, we're back. Apologies. I might have had a couple of chocolate biscuits as well.
Hello, I'll bring some fish.
Oh, did you go fishing? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you said you're going, yeah, and I just stepped away.
Well, Gideon was there.
Oh, gosh. All right, good.
I don't know where he went though. I thought he comes, but yeah.
I don't know if it's worth hitting the medical. Or just doing a run to the west. Guns away when we go through Komrovo and Kamenka, is it? Yeah, Kamenka and Komrovo. Bolota, that's where the Legionnaires live. So perhaps we just go and see if we can hit the convoys there. You know, they always said that might be just to pass by, as long as we've not got our guns out. I don't think that'll be a problem.
You bastard!
I know a server. Oh, sorry. I know other lands where this will hurt you a lot.
What, when you throw stuff?
Yeah,
Shit.
you can if you throw that weapon to somebody, he will get on that land. Oh, nice. Appreciate that.
How about we go west to the southwest evac, guns away when we go through Komarovo and Kamenka, and if we see the Legionnaires or Eclipse, just say hello, just say we're passing through, checking convoys. I don't think that'll be an issue.
Yeah. No, it won't be an issue. They said we are welcome, but not for me today because I'm not awake for so much longer.
Yeah, no problem.
Weekdays are always difficult for me.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I'm an hour ahead from you as well.
Yeah, and that's it. So you're in. So,
but
you live.
You know what?
In the future, I need to get you the euro.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to give me the Euro Millions numbers. I'll cut you in on a nice percentage. That's how it works, isn't it? You're an hour in the future. You're an hour in the future.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Yeah. No, but I mean, you're awake pretty much every day, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because we could do a bigger undertaking on Friday or Saturday if you want.
Yeah.
Maybe even do a little ORCC trip, see if we can trade anything.
Yeah, because for some bizarre reason, it's just as dangerous, but I feel safer going up the west of the map than I do through the centre and around. It's no safer than anywhere else, but I just think it's more direct.
Yeah, and I mean, the Legionnaires said we welcome Eclipse anyway, so I think it's quite safe going on the coast to the west,
Yeah, and there's
maybe be careful at Balota area, but for the airfield, but be fine.
Yeah, and I think when we came back that way yesterday, we just missed the military convoy opposite Prison Island. The one on the dockside. We just missed that one because there was drop loot, so there was vests and things that people had dropped. We then we got split up by Komarovo. He went, I think, in to speak to them at the base if they were there, and I carried on. But because I was triple carrying, I couldn't hang around triple carrying, and I didn't want to drop a gun on the floor. So we weren't that far. But on the way back, we found a train event, but the Balota military event, and he found a police event on the way in as well. So we saw one.
Nice.
Yeah, we saw one heli up by the castle, up by Devil's Castle. And that was the only event we saw all the way around the map until we got nearly back home.
Great.
But there was, again, it's lean, it's lean stuff again.
Take that.
What about yourself?
I'm going for a nap, and you'll be awake longer, so right. You have it,
Oh yeah, I'll give it to you back if you.
But, yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't stress out about it. We will find another one.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Take the tea bags. Want to hear you gag? Oh.
We've got somebody at the well. Running past Watermelon House. They might be in bad condition. They stand in the field now. I don't know if they were hobbling or they look a bit poorly, or no, they're cooking. He might be cooking in the. Yeah, it's just got sticks.
They're doing the fire.
Yeah, by the looks of it, yeah. They're coming this way. Well, he's getting bark. Looks like he's got a CR or a Tundra on his back. Yeah, that might be just a route to do after the restart. Just go through and the way I came back, just go down there. I mean, that could be a relatively easy win, even if it's just going down to the military and back again. It looks like there's a note on the road as well, or a piece of paper.
The road?
Yeah, just literally there where I don't think you can quite see it there. You might be able to. If
yeah,
you
I see it.
Yeah.
Maybe I can read it from here, wait.
Yeah, zoom in. Zoom in.
Rusty P.
We know what you did.
Stinks.
Yeah. Yeah, we know what you did.
Something like that. But it clearly says Rusty P on it.
Yeah. That must mean it's for me then.
I would say so.
Yeah, that might be something we do on the when we wake up again. Is again just go to the west to the military there. You know, stop and to say hello to Eclipse or the Legionnaires. Yeah, he's cooking in there. It looked like he had a CR or something on his back, a green rifle.
Shall we take it?
Yeah, hold him up. I'd end up probably giving him all my stuff.
Like he's coming this way.
We got the megaphone. Welcome to Woodsman territory. We are situated by the Yellow Crane. If you need anything, supplies, we may be able to help you out. Feel free to drop by.
Give me that. Give me that. Give me the megaphone. If, however, you are a firefly, we kindly ask you to fuck off. Just sitting in the middle of the field. He's brave.
Have we sorted the truck situation?
We got to be.
That'd be a nice clean headshot.
Yeah, we got to be careful. That might be a. Yeah, but if you, I'll point at him and you see your muzzle clearance. When you're, you go straight. You need to be standing up, unfortunately, because you go straight into the windowsill.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky shooting out of there.
Where is he?
He's right. It's just by the road, other side of the road. Just to your right. To your right, if you look, you'll see him. It's probably easier to look than aim.
Hello, friend.
Oh shit, I messed it up. Uh-oh. Where is it? It's gone.
What?
Ah, no, I have it. Oh,
Hello?
Hello, how are you? Doing pretty well. If you want to come in the middle, it's a little bit safer. If you want to just hop inside.
Someone cooking at the house, and there's also another guy running around on the road. Going east. Hello.
Yo,
How are you doing?
What's your name?
yeah, I'm good. Good. My name's Barry.
Barry. Not Barry
Yeah.
Evans, though, I guess.
No, definitely not Barry Evans. No, I've
Alright,
heard of him,
okay.
but yeah, no, I'm not Barry. I'm new to Chernarus.
That sounds like
That's fine.
somebody something Barry Evans would say. We don't trust you.
No, sorry to let you guys down. No, I'm definitely not Barry
it
Evans.
Barry
That's,
It's alright. Can we help you with anything? Are you hungry? Do you need a map? Anything?
no, I think I'm good actually. I just come to see what you guys are about. I actually found a map and
Alright, good.
saw your location marked on here, so I've got to come and check you guys out. I
Yeah,
think I've
so
met a
we're the
couple of you guys
woodsman.
before. Yeah.
Alright. My name's Whiskey. This is our little embassy. So basically, we are a neutral group, and we try to help everyone that comes here, be it medical assistance, food, water, information, whatever you desire or
Yeah,
need.
nice. Apart from
unless-
fireflies, I take it.
Yes.
Unless you're a firefly, then we again kindly ask you to fuck off. Everyone
Like
else is
the
very
message.
welcome.
Yeah, it actually scared the shit out of me. I was just like minding my own business, and then I don't know what you
Yeah.
guys were using. Was it megaphone or something like that?
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
megaphone.
Oh mate, I nearly jumped out my skin. I was like, where the hell is that coming from? What happened with the fireflies then? Dare I ask?
Well, we
They're
asked that
spreading false
ourselves. What happened with them?
Oh, you don't know yourselves, do you? Yeah, I
They're
bumped into them
spreading
'cause they're not
propaganda.
too... Oh, okay.
They're just spreading lies about us and trying to get other groups to you know, be against us, which miserably fails. But yeah.
Yeah.
So if you come
Yeah,
across
well,
any
I-
notes that's talk bad about the woodsmen, it's very, very highly likely propaganda from the fireflies.
Yeah.
Could you
Yeah.
could you do me a favor?
Yeah, absolutely. What is it?
On the street there, it looks like there is a note lying on the ground, directly there on the street.
Note on the road.
Yeah.
Try and give you a little cover. To the right, to the right.
You're right.
That really sucked if someone shot him then.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want it?
Does it say anything?
Is it a note?
I think it's just a bit of paper. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, sorry for that.
Alright.
I was
We thought
intrigued.
that
I
was
was like,
another.
what? No. I was intrigued to know what it was. I was wondering whether it was the fireflies left you something when you said about it. But no, it's just a bit of paper.
Yeah, they're too big of cowards to come down here and leave a note.
Yeah, because they're not too far away from here either, are they? Like, it's literally just up the...
Just
up the hill.
enough poster.
Yeah. Is there anything I can help
Here's,
you guys with?
here's a good one for you. Why
Yeah.
do fireflies stink like shit?
I can hazard a guess the answer.
Because they live
Is that-
in poo, sir.
Oh, yeah. Like it. Oh dear. Right, I think I'm gonna get on my way, but it's nice to meet you guys.
You sure you
Yeah,
don't
it's
need
lovely to
anything?
meet you.
Any fish?
Yeah, no, I'm
Take
good.
it-
I literally just cooked some up myself. Actually, I was
Take
thinking
at
to
least
ask...
one bit of Prigorowski's finest.
Oh, okay. I can't say no to that.
No, 'cause we'll shoot you.
There you go. Freshly caught.
I meant to ask you guys because I'm trying to look at making a little dwelling for myself somewhere. Do you guys like have a rule or anything about building close by, or?
I think if you just let us know, we'd be happy to have you. People
Yeah,
do try
absolutely.
to shoot at us from the hills, so if you do a little bit west, you might be safer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I haven't got any stuff to build yet, but I'm just looking for a little dwelling. Like, yeah, I rocked up a
Yeah.
couple of weeks ago on the coast. Just want somewhere to call home, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought I'd better ask you guys rather than just setting up camp or somewhere
Yeah.
in your territory.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
Yeah,
what I mean?
it's generally a good idea to ask you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'll catch you about, I suppose.
Yeah. If you ever need anything, just pop by. There should always be somebody here. We'll help you out with whatever we can if we've
Always
got it.
welcome.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, likewise. You know, if you guys need anything, I'm out on my travel and I find something. Yeah, just let us know.
M4s, 60 round mags, M79s, grenades, anything like that is quite handy at the moment.
Vega. I want a Vega.
Nothing to do with the feud with the Fireflies.
Yeah,
or was it,
no.
Oh no.
But
No.
You've probably
No,
found
not at all.
you've probably found that things can be quite difficult to find. I'm only joking about that. I mean, we are starting to gear up. I'm not going to lie,
Yeah,
but our normal role is just shotguns and pistols. We normally give more guns out than we have upstairs. Like if you didn't have one and we had a spare pistol, we'd give you a pistol quite happily with some rounds to protect yourself from the dogs. And that's anybody coming through. You know, not because you know we try and help everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, I've got this. If you guys want it, I've got this CR 527, but I've got no rounds for it, and no mag or anything. So if you guys want it, you're more than welcome to have it. If you've got ammo and mags and stuff,
I think we can give you a mag. I think we can give you a mag. I don't think we've got any ammo. Yeah, I mean, we might give you a couple of rounds. I haven't got any 7.6239, but we've definitely got a mag upstairs. We may be able to give you.
If you come through this door, then find our little gate over here. I can hand you.
Oh, you got something, Bucky?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh man, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Now we've got you. Drop all your shit.
Yeah. Drop your pants. Oh, nice.
But that'll have get started with it. At least defend yourself from some dogs, maybe.
Yeah, man, they're savage. I didn't even know there was dogs around here.
Oh, yeah.
I just got absolutely swarmed by
They're
them.
really dangerous. They can kill you with one bite if they get you in the head.
Yeah. No, they're not fun. That's for certain. I thought they were. I wasn't sure. Just completely like stupidity. I wasn't sure whether they were friendly. I was like, oh look, a dog, and then all of a sudden,
Can I pet it?
yeah.
Can I pet that dog?
Yeah, it's so cute. Oh dear. Yeah, thank you guys. Anyway, I really appreciate it. I'll be sure to check in again at some point.
It's great to meet you. Hope you have safe travels.
Yeah, safe travels, guys. Hope it goes well with the Fireflies. Take care, man.
Good luck out there.
Take care, Barry.
So I couldn't even do an effective hold up. I just oh please drop your stuff. Come on, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Just drop your stuff, will you? No. Oh, all right then. Can I give you anything? Do you need anything? When you just hold me up a minute ago? Yeah, but that's not what I normally do. Yeah, I reckon going down, cause we're going to have a restart in a few minutes, and I reckon going down, potentially going through the Hillary and then the west coast, even if it's just going down, bumping into them, just to show that we're not. I'll suggest that when we see who wakes up, we'll just suggest that. Yeah, I think if we, I know you might, but I don't. Again, I'll see whoever wakes up after this one. We'll just see who, if they just want to go west. I mean, I don't know if that's any riskier than going anywhere else, realistically. Oh, thank you, thank you.
As I said, I think the people that are residing there have no problems with us coming through.
Yeah, as long as we're not like looting the
Wait.
towns.
Wait, I will shoot it open. Wait,
Yeah,
stand still.
I'm hoping there'll be a restart. I'm hoping there'll be a restart, and I wake up on the coast, and that'll be your blood on my hand, my blood on your hands. Yeah, I can keep running for another 20 minutes. No, it's another 5 minutes.
Stand still.
No,
Stand
that's
still.
going to be your fault for shenanigans. If I wake up on the coast and all my stuff disappears, it's going to be your fault. I can keep going.
Just a word.
I can keep
word
going.
of advice, Rusty. If you go west and you're near Eclipse, don't shoot any flares.
Yeah. Ta-da!
Magic.
Yeah, as if by magic.
It's some kind of magic.
Oh.
You know you can catch items midair.
I'm trying. Coming in too fast.
Things got really
mean-
bad rigor mortis.
Oh, this was his dead.
Yeah, I'll see whoever wakes up. I mean, I'll go with a general consensus. I mean, I don't know if it's. I think for potentially hitting convoys, you know, and getting
Convoys?
and seeing Eclipse and stuff like that, even if it's just and the Legionnaires, just to say hello. I don't know.
I don't go to Eclipse.
I was stood up. Would be cool if you could cut the tail off and put it on the truck, you know, as a little mental.
Yeah, put it on the radio aerial. Oh, we just had a freshie running up to Pooster by the looks of it. There was a freshie at the well. I don't know if he's running up to Pooster or he's hiding behind a tree. I'm not sure. The tree by the well. He's running up the hill to Pooster. To your left. To your left. You can just see him running up the hill. Yeah, so he's running up towards the row of trees in the field. There's a little group of trees in the field. Can you see where he is? No, left. Where the power lines are. black t-shirt he had on, completely fresh.
Didn't see him.
I think I'm gonna have a little nap.
What?
We got the restart in like 1 minute. Hopefully we'll get in and we'll see about going down the coast. There we go. So we'll just shut everything down. I definitely think it's going to be the weekends that are the usual activities, as in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think is when most people can, you know, confirm that they can be on. And that is, like I say, the two different, completely different, you know, days you can get. Obviously, we're in the base. Obviously, we bumped into a few people. We've been up north. You can have so many. You can decide what you're going to do and try and get it. You know, try and get guns. Try and meet other groups, as well as try not to get shot. Yeah. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. We'll see who wakes up. We'll see who wakes up and see. Yeah, I think it might be, well, there's no, I think it's potentially safer than going up north. we'll see who wake up, because there could be a plan. There might be something in the mix that we're not aware of yet that we might be doing. So we'll wait. If not, I've got no dramas heading. I might take the Pioneer instead of the big boy gun, because I'd rather use that if we were sniping. Because the guys might even need picking up in a boat, depending which way they've come. Here we are, loading in. I take it, is that dogs?
Yeah, yeah.
I literally woke up to hear the shot. So you know, when we tell people to get upstairs, get on that thing, because sometimes, obviously, these guys were already in before me, and the dogs were already here, and you can sometimes get jumped by them, because that moment that you're looking around to see what's going on, that's when they jump you. So they were just shooting the dogs. And that it. And it is one of them things that that's the same as wolves. Sometimes you'll spawn into an area where they can appear, but because there's like a moment, a few seconds before you're actually able to.
Hey Josh, I can't place those back on the ledge, the straps.
We're just shooting at dogs and stuff, right?
Just dogs.
Or
There is a backpack in that field, a sling bag that somebody's dropped on the grass. That might have been that.
probably empty.
Canceling when I try.
Yeah, so there's always that momentary, and it's the same with wolves. Like you say, you can spawn in, and they could have howled just as you were spawning in, and you don't hear them, and all of a sudden they're on top of you. And it is the same as gas zones. The flare could be up now, and you wouldn't see it. You'd see a slightly red tinge if you were looking carefully, but if you just spawned in and you're like in your inventory and checking stuff, you may not see it. And the next thing you hear is the gas impact coming. And it's not as bad if you know where you are, because you're able to then run the right direction out of the middle, if you know what I mean. But if you don't know where you are, you could actually be running further into the gas, because I believe there is you do get cut, you do start to bleed, but there is a period of time where you get out. Because I think if you try and bandage, you get cut again before you.
Those firefly armbands would make a good spermalopping.
Ah, welcome in, OG Mr. Snow. We're just deciding on what to do. See who's waking up, and then we're going to decide on the safest course of action. I'm sort of keen to go west and just try and hit those, you know, because if you haven't got your guns out going through, this is famous last words, this is, if you haven't got your guns out running through Komarovo or Bolota, Komarovo,
that'd be just for you, good sir.
and Kamenka. You've got the opportunity of potentially find. I think just so normally it's just things like maps, any sort of like freshy supplies that we can get to give out, you know, sewing kits. Obviously normal routine, that is that like that we tend to fill the tents up, or if people have got stuff they can't carry, put them in the tents over there for somebody else. But it's always good to hold on to stuff sometimes, because you never know when it's going to be handy. And the way I done it when I ran solo for a couple of months, when you spoke to groups, and find out like if there's anything particular, because obviously the shooty groups.
Sure.
Was that us? Is it?
It's
Hey, yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
yeah.
You get like shooty groups, epoxy, or 4 dials epoxy and nails. I think are the most valued items. Plate, if you can find it. If you can find like a military event, plates are quite handy with a lot of the groups, especially the shooty groups.
Right, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Night whiskey.
Yeah, have a good one. I just need to see who else, wakes up. Unless there's anything planned. Obviously, I'm not going to go by myself. Although I came back last night by myself, it was dark, and I'm not stripping off. You know, if I die, I'll probably do a loot up north as I am, obviously. But yeah, I'm not stripping off armbands and stuff like that to go looting on the sly. That's not how we should roll. Yeah, have you managed to travel far yet? Have you bumped into any other groups? I mean, it's amazing where you can bump into the groups, like when we bumped into the clowns near Tizzy en masse, you know, not one or two. There was you know, a big group. Sometimes, you know, it can be the best, you know, the best method of travelling around up there. You might get pot shots, you know, people might take pot shots at you, but generally, if they're solo, they may generally try and keep out your way. Yeah. So I spent. I was here just before the wipe, and that was winter. So there's a winter time, so the map's a little bit colder. Not as cold as Sakal, but still colder. And I just travelled around, just trying to bump into the groups or stand away from the groups. Now, if I was to knowing what I know now, I'd have probably approached more groups than I did, but I just, like you, I kept out of the way. I travelled around all the map. I think the only place I didn't go was Tizzy. I skirted the airfield a couple of times. Not sure if I done Vibe or VMC. Sorry, I'm not sure if I done VMC, but I used to go Krasno, that little military just to the north of Krasno. I found plates, defender vests, all sorts of stuff. But you find quite quickly to either get used to what you're carrying, because you'll find stuff that you just can't carry, and it's such a shame that you can't, you know, you either try and bury it, which is always an option. Building an improvised shelter like these, but people find them all the time. Mine was found. I had mine up there in the trees, and these guys found it by accident pretty much straight away. I knew somebody had found it because my PU scopes had swapped from worn to damaged or badly damaged, so I knew somebody had found it. But as we were running past it one time, I said I had a bait. Oh, it was your shelter. They found it, yeah, quite quickly. I think I was speaking to somebody yesterday that was talking. I think might have been talking about building bases on console. It's just trying to find something that is easy to get in without getting seen and easy to get out, and making sure you got like enough logs close by to build your posts and get boards from, because that's another thing. You need the right tree to get logs, and if people see fallen trees or plank piles that are missing planks, they tend to. I always do it. I don't know if you've seen me. If I come across a plank pile, I'll just run up to it and see if there's still 252 planks in the pile. If there's less than that, that means somebody's been having them away. So sometimes people will drive down in a car to somewhere else and fill the car up, and then drive off. But sometimes that means they've just chopped them up and they're quite close. Yeah, so you can look at all stuff like that. But yeah, this character I had, he'd been alive for 14 days until, and again, that's not, like I say, that's not saying that as some sort of, premiere life. I weren't really shooting people. I was mainly living in here and running around the map a bit, and I died to friendly-ish fire, if there's such a thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, these guys are obviously AFK at the minute. I think I'll leave the Pioneer. I'll take the Pioneer, I think. Or do I take this gun with me? I mean... it'll come, I think, yeah, if we leave the town, you need it with you. Because if it comes to the point, say, people are sniping in the tree line, and I've, you know, got this, you stand a far better chance of being able to at least fight them off. Whereas a Pioneer at that distance, unless they're completely naked freshy, you're not going to do much to them. Unless you headshot them. We've got man down there. It's Josh, I think. Yeah, it's one of the wild dogs. That 10 times zoom scope whenever it appears is going to be quite tasty on a DMR or a VS98. Yeah, the SV98, VS98 is going to be the... I think that's the most powerful at the moment until they do some wizardry on it, but yeah, that's the most powerful at the moment. And the thing is, with the queues, you have to get in. Like, if you're getting something to eat, you have to get in and then go AFK like this. Because if you get the queue wrong, you're never getting in. Or you've got an extremely long wait to get in. I want to go. I want to go west. It's not that far. It's not, yeah, it's not that far to run. Enough where we are to go through there and back. Not far at all. And I'm sure there is a chance of a heli Yeah, it's not far to go. Yeah, Kamenka and Komarovo. That's the lighthouse there. So you've got the Kamenka dock, you've got a police event there, you've got the military event where the lighthouse is, you've got the train at Komarovo. I think you've got the train to the west of Kamenka as well, on that bridge there. Bolota military convoy, and then the gas station you've got police convoy. So there's quite a few you can there's quite a few that you can get, be fortunate with. But I'm the only one awake at the moment. Oh, there's 2 people here. I mean, before this, I would have gone on by myself. Now I know that we've got a reasonable reputation with them. Well, I haven't seen any of the clips since they shot me out of the boat. Is that a leather kit? I think it is. Yeah, got a leather kit in the crane. But how clear the sky is, that is Operation Certain Death for a leather kit. But it might be worth it. Ah, there's a leather kit in the crane. You can see it in the basket there. Operation Certain Death. Don't take your boots off. Don't take your boots off. There is, but everything's a bit more difficult to get hold of. And you can be unlucky. Somebody could have just gone through before you went through. And there's not a lot there normally anyway, because they want you to work for the stuff. So it isn't, a lot of it isn't easy to get hold of. So we came back through that way, and our normal role, say we don't normally worry about gun. We'll normally have, if we find one, that'll be Jonas or Wade and Josh. They'll go up north and come across a heli crash, and they might bring down a VSS, or they might go into the gas zone and find something else. But normally, for my normal is a CR and a shotgun. We don't wear plates normally. I may, and because 76239 is relatively easy to find in small quantities. I think I found some in the car around here, so that's probably the best for ammunition availability. But as soon as you go for like Mosin ammo, it's a big risk to get 308. And look, I've got what have I got on me? I've got 16 rounds, and that was because we went up to, I think a guy gave me 3 of them. I found 3 when we went up to the summer camp, and the rest we just scavenged on the way back down. So I don't think I've found a box of ammunition. You normally find them in 2s and 3s. I think heli crashes. Hello, hello. There we go. Well done. Free leather kit.
Did somebody run into the trap yesterday?
The what?
Did somebody run into the trap yesterday?
No, he saw it instantly.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, and that is the thing. It's
Like, oh, Bucky.
I think if you go to the military places, you might find it, but you can go through just after a group or two's gone through and there's nothing. So it is a big risk versus reward. You know, and yes, a lot of people know where to look. They know where not to look. And you think the server's full, and a lot of the shooty groups are competing with each other for the same real estate. You know, and we tend to stay out of it because we're down here. We've got the little military on the hill, but you might find pistols and a bit of pistol ammo. The very rare or odd 5.56, but generally it'll be like 3 or 4 rounds of 45. But again, you got the summer camp up there,
Bucky,
so
Bucky.
you find 308 up there, and bits and pieces, hunting scopes, PU scopes, but it's just hit and miss.
Wonder if Boom Boom made it home. Were you here when he stopped by?
Not. We saw him last night up at Tizzy.
Oh, well, he found his way back here, and we gave him some food and everything. Sleep in one of the containers.
Oh, right. I think Beer Dog would make quite a good Boom Boom imitator.
Oh, really?
Just by how depressed he always sounds. But just imagine, if you imagine Beer Dog with a gravelly voice.
Yeah, I can't really do voices.
Yeah, there's the same sort of. He'll have the same sort of tone to his voice. I mean, so I don't know if there's any plan. Should we just go to the military to the west, or is that? I mean, there's a chance of getting quite.
Well, I was thinking after I finish waking up, I'm gonna do a crackhead run.
Right.
Those are always quite fun to do.
So I've got the wanderlust now, but I'm not going by myself. It's just too big a risk. Oh, definitely worth having. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As I think he's confused, or he's transitioning, one of the two. I'm not 100% sure, because you never know with him. Yeah, 2-2 is always handy to have, but what I tend to find, it's the same with crossbows, you tend to, because you've got it, you tend to try and use it more when as a solo. It's unless you're clearing a heli, which I'd highly recommend. You know, if you're going to be quick clearing a heli, by all means, yeah, shoot away with your silenced pistol or your 2-2. But you sometimes find, because you've got it, you'll try and shoot the zombies when you could probably just go round them. But because you've got it, you think, well, I'll just pop them with a pistol, and that's when you miss that shot. Or with a crossbow, you miss the infected, and you can't reload, and all hell breaks loose. But yeah, Bucky's I think we'll all have an identity crisis. He hasn't got much of one. He hasn't got much of one at all. That's what I think the issue with him transition. If he gets naked, I don't know if he'll get naked, but the side profile there's nothing there. You know, I can't say anything. I lost to Worm. So I suppose the next thing is for me and Eric the Great to have a bulge off, because there needs to be a pecker order, or a pecking order, to who's second and third, because at the moment we know who's first, but I just don't think he, from what I saw, he hasn't got much to shout about. He hasn't got much at all. But that could be I'd say that could be the next event, couldn't it? Yeah, you can definitely, with most pistols, you can headshot people and knock them on con if they haven't got any. Well, even if I think they've got head protection on, if you hit them from close enough range, you can knock them on con. So it is always, they are handy to have if you've got one. And I think 2-2 is generally, you can, as long as you're not using it in. The only problem is with the dogs, it takes so many to take down if you get the dogs. Yeah, your 2-2, your 2-2 pecker. Yeah, we can have a. That'll be something to suggest. Have a bulge off event, but it won't be inclusive, will it? That'll only be certain. You know, I'll have to hold the coats or something, or collect tickets, because I can't even compete. Which I'm also quite interested, the fact that I believe a naked worm looks the same as my character, so they must have enhancements up at Green Mountain. It must be the air or the altitude make things, you know, improve stuff. Yeah, see if there's matching collar and cuffs. But we can't get the underwear off, that's the problem. So we don't really know what's down there, because none of us, male or female, are able to take our underwear off, so we don't actually know, you know, what we are. He could be, you know, he could be smuggling something down there. It could be like a little hunter's pouch. Yeah, definitely like a Ken doll. Yeah. Probably, yeah. If we take your trousers off, there's probably like a made in China or something across your arse cheeks. I want to go exploring, but I also want to be able to hear in case anybody turns up. Yeah, because I think, again, I'll defer to anybody, but I think going that way with the armbands on and everything, we stand a better chance of not getting into trouble.
Are you getting antsy or something?
Say again?
Are you getting antsy?
No. I just...
Really want to lose that bad?
This is when we get shot at. We get grenaded in the base. Look, there we go. Like you can see, look, the bulge. Look. So from the front, I'm just checking. Hang on, before you
Take the
start.
mask off.
Before you start, I just need to check something. Yeah, I think Josh is a clear winner here. I think is a clear winner. But then the side profile. Can you just lift your arms up for me, please? The side profile. Well, I don't know. But your side profile, look, there's nothing there. There is. I'm not being funny. There is nothing there. Whereas, so it's not the frontal view. It's a side view that gives it away.
All right, get in here. I'm whooping your ass.
Ding ding. Big overhand right there. Yay! We have. We have a winner. Oh, you've ruined the gloves. The gloves are gone.
I'm bleeding.
That's how we keep ourselves entertained in the apocalypse.
That did cost 2 boxing gloves.
Yeah, so the boxing gloves don't. They're purposely done so you don't.
Oh no,
take,
they're fine.
No, there's a pair. There's a pair that's ruined. Yeah, there's pairs that's ruined there. But yeah, you they're done so you don't physically take damage, but you can get knocked out. So they're quite a good thing to have in an event.
Did you hit me over the head with your bulge or something? What the hell?
Why have you got a funny taste in your mouth? No, I'm ginger and proud. I am. There's nothing about hiding anything. Ginger and proud. I think it's what GAP stands for.
Smile, let me take a picture. Rusty, can you help out? Let me get my camera. Smile. Oh God, look up.
Yeah, so you can do facial expressions on this one as well. So you can be happy, sad, evil. I think it's probably on the emote wheel somewhere. Facial, so you can do all these. Neutral, anger, confused, disgusted, fear, happy, laughter, joy, pain, sadness, spook, surprise. So you got all facial expressions in your face.
Oh, and the drugs.
Look quite happy there.
Freshie at the well. Just gone behind the watermelon house. Yeah.
If you put your mask back on and you hold your M muscle.
Yeah, complete Freshie, black t-shirt, yellow hard hat. Let me get the... loud hailer. Welcome to Woodsman territory.
Firefly, a firefly.
Is it?
Yellow helmet. Oh no, armband. Yeah, okay.
If you need any supplies or any assistance, please come over to the embassy. We'll try and help you out. Yeah, I hadn't until when you see people, some of them look really, really weird. But obviously you don't, I think you can see your own face if you do this. I think it does change this one. But yeah, some of them you ought to try it. And there's, again, I'm learning stuff every day about the server, you know, little things that just add value to your character, you know. If you want to be an angry character, you know, you can have constant, like, facial expression.
And my mask, why don't you put it on, man?
Wrong one.
What?
There's another one similar.
What? That's awesome. Leave it on, please. Leave it on.
That might be Jacko, you know.
Wish I could put the goggles behind. Change the eye color. Can with that mask. I'm pretty...
Oh. Again, if they're new, they can feel quite intimidated. But I'm not sure you needed to log out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I've seen one of those, and it would be
Bus?
again.
Yes.
It's again. I'm never against any any
There's some-
mods or servers
here
because
we
again,
go.
but I
Find
just
some red.
think all you do is like
Oh,
log out, and
yeah.
if it didn't work
One
when
more
you
time.
logged out, you're then having to like go essentially AFK until you regen. So I'm just not sure how it works, or if yeah. I'm not sure how it would work, as in if like time accelerates, like in some games, like on Return
Very
to
good.
Moria, when you went to sleep, it just accelerated the time, and you woke up like 10 seconds later, and it's like 8 hours later or something. I just don't know how that would work, or how long you'd have to sleep for. And if it's only like for 2 minutes, it's I don't know how it fits in, if you know what I mean. Hello, hello.
Howdy.
Oh, hello, hello. So I did play a server that had it was hardcore PvE.
Welcome back, buddies.
Hello, hello.
Greetings,
Good.
greetings.
I really like the music.
Yeah, it was hardcore PvE, so you couldn't block the zombies.
Check out the spoils.
You couldn't block the zombies. So even if you blocked them, they still managed to hit you, and you would again get the infection, and you had to find.
You like it?
Oh, yeah.
You had to find. You had to get an infected zombie brain. You had to find a microscope. You had to find something else, and a needle, and then you basically had to go to a hospital, get like the serum.
I think we can fix that wall now.
And I didn't know about it because I never read too much about it. And if you leave it too long, you keep getting a message saying, "I don't feel well. I don't feel well." You need to find a cure.
Which
They would
one?
they would give you little hints.
That one for the.
But and I started giggling. So obviously I'd got the sickness.
Oh, you guys fixed it.
And there was just a random giggle.
Oh, no, you fixed it?
It was not
Look,
the giggle.
I
It was
really
like the
haven't boxed
zombie growl. But I was making it. I thought it was a glitch, but I was slowly turning into, the infected because they had given me the sickness, given me the infection.
Shit.
That was
Josh,
interesting.
Look at
My
that hem.
epoxy.
That was interesting, but I didn't.
Look
the
up
fact
and do the
that,
mask.
the fact that you couldn't block them at all, you just couldn't block them at all. And I think they could
A
bash
little
down
lower.
doors as well. I think they could bash down doors. So if you shut them in, they would just bash their way out.
You guys need food?
Oh, food.
And it was interesting. It's interesting, but there's no way I would have found. I went to all the hospitals I could find to try and find a microscope and stuff like that, but I couldn't.
Thank you, Wade. Oh man, how many did you kill?
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of people put a lot of effort into making the servers like work with stuff like that. Because I've seen ones where you can get concussion. If you get hit if you get blunt force trauma, so you get concussion where you're a bit more dopey.
Oh, it's gone.
Mosen's 308, right?
No, 76245.
54.
Oh, I've got 76239 on
Yeah.
me.
There's another.
You're right.
Oh, I didn't know there was armor-piercing rounds.
Oh yeah, those are the hitter.
Yeah. So they've just been for a little trip up north and come back with bits and pieces.
Those chew a plate carrier up.
I really love that fucking mask. I don't love your smile though. Creeps the shit out of me.
You said it was fixed. I don't know if it is fixed.
No, the back.
Yeah, then let's fix it.
Hey, who's the other kid?
That
Get off this leather.
start
Let's
organizing.
fix it.
Does anybody want a pristine crossbow?
Give me the nails. Where's the code? No, we don't need.
Yeah, I think for me, again talking about like vanilla game and not like heavily modded. I think the zombie AI for me would be the thing I'd want sorted before any other like base building mechanics, car stuff. Again, I'm not a programmer or a mod or anything like that. I don't know how easy it is. It can't be that easy. Genuinely can't be that easy to make it work. Otherwise, I think they would have done it a long time ago. But it's just, yeah, the pathways and stuff like that. A little bit for, when they don't know which one to go for. There's like 4 of you standing around and they just keep turning around in a circle, or they do the thing where they're jumping over the fence but they don't jump over it and they're there for like 5 minutes trying to clear the fence. And that's what I think a lot of people think. A lot of people want different things added to the game without sorting out some of the things that are, problematic for everybody, or it can be problematic for everybody. Yeah, I think the zombie, the AI, how they react. Like they can't seem to find the entrance into the door. You're stood in the doorway, or just you need them to come in, and they're like stood there in front of you, like trying to find the pathway to get inside the building. Which ways did you guys come back from?
Basically, Starry and Starry and.
I mean, I don't know about right now, but have you ever done like a run just west, like the reverse we done back, just to the military and back, and potentially?
That's usually. Yeah, usually that's my way. That's how I go up to Orth.
Yeah.
For this military, and then take the train track.
Yeah. But I think
it's a fun run.
Yeah.
For sure.
And also potentially because we're on reasonably good terms with Eclipse, even if I was just going past and saying hello on the way and then just turn around and coming back, if if we're stuck for something to do that's not as far as going up north, but you can hit all those things and potentially get some good loot. I know that's probably contested over.
It's gotta see who's got the bigger dog, I guess.
Yeah.
I usually don't have too many problems out there on that route.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, and I haven't looked at it for a while, but that's where I survive can really be handy if you, because if you run past a military spawn, you remember it for next time. But when you look on the map of potential spawns, if you never come across, same as heli spawns, we used to religiously farm them up north. You could start off, there was a thing just on the outskirts of Servergrad, you could do a big loop all the way round, like to the summer camp down to Vibor VMC, and do a big loop, and you could hit loads of them. And once you knew where they were, you knew where to look, because I forget which patch it was, but I think it might have been the US helicopters and never used to smoke. It was either the Russian ones didn't or the US ones didn't. There was one group, this is unofficial, that didn't smoke. So you had to know where they were, because you could now you could see the smoke for quite a distance out, but you couldn't back then. You had to know where they spawned. So if they spawned, say where that hay bale is, you would know just to give it a quick look, and you'd see it from a distance. But yeah, they never. There was, I'm sure it was one group of helicopters didn't spawn, didn't smoke, didn't spawn smoking. And on Livonia in the forest, that was particularly difficult to try and find them, because some fields would be like waist high brush you're running through, and you just, I think a couple of times I came across military zombies that were the heli before I even found the heli. I still get excited now when I see a heli, and they can be so hit and miss, because you've got the military convoys, you've got heli crashes, train events. I think the loot now is, and the crates in the airfield, the dynamic loot crates in the airfield, the loot is so spread now on vanilla settings, or officially type vanilla settings. The loot is so spread now, it's difficult, but I think it's good to be able to get, if you can still get MVGs at the crates on the airfield. Again, I wouldn't put them on my head until it was dark. A lot. It can be a lot. So even on, I'd always say, although we did find a guy at Moschino Tents yesterday, and he said, whoa, 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 and he ran off. We weren't going to shoot him anyway, but I would say any military place, any military convoy, heli crashes are pretty much KOS for most people. Or they'll wait for you to loot everything, and then snipe you as you get out of the field. Quite high, it can be quite high, but you'll be surprised though. Sometimes you might be the only one in the area. So you give it a quick overwatch. If the zombies are still up, that's a very good indication, but then they can also respawn, so it can be a false indication. So you can use a bit of game, knowledge. So if there's dead Zeds, there's almost certainly no point in trying to loot it. That being said, they may have left something. We got another freshie at the well. Yeah, got another freshie at the well. Welcome to the Woodsman territory. If you need any assistance or supplies, please make your way over to the Yellow Crane and we'll see if we can help you out. And the worst thing you can do, what used to happen, this is where I got caught out on PvE settings, on a PvE server, there's no KOSing whatsoever. So you would stand on top of the helicopter just shooting zombies, and you try and do that on any other server.
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Where are you?
I'm now coming down.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. We've got a few bits and pieces. I've got a water bottle for you. Let me just...
Oh, you're poking. Oh,
It's a boom boom. No boom boom. You look
yeah, I
kinda,
know I look like shit. I gotta get home real quick. We got stuff going on. You got some food? I just need food. That's all I need.
So that's boom boom. I haven't, but that does happen.
Ooh, thank you.
So that's boom boom from the clowns. So he's obviously, they've got stuff happening, so he needs to get back to Green
boom
Mountain.
boom.
Yeah, it's boom boom.
Boom boom.
Yeah.
It's not my mask. I'll wear it for now, though.
Take this as well.
Ooh, thank you.
Now you look like a real woodsman.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, kind of. Use his face.
I felt like a real woodsman when I was shooting those fireflies the other day.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that was so fun. We should do that stuff more often, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was good fun. Sorry to just come in and steal food, but we got some important shit happening right now. So I really gotta go.
What's happening?
But I really appreciate it, boys. I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
What's happening? You mind sharing everything, or?
Secret clown business.
It travels boom boom.
Yeah, we got our own firefly situation. Let's just say that.
Yeah, they're at war with 506.
Yeah.
Possibly,
Alright, thanks, guys.
possibly Dam.
See
Again, secret clown stuff. So again, they don't want to say too much. But yeah, with the freshies, and this is a tactic that some of the groups may use. They'll send a freshie in to lure us out, and then shoot us, in the back, or they run in. So we have to be a bit careful. But it's so difficult if you're really invested in trying to help. Like Boom Boom there is Dark Carnival, so he's the clowns. We don't care, we're quite friendly with them. They bumped into us yesterday at near Tizzy, left us alone. Obviously, robbed the other guy. But with the clowns, you never know what personality you're going to get, even though you might know the person, and they're so good at doing it. Obviously, Boom Boom, I heard it as his voice straight away. So we got no questions. So they're probably giving him a gun or bits and pieces to help him get back to whatever they're getting up to. And that's what we're here to do. And that's why I think we're liked by some groups and tolerated by the ones that don't like us as such, unless our friends up on the hill. But we're tolerated by the other ones because, we don't really possess them any threat whatsoever, or pose them, any threat whatsoever. and they can, like here, he would almost certainly get back, no problem, because you literally run straight up there or wherever their shenanigans are going on. But by having a little bit of food, he doesn't have to stop. He can get back to wherever he died or wherever the shenanigans are going on, and I appreciate that. You know, it's just the time it takes to get food together, you know, to get back, whereas now he can run straight back, and we do that for everybody. You know, regardless of what the Fireflies, what rumours the Fireflies are, you know, about other stuff, that's what we're here for. Either new people just washed up off the coast, or people who need to get back. Well, and that's what some of the people find difficult, is we try not to judge anybody. And like if we've got an SKS, if we had spare SKS, not that we have at the moment, we'd give them an SKS. You know, if we got a shotgun, we'd give them a shotgun. Because quite often we don't hold much at all. You know, we've got a bit more now because of what's going on, but we generally don't hold much, and we give stuff away because we don't need it. We do need it a bit more now. And all that's done is saved him some time. That's all that is. Well, I think, again, this is where, because I'm still a baby in the server, and I will probably keep saying that for the next year or so, but a lot of the groups, so Worm, so Gideon and Couch, possibly Wade as well, they knew Worm when he was a mango who couldn't speak. So communicating through like notes, sign language, and whenever he was down here, they would help him out. So he knew who we were, but we never knew he was. And then when he became a clown, a bit like Doggy Tots, when he found his voice or got his voice, Worm came back and was like, I got so much to say. I think there is a Swiss flag. There is a Swiss flag as well. I think there's a UK one, Swiss, German. I think there's a Ukraine type coloured one, I believe. And there may be other ones as well in the game. So all these start off as flags, and you can cut them up to make armbands. So I think there are quite a few. Canadian, I've definitely seen a Canadian one. So there's all sorts of different nationalities that, if you can find them. But yeah, and that's where, so Worm, I'm not saying they wouldn't rob us. They would if you got them on the wrong day, or the wrong, because you know, quite often the wrong voice is in the clown that day, and they'll go through their usual clown stuff, you know. But I think if you, even with FL and things like that, if we've given them food and stuff in the past, that may stop them from killing us. They probably still rob us, but that may stop them from killing us or taking more than they need. That's why, like, I'd be reluctant to, unless I died and was on the coast. As soon as I got this on, I wouldn't be taking it off, because it'll probably save your life more than it'll get you killed. Apart from, again, our friends up on the hill. I think a couple of times FL has killed one of our guys because they shot from a distance, but as soon as they saw the armband, they actually patched up Jonas, gave him the gear back, and sent them on their way because they didn't quite see the armband. So it can save your life. Yeah, exactly that. If it was, well, you just never know. That's the thing. If we upset them or something went down, without a doubt. But then that's the difficulty of trying to stay neutral. Is you know, you can't really take sides, and we don't. We'll help anybody that needs it, even cannibals. So even you get, whereas I think Eclipse are really against cannibalism, understandably, and I think they may have a shoot on sight policy. With anybody with the giggles, I believe, but we understand, and I'll use the example of Tyler. I haven't seen him for a while, but Tyler, he ran with the clowns for a bit, and I think he got fed human meat. So obviously he wasn't a cannibal, but he got kuru because he had eaten human meat. But he was living with being a cannibal, obviously not eating humans anymore, but he got force-fed meat. And he said, no, I'm living out, you know, this time, and if I happen to wake up on the coast again, that's different, but I'm not forcing that issue. I'll try and survive, you know, with kuru. And so if you hear people with the giggles, some of them will be cannibals, but some of them may have been force-fed meat. But and again, you're right with the organic stuff, because the battle we had there, the first thing I knew about it when we were actually planning it at the event, because they invited us to Doggy Tot's like celebration, and it just escalated. It just escalated from there. Yeah, just escalated from there, and that was something that happened. Like, you know, I'm clicking my fingers, but you can't hear it. Just happened like that. And if I hadn't have, like with Boom Boom coming through then, if I hadn't have spoken to Doggy Tots, we wouldn't have got the invite. You know, or he wouldn't have asked us to go. And it was so many, you know, random things can happen. There are, and I will say, there are some like organised events that they advertise on in the Discord, and that's, you know, that'll be like that will be planned, but the events that unfold from that won't be. You know, there might, like the event we had at the House of Hope, that was planned, and no shenanigans happened, but it could have. I think they did shoot somebody who was trying to be an evildoer. But yeah, so some events are planned, but the actual detail isn't known until, you know, if somebody decides to start shooting, they might just decide to do that. So yeah, easily. But and so I'm understanding obviously the backstories a bit more now. So that's something we would never do, ever. You know, we don't KOS, but with them, I'm getting a better understanding, because they're obviously spreading propaganda, and stirring, you know, stirring up a lot of trouble, misinforming people. To the point now you know, I think the last note I saw was, you know, Gideon and Wade can hand themselves in and they'll let us stay here. So they'll let us stay here. And if we want to go up there and take our armbands off, you know, they'll be okay with that. And if we don't comply, they'll start patrolling our area. So they're trying to, you know, force their way in, and even from my time here, they're not doing that. Because for one, I don't think, again, I always play devil's advocate, I don't think they're all like that, but they're in a group and they're sticking with their group. You know, some of them might not believe the propaganda themselves, because we might have even helped them occasionally, but they'll stick with their group the same as I'll stick with my group. But I don't think that even if they did push it out here, which they won't, but if they did, they wouldn't do the same job we do here. Because I've been hearing off people that you speak to, you know, potentially, you know, KOS and holding people up. Now, that's different if in Pooster, you know, they've had people shooting and they do like search people. That's not unacceptable if they don't... you know, as long as you don't rob you blind, that's not unacceptable, because 506 do that. They do a contraband check, and I think it's mainly for drugs, for weed, because they're not a fan of that. So they'll confiscate that and probably burn it, or possibly cigarettes and alcohol. I'm not sure, but yeah, they've kept pushing. So we might find a few more clowns coming past if they got something going down. Take that lockpick. Yeah, the clowns. They do such a good job. They do such a good job. And because obviously everybody knows where they live, so they must get inundated with. They must get inundated with people going up there just randomly. I think I heard a voice then. Yeah, absolutely inundated with people going up there on a pretty much a daily basis. Same as Dam, people will be in Gorka, going up to see them, and that's more than likely why you'll get KOS going into Gorka, because they probably haven't got the time to deal with random people going up there to try and see them. But then the other time you could go up there the next day and they could end up giving you a task. You just never know. Yeah, but generally, if they hadn't have been, if they hadn't have been spreading their propaganda, because we'd already been given the ultimatum at that point, if they hadn't have done that, that would have been quite a good event. Because I was actually enjoying it until the shooting started. It was an extremely fun event. Oh no, definitely, and they do it so well. I mean, that initially, and this is where I was I had misunderstood. When you hear RP, it does put a lot of people off because they think it's all. But you can be as much into it.
Does this look like I'm compensating?
Yeah, it does, unfortunately. I think you should try this one instead. That's probably more your... That's better. That's more... Yeah, that's a truer scale.
I mean, it's sleek. You can almost hardly tell it's there.
Exactly. And you certainly won't waste any of that trying to get it somewhere. That'll all...
Hello.
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 Recruit.
Hello, recruit. We're on our way down. This is Jacko.
Yeah. I want to speak to you for a moment. I've got a present as well.
Let's just...
You might like.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Josh. How are you?
How have you been?
Well,
Good,
waking
thanks.
up in Berenzino after a barrel run.
Oh yeah. I need to speak to you
Jacko.
about a couple of things today.
A Jacko.
It's
Let me
recruit.
I'll speak to you in a moment. I'll inform you about everything. 'Cause I could tell yesterday you were a bit confused.
Oh, no, I understood.
There's a bit of tension. Lucky you were there, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you want to come up into this one? Do you want to come up to this one?
Yep. Oh, hello. How are we?
Good.
It's just a little
Getting
bit.
along. Basically,
Are you on Whisper?
you know it's me, Jacko.
Are you on Whisper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know it's me, Jacko.
Yeah.
Basically,
You sound different today.
the reason why I'm named recruit at the moment is because in the recruitment role, your name is recruit.
Yeah.
You got to keep it like that.
Oh,
That's
Cruz.
the whole process of it.
The Cruz or Cruz?
Recruit.
Yeah.
A recruit.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Recruit.
Basically, as well, I've got this for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Nice.
Basically, if you weren't there at Bones Mahoney's gaff, Bones Mahoney was dying that day. Very, very lucky.
He did you chat with him afterwards? Because he sort of guessed.
I knew that he guessed it straight
Yeah.
away as well,
Yeah.
and it was sort of bad timing because I didn't know that he lived there. I was sort of patrolling the area.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I wasn't expecting anybody to be there. So basically, I was gonna go down there, see what was going on, but then I found out Bones Mahoney's living there now. So tonight, I'm gonna go down there and say hello again.
Yeah.
See how he's been getting on. See if we can sort this situation out between the both of us. Cause
Yeah.
it's not good letting it prolong.
Well,
you know what I mean?
from what I could tell, this all happened before you found your new home as well, and you were going through.
Yeah.
I didn't say any of this because obviously he said if anybody's heard of a Jacko, and then when you came in, as soon as I heard you go, hello, I was like, oh my god, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. I was like giggling to myself, and then when he went,
Yeah.
is that you, Jacko? I'm like,
Yeah.
but no,
I could tell.
Yeah.
I could tell everybody was looking at me, and I knew everybody knew it was me, but I knew that I couldn't break. You know what I mean?
No.
Because I knew if the 506 knew that if I said anything otherwise, I was definitely getting the boot, like the vibe.
Yeah, and yeah, so
Yeah.
and I didn't say anything to him, but what he was going on about is all stuff that happened before where you are now, and he's willing to talk, and again,
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, Rick.
hello.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Tristan.
Hi, Tristan.
Ah, fantastic. How are things?
I just woke up in Booster. There was like some shooting
Oh,
with some crackheads.
Someone bled out to death.
Wasn't us.
Oh no! That's not what I'm saying. I was saying specifically that was just some crackheads that were doing crackhead things. Was just not how I expected to wake up. You know, like it was very unfortunate.
You made it. You made it out of there.
Yeah. Eventually, a firefly asked me about it. Was just a. That's everything, right? Yeah, so now I'm here. And I just wanted, like, to talk a bit. Doesn't seem like anybody from the Overlook is awake right now. So I'm just coming around and talk to people.
Let me just pop right down. I'll pop down. I'll pop down.
You with the Overlook.
Jack was quite a main player now.
Guessing you with the Overlook.
Yes. You're with the 5 or 6.
Yeah. I haven't been to the Overlook. Actually, I means to go over there, say hello to anybody.
Oh, would be much appreciated. We're always welcoming.
Yeah. I know usually I've been having trouble down there, but I haven't really been down them ways.
There we go. That's the usual greeting that we give. No problem at all.
Oh, you just don't have a lovely view over there. See everything.
Yeah, that's too bad. Shit starts raining from
it was someone in chat, or someone left a comment saying they hate DayZ, but they love it. And obviously Marmite is,
underneath this roof.
You either jump.
Even looking at that hill, even though it's like inconsiderate, like it's not like fucking like amazing, but like looking at the the land and everything.
Oh, definitely. When the weather's better, you can see it's a really lovely view out to sea and to the hillside.
Nice one.
Yeah, you got like panorama windows up there.
Imagine. I know the rain while it's raining in here. It must feel so cozy.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
and we could do so much down here, but it just gets stripped out. It would just get stripped out, or people would use it to get on to the next levels, which Gideon and Couch, I think, they've done before. They've had stone ovens in here. They've had shelters. You could fence off some of the so there's only like one way in, but it would just get abused.
Oh yeah, I missed the stone oven down here.
I mean, there may be time when it comes back, but I just think that they've been here long enough to know what people can do to gain access to other levels, unfortunately.
Yep.
What is your situation with
well,
the 506 and the
so just to clarify a little, right?
Do you know that?
I personally decided that whatever is going on between you guys and the Fireflies, this is just all too non-neutral for me, right? Like, I came to the Overlook to see people as people and for who they are.
Yeah.
And I still want to come here to visit, maybe to sit down and fish and just talk.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's all we want to do with, with anybody.
Nice. No, I meant, do you know the situation between 506 and Fireflies?
They're pretty noisy up there.
Yeah. We can hear you down there.
I guess they got it.
Yeah, but and that's all I want to do, and that's why we're going to stay here. And again, I can't speak for what happened before the storm, because I wasn't part of that, but I can speak from the storm onwards, and we've had apart from them. And this is me being, you can believe it or not believe it, but I've had no, interaction with them other than bumping into them at the Overlook, and obviously a little thing that we had happen at the weekend, but that was due to the propaganda. And if you read the notes, and I think I'm understanding it more because like I think I said to you by the boat, I'm still a baby in these lands when it comes to the history and the stuff like that. But when they give you an ultimatum for two of the senior members to leave, again, I'm not asking you to take sides or to agree or disagree, but this is me like having a little event, and then we get the option to hand them in, and they will let us stay here, or if we don't hand them in, everybody will then get like an eviction notice, and they'll start patrolling our land. That's not, in my time here, that's not acceptable.
That is. I don't think there's probably a single person right now that really got everything that's going on in the full picture.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. There's always more going on than we realise. There's strings being pulled from different places, but all we want to do is help people. We don't care who runs through. If we can give them something, we will. If we can't, we won't, but we'll try and remember for next time. We're not, and I think I said, I think I said to you, but we're now having to get better guns. Normally I have a shotgun. That's all I need for what I do. But now we're having to look for, better ammunition, better guns because of what we're being forced into. Because if we don't make a stand, or we don't stand our ground, they'll just push us out of the way, or try to push us out of the way. So we're not going to stand for it. I don't know how it'll end, if at all, because I think some of this hatred, and not from us, but some of their hatred, is deep rooted in stuff that's happened before, the storm. And I still can't understand if it was that. I know full well if Gideon and Coach had an issue, they would have tried to sort it out before now. So again, but from. Yeah, it's just, they keep poking us, they keep prodding our chest, we're not going to stand for it forever.
Yeah, I just get this picture. I've seen it throughout, ever since the world has fallen into chaos.
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times. At the end of the day, it's violence breeding violence.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't even matter at some point anymore where it started. At some point, it's just going to be an action taken against another.
Yep.
Woodsman.
Eventually, something might happen that will break the cycle.
Why are you so
right now, right there, I don't know how aware you are of what problem the Overlook had with what the Woodsman
go and see Prince
did apparently to us.
Okay. I might be back later.
Stay safe.
Again, it's unfortunately there's that much. Again,
it happened after the storm. It's very recent.
And again, there's always two. I wasn't present, so I can only go off what I was, what I've been told. And it's again knowing how things get twisted. People can, I won't say twist, bend. They can bend it in either favour to make it sound the way it suits that particular narrative.
Yep.
But again, like I say, we're trying to carry on as normal, but just gearing up a bit more because we're not actively running up there. I say yet. I don't know if we ever will, but we're not actively running up there yet. But we're still waiting for the time because again, part of their eviction notice was they're going to start patrolling within Prigorocki. That's when we'll probably start to, take action because we're not allowed in Pooster, and we still honour that now, or in their area. We still don't go through it. But again, they're the ones. I don't know. It just seems to be quite a lot of double standards in what some of the things they're accusing us of. They're doing exactly the same. They're doing exactly what they're saying we're doing. But it's fine for them to do it. So
that is I don't know who's really. That is not something I'm in the full picture in, so won't really speak for
No,
that.
I'm the same. I'm the same. I can't comment on certain things, and I can only really comment from like now onwards, or a little while onwards from what I've seen. And all I want to do is hand out fish. That's all I want to do. You know, but if the way things go without us standing up for ourselves against them, we're not going to be able to do that. And that's purposely why we come here. Again, I can't speak for anything else. I can't, you know, but for me personally, all I want to do is, you know, help anybody that goes to the well. I want to help anybody with fish, you know. And if we gave in to their demands, which they were, we wouldn't be able to do it. You know, and I'm not going to give up. You know, we're not going to give up Gideon and Wade. You know. So again, I'm not sure where we go from here. You know, yeah, it's just a case of us waiting to see what happened. You know, we had our truck stolen a couple of days ago. Now, not sure who that was. Could have been anybody. Quite possibly, but we don't know. I don't. All we know is the truck got stolen. That's all it was. The truck got stolen. That we only use to drop fish off. That's the only thing we've used it for. Is to drop fish off to Mogilevka, the Overlook, and the House of Hope. That's like the 3 runs we've done. Now we've not got a truck. You know, so
yeah, I see. It's just you know, with stuff like that as well. That's just
the
suspicions.
It's
maybe
the weather.
likely
Yeah,
suspicions.
it could be anybody. It could be anybody. I don't point fingers. You know, like when we're getting shot from the hill or shot at from the hill. It could be anybody. But genuinely, it's not me just being sarcastic. It could be anybody. We know that. We know that. You know. And up until the time we actually see armbands, you know, of the people involved, because when we got attacked, I think it was after we saw you, we got there was like 3 people inside in the industrial sniping in. I don't know. Stop me if I've told you, because I might be repeating myself, but Mufasa, he came down from the Helping Hands with some medicine for a survivor that was quite poorly here, and then we started taking shots from pretty much that way, and that way. Mufasa went out to have a look, and he got shot. He didn't die, fortunately, but he got shot. And then a freshie, I think the freshie we were helping, obviously didn't know what was going on. He got shot. And the guys that we killed, 2 of them, I think, they had black armbands. And the 3rd one was in the blue crane, and we could hear him giggling, so he was a cannibal. Because you could hear the giggling. But then nap time came, and obviously we never saw him again. So they could have gone to sleep regardless. But no, I don't. You know, they had black armbands. So, but we all know people can hire people for certain things to keep their hands clean. But that's just speculation, you know. And I don't speculate on stuff I don't know about, because that's the way misinformation starts, and we start pointing fingers. We won't point any fingers unless we've got proof, and that's part of the difficulty. I've got some of the stuff in their propaganda. They've got no proof. Some they say they have, but there's no proof. It's just speculation. And when you know, people press them, they can't give the detail. It's just regurgitating the same propaganda, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But again, that's just my side of the story. And again, I understand people. Yeah. We see it all the time when people come through here. You could come through saying, "Oh, my base has been raided." Another person comes through and go, "Well, we raided their base because they raided our base." You know, and if you only hear one side, now there's always 2 sides. There's always 2 sides.
Yeah, I couldn't really imagine you guys digging up a dead body. That is just too disgraceful.
Well, I don't like to say, I'm getting lost in the propaganda now, because there's that much rubbish that they're spouting and trying to turn into, you know, the cannibalism thing. Now, I believe stuff happened after the fight. Again, this is I'm speculating now. I believe stuff happened after the fight, but that wasn't with any consent of anybody upstairs. None of that was, and what other events have things gone wrong at where the organisers haven't been able to control it, or the security hasn't been able to control it?
Yeah, well, I found a little questionable that, for example, the fight night at Eastside Trading, they had them hired for security, which would raise eyebrows too, but hasn't been spoken about yet at all.
No. And that's where I get like the double standards where, again, I weren't here, but yeah, we hired a group that is no different in some eyes to other groups, but that gets thought about differently than somebody else. At the House of Hope, was that Rise Against? Was that the security there? I think it was.
Yeah, I heard it was Rise Against,
Yeah.
but it couldn't really get 100% confirmed.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. It was. But again, so hiring security has always been a thing. So I don't understand why they're fixating on that. Now I understand with the issues that you guys had, that raises that. But at the time, I can't see what the issue was at the time. It's now they're using that as part of the thing to infuriate and inflame the narrative, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, there's still speculation of Rise Against working with loyalists.
Yeah. Again, and unfortunately, there's people in the wings that will feed the flames. They like the chaos, they like the misinformation, they like to, hide what the actual motives may or may not be. And all I genuinely want to do is hand out fish. That's all I want to do.
I mean, if I could snap my finger and everything would be over tomorrow, I would do it. Do it all the time until it works, until it goes. But that's just not how the world flows.
Yeah, yeah, and we all know it's the way of the world. And from what, again, you'll be far more experienced than me. I believe, like, in a stage of a storm, there's like a natural plateau. Then it'll ramp up, then it'll plateau, and then it'll full cycle. It goes again. So, people are now actively going out and about doing what they usually do. Now all the bases are sorted and they've got established and they've got enough gear, because we haven't got enough gear. We're not we're starting to gather bits and pieces, but we don't do this sort of thing. We're not a shooty group. If I wanted to be a shooty group, I'd try out with some of the other ones, but I don't want to be a shooty. We're not a shooty group. We don't KOS. But again, slightly different with them because of obviously what's going on, but we won't actively, at the moment, we're not actively even considering running up there and taking them on. It's just not worth it. It's just a waste of resources. Just a waste of resources and people, or people and resources. Let's put it that way around. That sounds better. It's just a waste. It's a waste of everything. And while we're doing that, it's the people on the coast that are getting affected. The people.
It was always a waste. Everybody loses.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Everybody does, but I don't know this. I don't know the. I don't know the answer, because always somebody say, well, what is the? I don't know what the answer is. This is the problem. I think this may unfortunately go on for a long time, because if the resolution isn't possible, there can be no resolution in that. You just have to then come to a compromise, but then the ill feeling's still there and it festers.
Yeah, it's definitely something that won't be solved overnight.
No.
That's for sure.
No, and yeah, again, and you're
Well,
right.
Something.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, sorry that about. I mean, I don't know who spoke first now. But yeah, what I wanted to mainly say is, right.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think most of the Overlook basically decided is just we kind of want nothing to do with this, but at the same time, right, it's undeniable reliable that if we see people like people, we have friends in the Woodsman, we have friends with the Fireflies.
Yep.
We won't participate in whatever conflict is going on, right? As much as we like you guys, we can't start shooting at Fireflies. As much as we like Fireflies, we can't start shooting at you guys. Which is something we usually don't do anyways.
And
unless we are pushed into a corner.
Yeah. Well, defending yourself, I fully respect that. We have not, and this is again, I can only speak for our group. We haven't asked anybody to run up there and start shooting at them. We've had plenty of offers. I'll tell you that we've had plenty of offers of people all around the world who have offered to go up there and sort out the problem for us, and we're like, no, we can say handle it ourselves. Plus, we don't want people getting involved because that's how it all started. We wouldn't expect you to, you're caught in the middle, but we wouldn't expect you to get involved on our behalf at all. We wouldn't expect that at all. We wouldn't ask you to put yourselves in the, this is our problem that we'll hopefully sort out one way or another. And but we've had plenty of offers where people are just chomping at the bit because and I also know, like you said, I know there's probably good people up the hill there. They're not, but they are loyal to their group. But I know full well there'll be some people up there that don't agree with what they're doing as well. But they can't speak openly, or they don't want to speak openly. I don't think they've got blind allegiance. People can think for themselves. And again, it's...
That line of thinking actually goes both ways. Some time ago, I had a talk, right, where problems just get dimmed down to whatever flag you are under, whatever armband you wear, and then people stop looking at people individually.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happens, the problem gets generalized, and people get involved that maybe shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Or people have to involve themselves because they know, right, like, similar to the Gideon and Wade thing, right? Like, you won't let these guys just fight alone or let them be pushed out of here, so you stand together.
Yep.
Not because you want the problem to escalate, but because you want to stand with your companions.
Yes.
So that's something we are very aware of.
Yeah,
we also don't really want to talk about this. It's just a necessary thing to be on the same page, right? But everything that's, for example, like if I would get encountered by Fireflies right now and they were like, oh, were you just at the embassy? Did you see Woodsman there? Did they have weapons or whatever? I would just say I will not talk about this topic. This is too much involvement for our own good.
Yeah.
If you want to see it, go there yourself. Whatever you want to know about them, find it out yourself. We are not going to
100% right. It'd be boring land.
Be involvement.
It would be boring land if we're all the same.
And that's pretty much what the rest of the Overlook thinks too.
Yeah.
We still want to come visit and just act normal in all of this mess.
Yeah.
But we are not going to write the same as much as if you guys would ask me anything about like how are the Fireflies set up, how many are there, nothing.
Yeah,
my mouth is
but we
closed
wouldn't
about this just like any other provider.
Yeah, and we, again, I speak to myself, but I can probably speak for everybody else. We wouldn't put people in that position. We wouldn't. We just don't. That's not how we do business. Now, I'm not saying that other groups may come with us saying, this, that, and the other, but that's not. We've not actively engaged with anybody going up there and doing anything. I can't say the same for our friends up on the hill, but again, I don't know. But we haven't actively engaged. We've had plenty of offers of people, I think, looking for an excuse because of recent activities. I think that a few people are probably a little bit displeased with how things are going up the hill, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. I can't comment on, not that I'm not keeping secrets, but there's things that have gone on. They're not in a favourable light because of certain activities with other groups. and they're just waiting for an opportunity to, and they'll probably do it on our behalf, and we haven't asked anybody to go up there. We hear shots quite often, probably you do from where you are. I'm not sure if you can hear the shots, but we quite often hear shots up there. But
Oh yeah, we can hear them.
Yeah, and like I say, we've not actively engaged in any external stuff to get people to go up there. But sometimes our situation is a little trigger that other groups need, and they'll do it under the guise or under the banner of helping us, or vice versa, coming down here under the guise of helping them, when really they want to do it anyway.
That is just something you can't prove, but same as much they can't prove that you guys told them to do something. So I would just, when I hear something about this, I just treat it with a big grain of salt. This is nothing that can be proven from either side when something happens there like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is, even if it could be proven, it's still something that is just too much involvement for the Overlook to really act on that.
Yeah, and again, we don't, we miss going up there as openly as we used to. We miss that because that was part of our, for me, that was part of our, I won't say daily, but definitely every other day or something routine. We'd be at a little bit of an impasse down here, and I'll tell you what, we'll run up there to see you lot. That was part of our day. That became a normal thing for me, to go up there and see how things are going on. But again, we don't want to put you in that position, because again, I don't want to be in that position where we may be up there or going past, and you won't get drawn into it, but having that going on in your area. And I'll use an example of how people and groups can be professional and honourable. So we had 506 and Eclipse bump into each other where we're stood right now. Last week, I think it was, might have been a little bit longer. Literally walked in on each other. Considering they've been shooting at each other for the last months at any opportunity they have in, but they literally came in, and I was stood in the corner, and I thought, well, here we go. It's going to be like a bloodbath. But they were so professional. They respected our area, and they said, we'll call a truce because this is a neutral area. And they actually spoke like grown-ups for a long, just chatted with each other. Even though literally probably that morning or the day before, they were actively trying to send each other back to the coast. And then when one group left, it was like, yeah, we'll give you the mandatory 5 minutes to let you get away before we come looking. And that was so good to experience for me, being so new in this land, that people that are at each other's throats have still got that level of respect for their surroundings and each other. That was really good to see. Really good to see.
It's really what
Good question. What are the Fireflies saying about that you guys are not choosing a side?
I don't think that's something I should talk about. It's also too sensitive information regarding them. Without going into detail,
we don't expect you to.
That is just all I can say, right? That's just they talk about it.
Look,
something is in the talks. All I can say.
This is like.
Look, every day,
Dallas,
every day,
EastEnders,
every
Coronation
single day,
Street.
somebody of you guys is coming down and telling the exact same story all day long. It's okay now. I think we all got it. And we are done with this propaganda shit of the Fireflies. We will not leave this place, and we will not get Gideon or Wade in exile.
I would say do what you must then to do exactly that. You're free people
getting
to
a bit tense.
make
Getting a
free
bit tense
choices.
now. Yeah, but like I say, we don't expect, we don't expect anybody to get involved either way. As you know, you do you, and that's no disrespect. You know, which that's the only way it should be. You know, you do you because it affects you. You know, we'll do us because it affects us, and you guys can do you because you're the ones that may, you know, that may suffer from it or advantage or not as in benefit from anything, but yeah, if you do you, then you're content with the outcome, just the same as us. You know, like I say, we're not actively going up there, but we will stick up for ourselves. You know, and that is unusual for me to say it because that was the last thing I thought I'd be doing, coming here handing out fish, but. Again, I don't know what the answer is. I haven't got a clue, you know, and it's a case of seeing what happens and reacting to it, you know, and that's all we can do. We try and keep on as much as we can, but just keep our eyes to the northeast a little bit, just to But other than that, getting shot at here is probably a weekly occurrence. It's not, you know, it's always happened, be it crackheads. But now we've just got to be a bit more aware for the moment, and again, just see what happens. Like I say, we wish for the time we can come up freely, even potentially freely come through Pooster and cut that corner off and go direct to the overlook. You know, and maybe that come. You know, I certainly, again, but I'm not high enough up with either side to know if that's within the art of the possible or it's just a pipe dream at the moment. You know. Because there was a time when that was possible.
At the end of the day, I'm much in the same spot, right? I'm just a guy that has some fishing pond.
Yep.
I'm just a provider of the overlook. No leadership role, no work that counts more than somebody else's. I'm just part of my faction.
Yep. And like I say, we got no animosity, you know, against your position. We respect your position, you know. And to be honest, it wouldn't matter if we didn't respect it because it's your group's thing to do your group's thing. You know, it's but we respect your decisions because it affects you. It's easy to have an opinion on something when it doesn't affect you, and I think that's the problem. A lot of people they'll come up with loads of solutions or potential options, but the outcome doesn't affect them. It's so easy to give advice when it doesn't affect you if you're not involved in it.
Yeah, that's definitely something. I mostly just think, right, like what can I do myself? Because that is what I really can do, right? In theory, I could try to animate the fireflies to do this, the woodsman to do that, and the overlook to do this, but at the end of the day, what counts most is what choices I do myself as a person that are within my reach.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of that, just thinking about this, and one of these things was that I just still want to show face here and just show clearly that I don't have any bad blood towards you guys, just as much as I will still go to Pusta and tell them that I don't have any bad blood towards that. It's just the circumstances more than it is the individual people.
Yeah, and again, fully understand that. And again, we would never, 99.9% certain, nobody upstairs of anybody would ever dream of telling you to do otherwise. One, because you're still going to do your own thing, but we wouldn't expect you to do X and Y because we say so. It's just not how we do stuff. You know, my short time here, it's just not how we do stuff. You know, we just want to hand out fish and do stuff, and what you do, up there for the betterment of yourselves and your group is up to you. You know, because it's your area. You've been around longer than me. You know how things work, and again, but I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer, and I think it's just waiting to see what's going to happen because we're not going anywhere, they're not going anywhere, and even the pointlessness of running up the hill to them running down here, that'll just be a waste of everybody because nobody's going to nobody's going to leave that way. Even if we went up there and wiped them out, or they came down here, we'd come back, they'd come back. So this isn't going to go away. you know, and I haven't got an answer. We're just going to roll with it and see what happens. That's all we can do.
Yeah, I think we feel right from the feeling of the situation. It's very much similar with just what the Overlook and the Loyalists were having regarding their problems.
Yep.
Right, they're gonna come over and shoot us, rob us, demand their deals or whatever, regardless. If we kill them or not, all we can really do is just animate the people to not support them, while we are not gonna force action of anybody on this. It's just us that are forced to take action by them.
Yeah.
So it's basically pretty much exactly like the Fireflies forcing you to do whatever.
Yeah.
You have to defend yourselves.
Yeah. And
so I really resonate with you guys on this.
And I think that is the thing that you.
A mess.
Yeah, that it is messy, and again, it's easy for other people to have, you know, opinions or suggestions, but it doesn't affect them. They may mean well, they may mean well by it, but it doesn't affect them because, you know, they can go back to their area and carry on as normal until it comes to them. But it's difficult. It is difficult, and all we want to do is carry on as we are. That's why they set up here. You know, the foot traffic, the ability to help people. That's why they set up here, and that's just not on the table to move. So we're at that impasse where we're just waiting for something to happen, you know, and it'll probably be shooting. Unfortunately, you know, people dying or people getting shot. That's unfortunate, but my thing is, by all means, if they come at us, it's just the innocents that may get involved, because where we are, you know, we don't want that where, you know, you get people who have just woken up on the coast for the very, very first time coming into this. They may not never want to wake up again. You know, we want them to enjoy and explore the lands, and if they're caught in the middle of something like that, it's not a good start for them.
That's for sure, yeah.
Another question from my side, if you...
I came here to talk, so I'm very open towards questions.
So...
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Do you think we betrayed the Overlook?
Oh.
I think that...
Do you think... it's our fault that Blackthorn destroyed the Overlook?
Blackthorn destroyed the Overlook?
Yes, that's what the Fireflies are telling in their notes in the propaganda.
No, I don't believe that.
So then, why do they tell us to the world? Why did they brought that to the world? Why are they using your name in their notes and you don't even believe that, or it's not true? You know it's not true.
Oh.
That is actually something I didn't read, right? I didn't get my hands on these leaflets. Quite frankly, I just heard today about them being handed out. I wasn't awake around the time that happened. So I don't think I can give you a full answer to this, as
I don't mind.
I'm not in the full picture.
But rather than telling us that you're friends to us and friends to the Fireflies,
this is good
maybe
cop,
you
bad
should
cop.
really pick a side.
No, it's the wrong thing to say. It's the wrong thing to say.
That's right. That's just nothing that I could decide. I could decide it for myself as a person, but that would cut me loose from the Overlook simultaneously. Quite frankly, the biggest decision I make is that I want to stand with the people of the Overlook. So much like you guys stick to your faction, I'm somewhat tied to mine.
Yeah, loyalty.
Are you tied to your faction or tied to the Fireflies?
To my faction.
Jesus Christ, Josh.
My faction alone. if the Fireflies are gonna tell me that I should be standing against you, for example, then I wouldn't do that either. Just as much as I'm not gonna stand against the Fireflies. That is beyond what my faction should be doing.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello, boys.
Oh, welcome, welcome.
Oh wait, you're the guy with the stutter.
Apparently, yes.
I mean, there's probably many people with a stutter, but have you been at the Overlook?
Sir. Not today.
You normally have to punch him to get his starter out.
Give me a second.
Sure.
There was somebody with a stutter at the Overlook.
Yeah, you normally have to punch him to get the starter out of the way.
I think one of the providers of the Overlook mentioned somebody with a stutter. That was a pretty nice guy to me, but I didn't remember the name. Just that they apparently have a stutter.
Well, must be the disease then.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah, I've met you before. I've met you before, either down here and somewhere else. I've definitely met you before. What is your name? Sorry.
Rudolph Shatman. I live up there in Star Yar.
Ah, yeah. Have you?
Yeah. I just been sniped through a fucking concrete wall.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah. But
Josh is
anyway.
Josh is but again, they've been around longer than I have, so they've got a
that's-
different view. But I can see it from my
Very
time onwards,
nice.
and I think it's easy for them not to get.
Thanks, boys. I'm on my way.
Do you need anything? Is there anything else we can help you with? Is there anything we might have a water bottle up there if you need it or anything.
If you have a knife, maybe that would be alright. If not,
I have a a small rock I would have given him.
I just found a small rock.
I'll give you a bone knife as well because
Perfect.
they do wear out quickly as well.
All right. Thank you, sir.
There you go. There's a bone knife, and actually, if you've got space, there's a couple more bones there. I'll find some more. And then you can make if you bang it against a rock, you can get two knives out of that.
That's amazing.
Do you need any more bandages or anything, or some rags? I can give you some disinfected rags.
Oh, that will be great.
No problem. Let me just disinfect them. I don't do it now because they can get contaminated if you disinfect them too early, so I normally do them when I need them rather than have them ready to go.
All right.
There you go.
That's nice start into new life.
Yeah, no problem. I hope you have a safe journey back.
I tried to have some fun along the way.
Yeah.
Safe travels to you.
Oh, there might be a water bottle there, I
thank-
think. Is that? Yeah, there's a water bottle there if you want one. He's now going to throw one down. That's behind you, on the
Hit
floor
him
there.
right on the ass.
Yeah, they hit you on your there you go, there's a water bottle there for you.
All right. Thanks.
No
And
problem. Always happy to help. Safe
stay
journeys.
safe. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem. Yeah, that you know, that's what I want to do. I don't want to be worrying about shooting anybody, you know, up the hill in the industrial. The only time I want to shoot is dogs. That's the only thing I want to shoot. And now, I like for yourself, I can't speak for everybody because you know everybody's got their own people, and I get what you're saying. You know, we're tied to the groups, but we all have our own minds. And all I want to do is like that. That is perfect timing, and then off he goes, and we can get ready for the next one that comes through, and that's it. I don't want to be worried about shooting people.
That was the better times for us too.
Yeah, definitely, and that'll come back. I'm sure it will. Or it might. That's probably the military. I'm just going to go to the well if anybody needs any water. 'Cause I need to fill up my cooking pot.
Wait a second, we were interrupted. I will show you the note.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's got one. Yeah, again, I've only seen the one note, the first note, and I think there's been a couple of versions now. Yeah, or if the way my mentality is at the moment is good cock, bad cock. Is that one that's not very good? I like Tristan though. I like because the main thing was, so we had Tyler when he first washed up. He went up to Dam and was going to start killing people, and he spent about must have been like 2 hours fishing with him at Tristan's pond, and Tristan like explained to him like what it's not probably a good thing to start doing stuff like that because you'll get on the wrong side of so many people, and he talked him round, and Tyler came down here and said, yeah, I'm not going to do those tasks because I understand that it's not the way things should do. So he's a really good guy. But he's right though, Peruvians come down, Uno's quite friendly, so there are people...
Yes, you can maybe call us a firefly grave robber, but we don't allow any fireflies to be buried in our grounds, in our territory. Can take this note and show it to the rest of the Overlook. And you can think about it, if you want to support these lies or not.
But then, come on, Josh.
We respect every decision what you will do and take.
Josh is good. We're all getting into it. But we can't ask them to take a side, because that's what we didn't do. This is me being diplomatic. We didn't take a side against FL. So we can't ask them, we're just as bad as them. Oh, this is like, a vicious circle of intrigue. And this is when somebody walks in with a grenade and blows us all up. And you can't expect them to. No, you can't expect them to.
Alright, it seems like you can't hear me when I'm reading the note, for example. Maybe I'm too focused reading.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear you.
No, I didn't either.
Oh, okay. So to recall what I said, right? The fight night thing, to pick that back up again, that's a low blow. I was with Santiago at Gideon, where we talked this out and pretty much got unveiled that this was just a misunderstanding. So this is a cheap-ass low blow to bring that back up again.
Yeah, we know.
My vocabulary is maybe a little too limited. What means coax? Like coax Black Swan gang, that part, what does that word mean? To coax Black Swan gang into destroying the Overlook?
To try and trying to convince them, or to try and draw them into it. Like if you had some bird seed and you were giving it to a bird to get closer to you, you're trying to coax it towards you.
It means basically that we told them to do that.
But nothing like that's just out of thin air, because Black Swan gang never did anything to the Overlook.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's full of lies, the propaganda they are spreading to this world.
And something regarding the Overlook massacre. We never got to talk this out, but from what we have seen, that is something we believe.
Oh, is this the evidence that you've got from a very good source? And I'm not being sarcastic. Again, we know.
No. This is what we witnessed firsthand.
Right.
That was when loyalists showed up to the Overlook, weren't aggressive, shouting or anything. They take Gideon out, talk to him, and right after they shout at us and shoot us. That is something that we have witnessed happen.
Mm-hmm.
We never got to talk this out, which is why I would actually leave this point as it is from the Firefly's point of view from the village.
Yeah.
Which is something we still need to talk out, in my personal opinion. But again, I alone am too small scale to talk this out now.
Well, and I agree. And I think there has been discussions with the grown-ups, again, as in about this, that we're not like party to. So from your side and our side, I think there has been discussions about this. Yeah, I think there has
no
been.
Resolution. Lots of discussion, but no resolution.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Which we are still looking for, right? We are not gonna stamp that on your foreheads like guilty. No, we would still talk about this. Needs to be still talked about because the resolution is very sought after here. We just have problems with wake-up times, it seems, and we have a lot of other stuff we need to sort. You want to give me something, or you want to just extend your hand to shake it?
Can I have the note back, please? It's my own copy.
Oh. Yeah. The last thing, on a personal note, right? As the Overlook, that wouldn't really spark anything to cause action by us. None of this really does. Besides the massacre thing, which is totally not resolved yet, but also not proven or anything. I can see why you would unbury a body and refuse burial rights, but I say from my personal view that is too disgraceful. Either way, that is that's something I as a person can't really see as right. But as the Overlook, this is nothing that would cause any action or put you in a worse spot in some way, to say it like that.
Yeah.
That's just something I don't understand.
Yeah, no. And I think, like I say, and I think this is a difficulty when it comes to sort of like the resolution about the massacre. And unfortunately, we'll have our side, you'll have your side, and I think that's one of the stumbling blocks is you will believe what you want to believe, and we'll believe what we want to believe from what we know, and I think that may be a stumbling block, and I believe that has been explained on more than one occasion about the detail of what happened. But if that's not going to be believed, it's not going to ever get resolved. And I've heard Gideon explain pretty much word for word how it went down, but that's from our side, how it went down and how he was asked to step outside and then asked to leave, and then he heard shots when he left again. But if that's not going to be believed, that'll never be believed by groups. But I weren't there, so I can only comment on what I've been told. So I think that's going to be a stumbling block.
This is what I know too, right? We haven't heard that Gideon said something to the loyalists that ended up sparking the shooting. It was just the timing that made it very much look like this, which And the resolution we seek for is not to get like some truth out of you. It's more to how do we deal with this.
Yeah.
That is probably what most providers seek in this, and not to have you claim that you did something that you didn't do.
Well, if there's any small consolation, he knew exactly what it looked like when he came down here, or whenever we woke up and he told us, he knew exactly what it looked like. He's not stupid. He knew exactly what it looked like, and that's when he said, I don't know what to do. I don't think he could sleep either. He couldn't sleep because of what happened, and he knew exactly what it looked like and how it would be.
Hello, Mr. Chernarus. Hello.
Hi.
I am new to the server. I have some questions if you feel like answering.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're in the middle of a
Are
conversation,
there
but yeah.
traders and stuff or not?
What is your name first, sir?
I am Bob.
Another Bob. Okay.
Josh.
Would you?
Okay.
Yeah, we can give you a map if you want a map. Would that be handy for you? It shows you where all the places
I
are.
was curious.
Oh.
I carry a second map for this reason all the time.
Oh, there you go.
Lots of new people
Thank
around.
you very much, Mr. Chernarus.
So, if you're looking for a trader, you want to probably go to ORCC. That's like the most established one.
Yeah,
but
Josh
the
is on
traders
it.
here,
Josh is on it.
like out of character, that's like it's not like NPCs. That's like a player-made trader. So there might be nobody there because everything here is made by players.
So this is like player factions or something.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's factions.
Yeah. So you're
okay. So I wouldn't have a place to buy like a crossbow or something if I wanted to buy a crossbow. There wouldn't be NPC
Only
traders.
Trade. And if you want to use those traders, you better come up with like a character, simple story, right? Like your name is Bob, you're stranded with a boat, and that's that. Now you have a story.
So I would have to join like a player faction.
You don't have to join them, but you need a character to, because all of this is like roleplay stuff, the trading and all that.
This could be a ruse.
Okay.
This could be a ruse.
And do you play the server a lot, or do you play other servers
I'm waiting
as
for
well?
him to get a gun out.
I've been here since years, many years.
What do you mean with service?
You recommend?
It's a short out of character. Yeah, I recommend it. Just get your character in line, have a story, and talk to the people. And you will either like it or not.
And how often do you get killed on site? Is it often or not so often?
Often, because it's allowed.
Okay. Good to know. I'm going to give you this map back. Thank you very much.
But if you do talk, KOS can still happen. But if you just KOS, you will not get the full experience of this land. You just won't. You can play it, or wrong. You can survive however you want to do.
No, I don't want to kill on site. I'm just wondering if other people can,
It still will happen because it's an open world. That can still happen and still does. But if you're more willing to speak, you may still die, but you'll get a better feel for different groups and things like that. So your voice is your strongest weapon. It is. Obviously, a shotgun can shout. Yeah, a shotgun can shout louder, but your voice is stronger.
Okay.
How about that for a quote?
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you
we
very
were
much,
kinda
Mr. Chernarus.
In the middle of something, so we would, appreciate if you go your way and we can continue here.
No problem. Goodbye.
Yeah. Adios.
Goodbye.
Adios, amigo.
Yeah. So most of what's on that Firefly letter is just a little outdated or far-fetched. But I guess the Fireflies have always been known, not just by us, like by other groups too, that what they say is usually a little more extreme than it should be.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't really worry about it, as you said, if they get questioned about it, right? When people want to take extreme action, They want proof. And if they don't have proof, or they ask other groups, like if they would come to the Overlook, I would tell people the same thing, right? Well, that fight night thing, that was kind of resolved, and they brought it back up. And, that thing, that's kind of a half-truth. We don't really know what happened there, right? I would just tell them that. And that's that. Their letter loses the meaning anyways. It's probably just an insult towards you guys, to say the least.
Yeah, and we're used to it. We're used to it, but all we can do is just see how things go. That's all we can do. And
you should really, what we said before. I think the woodsman's actions speak louder than any words, right? If people come here to question you guys, the first thing they get is a fish in their hand, like I did and that other guy did.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a normal conversation with no guns in hand, right?
Yep.
You are not like loyalists picking their AKs in hand and going up to your face like this, being aggressive and all that. So yeah, your actions will speak louder than that letter can.
Well, I forget what was her name now. We went on because we're having to push out a bit further than we normally would because we need different things. Like I said, I normally carry a shotgun, but obviously we're trying to get a bit more because we're shooting at people now, not just animals and dogs. And I can't think of her name now, but she lives up in, I think, Novaya, and I bumped into her. I came back last night. It was dark, and I was coming back from the west, and I bumped into her, and obviously I was killing a zombie. She was killing a zombie, and I went, oh, what's your name? Val was her name. Do you know a Val?
Not sure.
Yeah,
right
but she was up there, and I went, oh, I'm Woodsman Rusty P. She was like, oh, and stepped back like that, and I'm like, what? And she, oh yeah, we've heard, cause she's washed up on the coast, but she heard, and I was like, what have you heard? And she said, well, not good things, and I was like, well, and I dropped, I think, 2 beefsteaks, a water bottle, like exactly what you do just then, just give stuff out. And I was chatting to her for about 5 minutes, and I said, well, you can make your own mind up. I'm not going to try and, if you've heard stuff, you've heard stuff, but we do this to you, we do it to anybody. And, I think bones, whatever she needed to get up there, I just offloaded onto her. But yeah, and again, people who know us know, but people who don't obviously believe, unfortunately, until they meet us, believe the rumours. And they're the ones that may get drawn into it because they're sticking up for something that is a lot of misinformation. But I'd never met her before, but I didn't care. That was in the middle of the night, just over in Chernarus at the roundabout, and because she was going that far north, I gave her the last of my food because I was nearly home, and that's what we do. That's what we do. Right. And we don't expect anything for it. I don't know if that's what annoys people even more. There's no ulterior motive. There's no. You do this, now you owe us this for the rest of your life. No, we do it. If we've got it, you can have it. If we haven't, we'll keep an eye out. And if we do get it and you come past, we'll give it to you then. And that's, that can be the same with, with pistols and stuff. We'll give, if you didn't have a gun and you were heading west, we'd give you a gun if we had one for the dogs. Now, if you try to use that against something else, we can't control that. But our main concern is the dogs and crackheads. And that's anybody that comes through. Any of the groups you could mention, we'd do the same. We don't, if, some of the less favourable groups, we don't care because they're all people, like you said earlier, and they could be running back to whatever they're doing to or just trying to get home. We'll give them that just so, they don't have to stop on their way back. And we do that for everybody. And I think that annoys people as well. But we'll carry on doing that because that's what we're here for. We're not exclusive.
That is very, very much what we, we tried that in the past, but something like guns and ammo is always a sensitive topic.
Oh yeah.
Which is why we had to ban the gun and ammo trading from the Overlook.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out. you will always get associated when it comes to extreme things like that. But I mean, stuff like pistols is always alright.
For fresh spawns can make them out of
I
flags.
guess that is just something you would
raincoats.
find anyways. But it's a complicated thing, right?
Yeah,
And we just banned it entirely because at the end of the day, people can associate one with another, which is still something we need to talk about as the Overlook with you guys, because of the loyalist thing. The other accusation that is in the room.
Yeah.
Again, like what the general consensus is, which I can tell you is, if you know somebody is going to go shoot us, and you give them the gun to do so, you carry the guilt. Even if your intention was they use it only for dogs, if it is within your space of thinking to be able to know that this gun is going to be used like this, right? If you know this person has a past of saying they're going to shoot us, that's all they want to do. Dogs may come up and wolves, but they want to shoot us, then it becomes different.
Yeah, but then...
And that is the problem. That's the elephant in the room, really.
Oh, but I agree to disagree to a certain extent, because we don't just hand them out willy-nilly. Like that guy coming through there, like the Spanish Bob or whoever he was, we wouldn't just randomly hand one. We see enough people come here to get a feel for them, be it the clowns that are running back, you know, Eclipse 506, if they're running back. We don't. It's not for us to. I know what you're saying. We're potentially the cause of the problem, but a shotgun and a few shells, we would do that all day long, regardless. You know, I'm not talking about ARs. Yes, an IJ can take someone down, but if we've got it spare, and it's not like pleading ignorance about what they're going to do. If they say, "Oh, can you gear us up because we're now going to go and raid the Fireflies?" Well, we probably would do that. No, we wouldn't. That was a joke, by the way, trying to lighten the mood. But if they said, "Oh, we're going to go run up there and do that," we wouldn't do that. But it's just pistols and stuff like that we'll give out to literally, people who need it to protect. I know what you're saying.
The small arms are really not the problem.
We don't have much more than that here.
As I said,
we don't ever have more than that. I swapped out.
Which is again. That is what we usually believe too, but I still can't mention the source.
No.
But the source is very, very credible. I have known that source for very long, too, but other providers know that source very well too.
Yeah, and I'm not going to.
So you're just saying you believe that we are delivering big guns to the Forsaken loyalists? Did you just say that?
That's in the room, but that is something we need to talk about.
Josh, you're not helping. You're not helping, Josh. But yeah.
Shall I tell you what? Something like that is the reason we're into that. These rumors and these lies and this shitty propaganda.
Which is why we have to treat it differently than others.
Oh dear.
We are not.
You just
Fireflies
half an
coming
hour
down here
ago you told me that you're our friends.
Yeah, and you might have given something to them by not thinking about it.
I have
right?
given. I did give FL a
just
Moses.
because
now
we
you're
did,
telling
maybe
me
did that,
we are lying.
There's no malicious intent. There could be no malicious intent, and you could genuinely believe it. There has never been talks about this, which is the actual problem.
Yeah. Josh is really getting into this.
So, listen to me or turn your back. What matters to me is that it's being talked about.
Yeah, definitely.
And not just between me and you guys. This is something the Overlook needs to talk about to the woodsman. And I keep saying the word talk. Right? We are not going to blame. We are not going to demand. because that is not.
You are blaming
something
right
we're at.
now.
Just
No. No,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
saying.
I'm not butting
I'm
him.
not
He's got to say his
saying
piece.
that you did that with whatever intent, or that you maybe. You know,
just told us that we are lying. That you believe
the word lie never
that
came
we
out of my
gave
mouth.
to the Forsaken Loyalists. You just told that.
The word lie
No.
never came out of my
No.
mouth.
You just told that.
No, he said that they've got the sort that a very trusted source. They haven't. I'm playing
A very
devil's
trusted
advocate.
source, and now what they said, we need to confirm
Yeah.
or disprove.
Yeah.
At the very least, it needs to be talked about, right? Because it doesn't matter at the end of the day if it's true or not, because we are going to, right? We are not going to barge in here and start raiding you. We're not going to start shooting you. That's not going to happen regardless.
I don't think it's be a good time to tell my whole of the cow
This is
thing.
not something we would do.
This is the wrong time.
But that
Right.
telling bullshit is okay, right?
The butcher bullshit?
It looks like. It looks like.
I think they're either. I think he's.
Wait, I'm not following.
If they spoke in their foreign, in their main sort of language,
The-
that'd be fine. But it's difficult to speak. They're probably speaking in English for me.
We could totally go off. Let's say. Right. Let's say. This is not something that I say is true, but let's say some of you, not all of you, some of you, one of you, gave guns to loyalists.
I did. I
which
gave
you
them a
know
Mosin. I gave them a
would be
Mosin. I'm
used
admitting
against
that.
us. Let's say it's worst case, theoretically.
Look, Tristan.
What would come out of this
I think
is simply
think
that
you
we
should
would
stop
ask.
now.
That is.
Josh
that
just
is
I
winding
really
him up.
think you should stop now.
if you don't want to talk about it, sure.
Yeah, I gave Vadim a Mosin, just putting that out there. But we'd give that to anybody, and that was my point. But I'm not telling him that.
All that's being said here, all that
I think the
at the end of
temperature's
the
got
day,
quick.
it's just.
It's just
it's-
just getting it out in the open.
It's never going to be hostility.
No.
You're the most disrespectful guy I ever got off the Overlook. I want to tell you.
I'm not sure where
I
that come
think he's
from.
mad. Well, I let him be.
Yeah,
I'm not mad.
This
I'm
isn't.
just telling you. It's disrespectful
I
what
said-
you're doing here. In our base, you're telling us we're liars and we're giving guns to the
I
Forsaken
never took
Loyalists.
the word lie in my mouth.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I might have
Yeah,
to get.
bullshit.
I never took the word lie in my mouth. I say it again, over and
Bullshit.
over.
Bullshit.
I did not say lie.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
you can accuse
Don't
me
shoot.
of talking around.
He won't
Have
shoot.
you
Yeah,
ever
keep
have you
talking.
ever given stuff to Blackthorn?
I
Ah,
didn't give stuff to Blackthorn.
have your group though.
Have the Overlook given
There we
stuff
go.
to
He's
the
got him.
Blackthorn?
Checkmate.
Not
Checkmate.
you
think-
personally.
I think Blackthorn has gotten stuff from us just like anybody else would.
Ah, okay.
Checkmate. Well done, Josh.
But we don't allow ammunition and gun trading.
And what about explosives?
Oh, that
Oh, oh,
is a thing of the
Oh.
past.
oh! Tristan, please
So-
go. Please go.
You would say what you want.
I didn't know any. See, this is what he's
But-
built. This is a game of chess. He's playing checkers. Josh
This
is
is
playing
too
chess.
general to talk about it right now.
You pointed a finger, man. And if we're pointing
I
it back
actually
to
did.
you, you don't like that, right?
He's got a point. He's got a point.
No, I would say I'm treating this pretty neutral. I'm listening to what you say, and I'm replying to you honestly.
Sorry, say it again, please.
You are Right now, you are asking me questions, just like I did ask questions,
Auf Deutsch bitte.
and I give honest
of course.
answers.
Yes, and I respect that.
Always calm down a little bit now.
So, if you want, we can talk about that thing, which, quite frankly, may have been somewhat of a blunder on our side. But we can also just accept that we are treating you guys just as much as we would want to be treated about this.
That's getting heated. They're both sweating. That was good, George.
Because at the end of the day, I want to be able to look into a person's face that I'm talking to, that I respect. So I have to stay truthful and direct.
Get a room, you two, kiss each
As
other.
hard as it is to talk about this.
He took his face, kiss him.
Admittedly, it just shouldn't have happened in the first place. But
what exactly?
While we did confirm where these would be used, we did trade them.
Josh is very good.
Well, that wasn't even a trade; it was just given out because at the time we had
basically called.
nothing
Come
else
on,
we could do.
Hey,
Look,
come over
Tristan,
here and
they
let me
blew up
jump.
the
Let me
fireflies.
jump down, somebody.
Yeah, he's old. He needs some help.
Here comes Jed to
Look.
lay in on him as well.
Please.
Sorry?
You said something, and then the gentleman over there spoke, so I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's the truth that you gave them the explosives.
Yeah,
and look, they
Josh
blew
is
up the
really good.
fireflies with it.
Josh was really good. He
And where did you get that from? Because we confirmed that they were used on Darkest
Oh
Midnight.
God, Josh is going
Tristan. Tristan.
Hello.
I'm 71 years old. Been around the block.
You sure
I've been
look
here.
like somebody experienced.
I've been here maybe 2.5, 3 months. Within the first 10 days to 2 weeks I was here, we go up to the overlook. Me and Rusty sitting there,
Sorry,
and
but
we
I
were
need to
talking
edit
with
that cut.
Peruvian.
No, it's good. No, it's good.
And Peruvian
You-
tells...
I'll speak to you later
Yeah,
about it, but
yeah, it was
you're
a
looking
good
at it at a
talk.
different
It
angle that
was,
I'm
man.
not seeing, so that was good. That was good.
He said,
Yeah.
I have enough
Yeah.
stuff buried all
Now
over
we have
this
another
map
problem.
to blow FL to hell several times over. And now you come down here and start, I mean, I'm not mad, I've been sitting upstairs listening, but you got some bullshit people in your group that y'all need to root out.
You don't like
Y'all
Peruvian.
need to root out whoever is going around stockpiling all these weapons, making these backdoor deals, getting you and my granddaughter Uno and the rest of the good people up there. Somebody made a backdoor deal and then run their mouth about it. And excuse me for raising my voice. I'm very passionate about this. I'm sorry. I really am. But somebody made a backdoor deal and y'all didn't deliver. Somebody run their mouth. Gideon walks up there and ask Uno. Uno's the one that come outside and there was
plenty with Uno.
well, she's the one that told Gideon to come outside. What's Gideon supposed to do? So I'm not walking with you.
Was that when he was going outside to talk
I nearly had like the problem solved. Now they're
Yeah, but he didn't know it was the loyalist.
This is good.
He didn't know who was outside.
Yeah, we are aware. We were.
But what you need to be aware of is you got people in your group, Peruvian being one of them, and I don't know who else. I've honestly never met many of you people because I got a bad vibe from being up there after Peruvian said that. And I've talked to you a time or two. When you got people up there running their mouth openly to people that's only been in these lands 2 weeks, telling them they're going to blow the Forsaken, they got enough stuff buried around this map to blow the Forsaken Lord of all to hell. Well, if he tells me that, what's he telling the Fireflies? What's he telling Blackthorn? What's he telling them? Whose side is he on? Is he on your side?
Oh, I'm sure he's often bragging a little too much, more than he should.
Well,
with stuff
then
apparently got.
he got you in this. Somebody did. I can't say he did, but somebody made a deal with him, and you've been here. It blows my mind.
The only deal we are really aware of is where Lucas, the leader of the Overlook, got spoken to. Well, not spoken to. He was held at gunpoint and supposed to give a gun from a deal from way back that he didn't know about. That is the only deal that I would know about. I also do a lot of our inventory.
Would you like to speak about this deal? I'm right here. I'm right here, sir. Oh, that's Rusty over there.
Yeah,
I thought that was Mr. Gideon.
Gideon is still asleep.
Yeah.
But
so
no, man, you cannot
know.
have people in your group walking around doing that. You can't. I mean, it's going to come back by every one of you, and you're good people. And I get very passionate, and I'm sorry I raised my voice to you.
No.
I know
You have to speak up so I can hear you and understand what you want to tell me. So quite frankly,
he's got
keep
Alzheimer's and dimensions, as you say, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, that's about all I got to say is somebody made a deal. Somebody did not deliver. Rusty, come here.
Oh.
What did you hear the deal was, Rusty?
No, and that's not me just being neutral. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear any deal. So I can only I'm only going to comment on stuff, you know, that I can that I'm either there for or I know.
Yeah, were you not there when Peruvian said all that stuff about having the...
But and again, I think, was he not tortured up at the traders just before that as well? And was that
I remember that incident.
Was that not when you were then? Were you also? I think this was before. Were you not also held hostage or tortured or legs broken or something? I think
that happened afterwards or the same day.
I think Peruvian, when he was telling us that, he had been either shot at the shot at the traders or tortured or something. Something had happened to him, and he was very passionate about that. He was very, very passionate. You could tell he was frustrated.
Yeah, he would be
very understandably
mad and emotional.
Yeah.
Well, it just goes back. So, whose fault? You got beat up. Overlook got slaughtered. If Peruvian or whoever had not, under mouth made a deal that they couldn't back up, would any of this shit have happened?
I know nothing about a deal that Peru apparently did. I don't know if your granddaughter told you about this.
No, my granddaughter doesn't talk about this. I know what you do, and I appreciate what you do. I know what.
You know that Peru made a deal.
Well, I can't come right out and say it, but that's the impression that is all around these lands, not just here.
That seems to, with all due respect, it seems to be like either half information or talking around what you actually know, with all due respect. But that's what it sounds like to me.
Well, you can say that, but how do you know what Gideon did? How do you blame Gideon?
talk first, sir?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, I think there's a misunderstanding here that we say we know what Gideon did, because when I talk about this incident I use the word suspect, right? It's suspected that something happened, and that was because of inconvenient timing maybe, or because something actually happened. And all I'm taking from this is that we just need to sit down and talk like reasonable people, and that is all that needs to happen from my side and from all the providers I have talked to. I didn't talk to every single one
I've always
about
said,
this. There's a lot of
because I remember
but to every provider I talk to, they are on the same page. There is no proof, so it's only a suspicion, and we are not putting direct blame. If a provider directly blamed Gideon, taking what happened as proof, then they are wrong and should be held accountable for that.
There you go.
Josh.
So why are y'all not holding the Fireflies accountable? Why are you still dealing with the Fireflies?
Actually,
do you honestly, Tristan, honestly, do you think that the woodsman and you guys can go to a neutral territory, or you come down here, or us go up there, and sit down and talk?
With the Fireflies, you mean, or just the Overlook?
No,
and the
just
Woodsman?
us. Just us.
Well, I think that's what we are doing right now here. So I would expect.
But no.
Overlook.
I was here when Lucas was here. I heard every word Lucas said.
This is good.
They was right up there, and I was on the top floor, and I listened to every word he said. And he wants all of us to meet somewhere, here, there, I don't know where, and have a big powwow. Do you think we're stupid enough to do that?
Well,
when you're up there dealing with the Fireflies, who are shooting at us?
That is exactly the problem that's in the room, right? Right now, I would say there's a little too much heat, and that's also a reason why that's also a reason why I'm coming here, to show that we don't want to deal with the Fireflies in the way you say.
You don't.
That is something they can't push onto us.
Well, how? It just bumfuzzles me and the rest of us. As to how y'all going to take care of that problem.
A woodsman. Why would we have to take care of the Fireflies? That would also be involving ourselves with them.
I nearly had this sorted out. I could have got like
all we can do is talk to both groups, not
Nobel
involve
Peace
ourselves
Prize,
in combat,
but it's been snatched away at the last minute.
And eventually gather information and some sort of common
or the
ground
Chernarus
to
Peace Prize.
sit down and actually stop all of this violent nonsense.
Oh, okay. You don't have to tell me, and I wouldn't expect you to tell me, but I need you to think for a minute. Where did you get this information about Gideon and the way that he got called out of the barn by Uno, and he didn't know the Forsaken Loyalist is there, and who is feeding you this information that we are dealing arms to the Forsaken Loyalists? You know, we've heard that we have like 3 or 4 bases. 3 or 4 bases spread all across these lands. But if you, I think we have a note on it. But anyway, I'm old. I'm afraid I'm gonna have a stroke. Really, I am. I'm afraid of it. I got Alzheimer's and dementias, and all kinds of shit. But you need to think where you're getting your information from, and you need to think who's feeding that information. Because
there's only one person regarding the firearms that we talk to, which I've known for a long time, but it's virtually impossible to say that source's name. This source
I don't blame you for not
credible,
saying it.
reliable, and they don't like the name being mentioned. So,
Voldemort.
I wouldn't mention them.
Voldemort. It's Voldemort. I know who it is. It's Voldemort.
Okay, that's a start. That's a start.
Let me ask something. What do you do when the Forsaken Loyalists come up to you?
Oh.
Come with me in this room. What do you do?
Well, back then, I would have walked in the room with them. Nowadays, I can't be sure what I would do.
Look at it from us. We're fishermen. They come up to you and they say, "Come here, I want to talk to you." Okay, let's go talk. That doesn't mean that we're making a deal with them.
Oh yeah,
I think we ought to stop ganging up on Tristan.
I mean, there's just so much false information being fed to you guys. It makes me sad because I used to care about you guys a lot. I like Uno a lot. I like the Overlook and what they, try to stand for. But it feels like those values are just slipping away from everybody. We're just, getting the blame thrown on us.
To give woodsmen have been held at gunpoint by the Forsaken Loyalists to give them guns. Is that what you wanted to say with this?
Hello.
I'm saying if they tell you to come over and talk to them, what are you supposed to say? No, and then they just shoot you up?
Shit, Tristan. Hello.
Yeah, damn, what?
Oh shit.
That is some timing.
Kushing, welcome in.
Quite frankly, Peru, I'm having a heated situation right now, which is a lot of talking, and with all due respect, I think I need to talk this out with one-on-one conversations. You can participate in the talk, but I don't want somebody jumping in, and that's all I would really ask from the get-go. Otherwise, I'm happy to see you.
Now only the fireflies are missing to this party, huh?
We got some.
Honestly, yeah, we're just. Hey, I'm gonna say one more thing.
Oh,
hello.
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 Oh, Jesus Christ. Well.
I wasn't expecting to walk in on a meeting. Sorry.
No. How are you?
I also want.
I just was telling them only the fireflies are missing to this party, but now you're here.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, come into the house.
Have y'all heard any rumors have y'all heard any rumors about how nasty the woodsmen are? And I'm a woodsman.
About how what?
That's Faye.
How we're just bad people. What have you not seen the notes?
Oh, we've seen
the notes. We've seen the propaganda.
You've seen the notes. The propaganda. What the hell's going on with this?
Jed, if one of them touches you, you come to me first. Give me a name.
You know I will.
Hello.
You know I will.
Anybody
I'm bowing
you,
out. I know that, and I appreciate it. I'm bowing out of this conversation. I'm 71 years old, and I'm fixing to have a damn stroke.
Need some weed, old man.
I got some upstairs, thank you.
That's a good thing. Guys better be watching his blood pressure.
This is strange.
And how is everybody here today?
Good. I think could be. It's good to talk. It can get a little bit heated, but it's a very hot topic, so it will get heated. But no.
They didn't ask us.
No actual aggression, just a bit of emotion. I think very emotional.
Yeah, these are trying times. Understandable.
How are you fine people? How's it been going to the west?
They're pretty peaceful as of late. We always get a couple of scuffles here and there.
Keep it
but
going, Bucky. Keep it going.
been intense. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Yeah, yeah. So we had our little run in at the weekend. But again, it's something that is inevitable. Unfortunately, the way things are going, it's not normal for us. That's why I think it takes it out of us a little bit more. We don't normally do that. You see us, we just hand out fish and maps. But when your hand is forced, you have to do things you don't necessarily like doing. But we do it because that's the only option sometimes, unfortunately.
Oh, war is never an easy thing.
No.
Ends. People dying.
Forgive me.
Reason.
Sorry. Go ahead, me.
After you.
I was just gonna say, forgive me for being a little out of the loop, but what exactly is going on with the Fireflies coming after you guys?
Have you got the letter? Have you got the letter, Josh? You can just show. So this is, I think, part 3 of the propaganda that they're pushing out. So please read that and see what you think. And that's one of many that has been pushed out. I think it's a second or third at least. Definitely second, if not third, letter that's been pushed out. Oh, God.
I think it's interesting that they're taking this position after fully supporting 506 in the middle of our war, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
Thank you. And yeah.
Let me chip in one more thing. You see that meek feller over there? I've met that man 3 times. And you hear what he said about me? He said, anybody touches a hair on my head, they're gonna die. Did he not?
I'll say it again. Anybody touches that beautiful face up there, they'll pay some consequences. If I ever hear that he is harmed.
So that's a good judge of character right there.
Did a vow to protect that man when I met him on the streets of Cami.
You boys up there at the Overlook need to take a look inside. Somebody is throwing y'all under the bus, and it's not us. But somebody's throwing y'all under the bus. Peace. Your information from the Overlook. This Gideon did this, Gideon did that. Your bullshit put us right where we're at.
Gideon
and it's
did
bullshit.
nothing. That
I'm
has been
71 years
confirmed.
old. I've been around the block. I run a moonshining business. I run a pot growing business.
It's about
I know
the
how to
massacre
judge
at the
people.
Overlook.
And somebody at the Overlook is full of shit. And we explained everything that happened. Yet y'all just, I don't get it with y'all. You're divided from within. And you can't stand. People divided cannot stand.
I don't get it. What we did? Sorry.
That's something
Your
we are going to look
information.
into.
Your information about Gideon, he's outed us and the FL come in and blowed us all to hell. That shit put us right where we're at. Being shot at from people that you're supplying arms to. Somebody's supplying arms. But it ain't us.
We're not supplying arms to them.
Really?
Not willingly.
No.
You're not helping the Fireflies? You didn't offer a Black Thorn a plate the other day? Black Mountain
plate?
Rangers? Yeah,
No.
a plate. Oh, really?
We wish we had plates. The only
Really?
plate is the one that this man usually
Why
carries.
Why is Matt
Well,
the
we have
original,
plates, but
the
I don't get it.
original founder of the Overlook walk in this building on the and
Wait,
his
you mean?
radio
Oh,
was
you mean
on,
the
and
metal
you
plate, the one
Peruvian,
with the.
you
He's talking right now.
on the
Peru, please.
radio saying this plate goes to so and so with Blackthorn or whoever the hell it was.
Sorry,
On the radio!
You're saying
Saying
that
the
I
truth!
give a plate, or did I got a plate?
You said a plate goes to this member of that gang.
No, I never give a plate to anybody.
He got a plate
Well,
from
that's
someone.
what the original founding member of the Overlook said, and he said some bad shit about
Please
the Overlook.
don't associate Matt, that disgrace of a leader,
Oh, you're talking
ex-leader,
about
with the
the
Overlord.
former leader of the Overlord.
Okay.
You're talking about that guy.
Okay. Y'all guys
He's
take it up the fucking hill and do your little deals and try to stir the pot, and we'll stay down here and
Oh,
don't
sorry,
fuck
man.
with us.
I didn't got you. You're talking about that the
Oh,
former leader of the Overlord.
sorry, I
Matty.
didn't understand what. Yeah, you're caught.
That guy,
You little
the
punk.
guy that quit, the guy that left the Overlook alone.
Abandoned it. Quite frankly, he didn't leave. He abandoned it.
The guy that I met 2 times in my entire life.
Well, you met him the other day.
He's not part of the Overlook. I'm just saying. He's not part of the
Not
Overlook.
anymore.
Saying that when he
Not
walked in this
anymore.
building, his radio was on, and you was come on the radio and said, "This plate, that black plate, you got to give it to so and so." And they're not with
I
the
will
good
never
group.
give a plate.
Well,
I
your-
love plates.
Quite frankly,
Your,
that wouldn't
your
happen.
words,
I know this guy well enough.
Your word. Oh, well,
I'm gonna
okay,
lighten the
that's
mood.
enough said. Later.
Yeah, I've never give a
Oh,
plate to
thank
anybody,
you.
and I will never do.
That's
don't
one
have the
thing that
capacity
bugs
for
the
that
fuck
anyways.
out of me is a son of a bitch stand right there and lie to you fucking face.
Yeah. It's Matty. It's fucking Matt. He's probably just saying
Matt
that
is
shit, I
probably
guess.
just mad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry about that. Or yes, the rest of the heat that has piled up in that conversation that I couldn't really resolve.
Have you got any more fish left, Josh?
Yeah, they're caught now.
Yeah, so what's going on with the Fireflies and Overlook then? Or are you guys still remaining neutral?
Well, definitely right now.
Rusty, come to
Right,
the gate if you need it.
Right.
Can you see that on your vicinity?
Yeah. Yeah, I got him. Cheers, thank you.
While all of this sadly is going to go down, if we want it or not, because the Fireflies are pushing this apparently onto the Woodsman.
Yeah, wiggle all you want. Wiggle all you want.
Appreciate it. Oh, perusing away. Yeah, now I got it.
Wiggle some more. Wiggle some more.
Shut up, Chid.
Sorry, I don't get it. It's like you're insinuating
stop
that
it.
we wanna. Right?
This right now, I would say this is too heated to have a reasonable talk with this gentleman up there, and a lot of misunderstanding too. Right? Like, I believe that you don't even have a plate that you could give to anybody, and there's something that has been heard over the radio. Quite frankly, it's just I never heard about any of this before. I think. But yeah, too heated to talk about it right now with the gentleman up there.
Oh, hello.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, friend. Is he okay? Are you
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I'll just make sure he's not going to come in here and cause trouble.
Oh, okay. Does he have food?
Oh,
I have a lot.
John, I'll give you this. I'll give you. Sorry, I didn't mean to take it off you.
Hey, Josh, right down there, Josh. Up here, Josh. Up here. Somebody else up here wants to speak with Tristan and.
Are you
whoever-
okay?
Whatever that thing is over there.
Do you need anything else? I don't know if that's Jacko or not.
Here.
That might be Jacko. That's not the best place for him to be.
Got a lot.
Yeah. No. Do you know where the well is? Do you know where the well? The well's just over there by the houses. If you want to go there.
I would like to say something. Jed, you always know I have your back from the day DayZ Chernarus. Peru is a man that I do trust. I do trust Peru. That man has spared my life more than once.
Have you got a voice?
Scared the living piss
Have you
out
got
of me in the Northwest.
Have you got a voice?
No.
Can you speak?
But I do
The man
consider
of the
him
hour.
a trustworthy man.
Can you speak?
As far as my word goes to you, I
Have
don't
you got a
know.
voice?
But I do. I've had many run-ins with them, and I do
No.
consider them, especially anybody at the Overlook, very good people.
Oh.
And I consider you good people as well.
Are you
so that,
Mango?
a little bit to watch you guys
Lost your
kill each
vocal
other.
cords? No.
I think we can definitely get this.
That's getting quite heated in here. I mean, the well's just over there. If you want to go over there.
What's going on?
But safe, safe travels. If there's anything in the tents that you need, help yourself. Help yourself. Anything in the tents you need, all right? No problem at all.
I would say I'm surprised to see you down here.
Yeah, you stay safe. Come back if you need anything else. We'll try and help you out, all right?
Offering us, begging us, pleading us for a big
Okay.
meeting, right? I don't know. So we took that
See ya.
meeting. Okay, well we took a meeting with Lucas because he was sending us through pigeon that it was urgent that he needed to speak to us because people were bad mouthing Overlook and talking bad about
Oh, it's all
Overlook,
building
right?
up now. Oh God.
And it seems like the only time
thought
Lucas
that was
wants to
Jacko.
have a meeting is when things are being talked bad about the Overlook. But I mean, when it comes to the Woodsman, I mean, oh no, forget what the Woodsmen have to say, right? It's y'all's information, fellas. Yes or no, right? The Fireflies got the intel from you
Regarding what situation?
while we're in this hot water with them.
Jed, can you just make sure if Bucky's up there
Hey, calm down.
that
Hey,
somebody's looking out? Because I got a bad feeling about that dude.
We got patrol. We got patrol.
Oh,
I've
good.
read the
What you mean
letter.
fully true? But is it true or not true? Is it? Okay.
There's some things we talked about them with, but other things they
Yes,
apparently just said out of
Oh.
thin air, which we haven't mentioned.
Okay. Well.
we didn't
But
know
they
about
took
it
it.
in the first place.
Whatever you said, right? They took it and ran with it, right? Which got us here, right?
No.
What is it? Come on, man. Yeah, and from what I understood, you thought so too, correct? At one point, right? So what I'm seeing here, what I'm seeing here, fellas, and what it looks like, and I'm sorry if it looks that way, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, is that I see a group of folks, right, that want to steamroll this thing, and now that it's snowballing out of control, now you can't push time out now. You can't blow the whistle now and say, oh, I don't want part of it. It's too late for that. They drug you in it, just like we're drugged in it, right? Oh, that's what it is. Brother. Come on, man. I went up there and talked to Lucas. Man. And what's his name? Robert. and they were agreeing with me when I was there. Oh yeah,
Hello.
fireflies,
Hello,
man.
sir.
We don't get them. We don't get them, and you know we feel like we're walking on eggshells and this and that. And then the next day, it's something totally different with you
Hello,
guys.
hello.
The fireflies come around, and then y'all play it a whole nother way. It's like y'all trying to play the middle. Because y'all come here and tell us one thing.
Earlier part of.
Sorry, they're in the middle of something there. How can I help?
Oh, I'm from Komarovo. I'm with it.
Oh, right. Sorry. That's fine. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, the armband throws it off. I get it. It's okay.
Yeah, no.
I can't speak for the entirety of the Overlook. I can speak on a personal note that
But
there
y'all
has
are
been
divided,
this
right?
situation.
That's what Matt said. I mean, that's what Lucas says.
Yeah,
That some
why
of
y'all
y'all
got three leaders? Why y'all got three leaders now?
Step back.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
y'all are
it's fine,
divided.
it's not.
That some of y'all, right? And and the fact is that y'all have three leaders, right?
No, Matt.
Because
Matt
Lucas
is not
has too much work
even
on
part
his
of the Overlook.
own. And Matt is not part of the Overlook. Yeah, that's too. Like I don't know.
I
why
don't care about Matt. I don't care about Matt. I mean,
you
I'm
just
saying
mentioned
Lucas.
his name.
Okay, I'm
put us
just
off.
saying Lucas. I'm saying Lucas. Matt's came down here before too.
Yeah. But with our current situation,
Seems like the man
there's-
wants the glory. He wants the glory, but
I
none
was
of
so
the problems.
I was so close to that Nobel Peace Prize. So
Honestly,
close.
Oh, believe me, he's very.
I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean?
If you say this, believe it. Sure thing. But that's not what we want to talk about right now. No. What we want
Okay.
to talk about is the problems.
The massacre
that
for the Overlook, right? Do you blame me for what happened to the Overlook? Let me ask
we
you
have
that.
no confirmation that you said something to the loyalists.
How do you
I don't know
feel?
where
How do you feel about it then? How do you feel about it?
I would,
I think
if I
I
could
show
snap with my
already.
finger and stop this right now, I would want everything to be undone. I don't want any.
You basically
problems.
told like half an hour ago that you believe Gideon was involved in that massacre.
Belief and suspicion are different things.
I'm
So
expecting them
that
to
is
roll
what
in
I
here
was
and
about to
massacre
say.
us
I
all.
don't care.
There was the
I don't care. You were
suspicion
telling bullshit
against
here
you,
at our house.
Gideon, but never.
Yes, but if I came to you personally, bro, I came to y'all the next day and I told you what happened. What more confirmation do you need?
Yeah.
I was there. Let me ask you guys something. Hold on.
No action against you being like. There's no action being taken against you.
Look, let me tell you something, guys. What I don't understand, what I don't understand is, guys, right? Is y'all sit here, and y'all can hold that on y'all's chest, right? But y'all don't seem to hold those guys up there called the Fireflies for any of that. Maybe it was them. You ever think about that? Y'all letting Vadim getting held up on y'all's territory, not telling them anything. But I'm the one to blame for y'all getting massacred.
Quite frankly,
Yeah, actually, that
Vadim was the aggressor.
Really?
Yeah, actually, I was there. And
What aggressive
he
Russian
first
Vadim?
shot me.
Okay.
Being aggressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so what
Vadim
happened?
was
Tell
the
me what
aggressor,
happened there. The Fireflies weren't the aggressor. Okay, so
So.
so before
basically, they
Gideon,
were.
so before Gideon said anything, right, that you assumed got you massacred, right? There was a bunch of bullshit going on between Fireflies, FL, and y'all and FL, correct? Way before Gideon said anything. Yes or no? So how could you blame me if what I said was just the icing on the cake? Well, that's not what they're doing, and you ain't speaking up on it because that's what they're holding up against above my head. Oh, what do you mean? That's the reason they're shooting at us. No, that's the reason they're shooting at us.
So this is a mod here. You can fill rain out of that. You can catch
Yeah,
rain.
y'all ain't stepping in. Oh, you see that? Do you see what I'm hearing? But you see what I'm hearing? You see? Come on, man. And apparently they think that because y'all thought that. Maybe not now. but it's too late now. Y'all want to wash our hands of everything. Y'all want to wash our hands of everything and say, oh, well, it's not us. But like good folks like this, right? I mean, people are going to come in on our behalf. Maybe not
Yeah, I
these
think
folks,
so. You just need
but
to
there's
look
a lot
up
of
till you get
people
the
out there
prompt, and then you can look down
that know
again.
that we are good folks.
It takes
and
a little
what y'all
while.
are starting is a war. And I think like y'all just trying to wash our hands and say we don't want no part of it. But y'all steamrolled this motherfucker. Y'all put us here.
It's holding them accountable for that, making their
Y'all
decisions,
may
I
not doing
guess.
the one be doing y'all probably not the ones shooting at us. But y'all the reason why we're here. And I'll make sure this whole land knows. If anything happens to us, if we're going to war and we're in hot water, well, guess what, buddy? You're going to be right there with us. I'm tired of all the talking. Y'all only want to talk when it comes to clearing your name. But you ain't trying to clear ours.
And you just said.
Did you ban them? Are they allowed to go to your place? Are they allowed to show up at the Overlook like nothing?
Yeah, because they.
Okay. Well, so what? Okay. So you're with them then. So you're with them then, because they're my enemy, and that makes you mine. That is how it works. That is how it works, buddy.
It's like if the
no, bro.
All right.
You started this shit, bro.
Darkest Midnight. Listen, please listen. If Darkest Midnight goes to the Overlook, and they are there without doing anything bad, that make us friends with Darkest Midnight or allies to Darkest Midnight?
So why y'all getting mad at us for talking to FL? Look what you're saying. Look what you're saying, bro. Bro, y'all sitting here and y'all getting mad at us for hearsay. Oh, Gideon and them are working with FL because people are saying it, right?
Did I come here and said that I am mad with you?
Bro,
if the Overlook came here
raining,
once, it was probably because of misunderstanding.
Well, that misunderstanding got us here. It's too late for that. It's too late now.
Well, that misunderstanding make the Fireflies come here to attack you, but that's not my problem because I didn't start anything. If they cut it like that, it's their fucking problem.
Y'all were up there in the hill. Y'all send out the broadcast. Y'all bite off more than what y'all could chew, and now y'all putting it on us.
No, I set up a broadcast against FL. I set up a broadcast against you guys. Did I talk about you guys in that broadcast? No, I don't think so. Did I talk to the Fireflies about you guys that you were doing anything shit about with FL? No, I don't think so.
We don't know.
Yes, I know. That wasn't.
I'm just tired of Peruvian. I'm just tired of y'all coming down here talking shit about the Fireflies. And then the next day, y'all up there having a kumbaya with them like nothing was ever said.
No, I got you. The problem is that you are not always there, and you're not seeing while we are talking with the Fireflies, because we are confronting them about this.
What's gonna happen, bro? If they're pulling their weapons out on FL on y'all's territory and y'all didn't stop it, then you think I'm gonna go over there and trust the fact that y'all won't allow the same thing to happen to us? Y'all can't even control your own territory. You can't control them.
No, I'm not trying to control the Fireflies.
You couldn't if you wanted to.
Let me say
I'm
one
not
thing.
gonna try to control the Fireflies.
Hey, Peruvian.
There's a lot of problems.
Peruvian.
There's a lot of problems. Yeah.
I died up there, protecting the Overlook.
Yep.
Jonas died twice in the same day. And you know where your leadership was? You were down here looting Electro and looting Cherno, and you never showed up. You never showed up. And I died.
What about...
And Jonas died. Listen to me. Listen to me. And you were down here looting, or you might not have been, but your leaders and your providers or whatever were down here looting because y'all were having a party. And you wanted some fancy dresses and pants and shit. And nobody come up there to help. and backheads or crackheads were attacking the Overlook. Who went up there to help them? We did. And blood was shed. But nobody from your group showed up. That's bullshit.
If the Overlord were getting attacked, we will attend.
No, they
that
didn't.
doesn't make any sense. Like it's just doesn't go with anything about this. Like
Step back.
I don't get it.
I got you. Yeah. Look, Peruvian. The only talking we want to hear is we're done talking. I don't know what y'all want to continue to talk for. We ain't got time to talk. We got cowards shooting at us from the hills over there on a daily basis, off of hearsay, on something called y'all keep saying this hard evidence, but yet where is it? What is it? Tell me, because nobody knows. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly. What is it? That's all we're hearing. Okay,
well,
was it the fight? Was it the massacre at the Overlook? What is it?
No, it's absolutely nothing. It's just a thought in that
it's
time.
nothing. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we already explained that to the Fireflies.
But it's too late now, bro. Y'all helped push something. They got it in their head. Helped fuel their agenda against us, and now we're here. You started this, man.
I
this.
didn't push anything. No, I didn't push anything. I didn't push anything.
Back up. Yep.
I didn't say anything to the Fireflies. We didn't say anything to the Fireflies.
Well, you
we
might
didn't
want
say
to
that
talk to
the Fireflies
Lucas
to
then.
come here and attack here.
Oh, you don't have to, but as long as you're sitting there listening, and you're going along, and going along what they're saying, that's all you need to do.
Thirsty little
Just like
boy.
us, right? Of these guys
All this diplomacy
decided
is
to
really
gun you down right now, for example, right? And I'm just sitting there watching.
Right.
What are you gonna say? I'm gonna say, oh, I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't shoot you. But you're still gonna say what? Well, why did you allow it to happen?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Now, Liz. Here's the thing. Have you guys ever get shot at the Overlook by the Fireflies? I don't think so.
That's
and of course,
no,
if that will happen,
you want me to test that theory? Cause I'll do it.
Look, if you want to go
test
to the
it.
Overlook and
No,
you
I'll
gotta
test that
calculate-
theory for you though. And what are you gonna do then? What are you gonna do then?
Well, I will get mad at the Fireflies.
That's it? That's it? Come on, bro. Listen to yourself. And that's cool. Be on their side. That's cool. I'm cool with that. But, bro, if you're going to be on their side, be on it all the way. Because if we're in it, you're in it too.
Yeah, I think you're not like.
I've got the
I
affinity for
understand, you
Peruvian
understand.
because he's a ginger.
You got a point. You got a point.
Keep saying that, but then you're trying to go against what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going against what you're saying. Just I want to make another point. From now on, we ain't gonna give. Well, we haven't give actually anything to them, but we're not gonna give anything to the Fireflies. We're gonna not. We're
You
not
know how
gonna
many times
talk to
we've
them.
heard that? You sure? Because we've heard that already, Peruvian, and nothing against you. Your main guy has came over here and said that the last 3 meetings. It seems like y'all need to convince yourself and quit trying to convince me. Because you're never going to do that unless I see it. I hear a bunch of talking from you guys. But come the next day and the day the Fireflies show up, it's back to square one. You're back listening to what they got to say. Because when Lucas was here, he was saying, oh man, Gideon and Wade, and you know what, they're good guys. They're good guys, and you know what, I believe in them. But then the next day, after the meeting, he's back to, oh, well, I don't know if I could trust Gideon and Wade. What is that about?
When did
So
he
you
say
gonna,
that?
Oh, if you, I thought about
Hey,
starting
like
a
you said,
ginger
stuff is going
faction where we
around,
only
right?
let gingers in, but we'd get raided on a daily basis by every group.
Reliable.
Freshies,
I'm
crackheads,
just gonna say anything you said.
bagheads.
I mean,
We'd be target for everybody.
right?
Even
I mean,
Damn
we're just tired of it.
and FL
We're
would
done
unite
with the
to
meetings.
exterminate the gingers.
We ain't
I
got
wouldn't
time
blame
for
them,
them, right?
really.
You need to make your decision. You need to show everybody where you stand and don't get caught up in this shit. And I better not see no green armbands around here, man. Around my front door attacking me. Let me raise that. If I
That
see,
will never happen.
well, I hope not. But a lot of things that I thought wouldn't happen has happened. We're in this shit. Off of hearsay, and it's somebody around that y'all know.
Or you could start a ginger faction, and you can
Yeah,
only go out at night, because if you go out
As
during
I
the day,
said
you get
before,
sunburnt.
It
Like,
is indeed.
Have to
a whole
call us like
problem.
the day walkers or something like that.
Okay.
And you can
So, I
only
mean,
pick
we're the reason
ginger
why y'all aren't-
characters.
we're in the hot
That's all you
water.
can have. There's like 2 or 3 of them.
Whatever was said from somebody you know was
And
told
that
to
way
the
we'd all look
Fireflies, and
related.
here we are. But you can't say, hey man, we don't want no part of this.
Because you can't.
You're already involved.
You
Here's
can't.
the thing. Here's the thing.
You can't get umbrellas.
Maybe
on
I
this as well.
didn't. We didn't say anything to the Fireflies. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll wake up again. Here's the thing. Maybe you're thinking that
Could only operate at
maybe
night, but as
could
long as it's
be
not a
another
full,
people that are saying that to their Fireflies.
as long as
Because
it's
we didn't
as long
say
as it's not a
anything
full
about,
moon, because we
like,
can get
so
moonburnt,
so then
can't we,
maybe,
as well?
so then maybe then if we want to think that way, so then maybe it wasn't me and Wade talking to FL. Maybe it was somebody else. I mean, can't we say the same thing then?
Sure, if you want to.
This is getting nowhere, man. This is really
Yeah.
not.
We could actually, yeah.
We're done with the meetings, fellas. I mean, I don't know what y'all coming down here for if it's not telling us y'all are seriously done with the Fireflies and y'all speak up on our behalf. If it's nothing to do with that, I don't want to hear it.
All right. To be honest, I was coming here.
Why not?
British
It's the truth, right? We're good folks.
Yeah, the Weasley faction, yeah, the Weasleys.
Why another neutral group? Why couldn't you?
What?
If we are siding with you.
Oh, but you listen to them all day, right?
Are the Fireflies neutral?
No.
Are the
Fireflies
Fireflies
aren't
neutral?
Are we fighting?
The
with
moment
Fireflies?
the moment that y'all were hyped up about this broadcast and blah 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 blah, they were right along with you, right? I'm pretty sure y'all didn't come up with that by yourself.
Well, what, the broadcast? That was our own idea.
Yeah, but who do you at the time, right? You thought what? Who was supposed to be there backing you, right? That was your backbone because y'all don't have one yourselves. Who are y'all relying to be there to help you guys?
Well,
What?
And this is all
Yeah,
just in
come
game
on.
as well. This is like really good.
but not to fight with us necessarily, but to just stand against them.
There's no such thing as half ginger. You haven't lived a life. I'm sorry. It's all ginger or no ginger. There's no. That's like when people say strawberry blonde. That's either denial or an outright lie. There's no such thing. And believe me, by someone who can get sunburnt
So y'all
under
think
a
the other factions talking
35
about
watt
us?
bulb,
Is that
I know
you're
what I'm
saying?
talking about.
No,
Anyway,
it's
Yeah,
not.
that was our own thing.
No, it's not. It's not a separate thing. That's
Yeah,
what
agent,
you're
trying to-
don't
saying.
you know?
That's
Don't
what
you
you're
know that?
What y'all are saying.
That's what y'all are saying, that we're with Dolores. We never said
Yeah.
that. You just
Yeah.
said it.
Low energy
This was
LED.
merely a suspicion, and if any Overlook member acted like stone-hearted truth, then that was a mistake on their hand.
Oh
and
yeah,
that Overlook
most
member
people
should be
do.
held accountable.
When it
Well,
comes
right
to
now,
November,
Peru is here,
okay,
and we
but
don't,
what we're
we
saying,
don't
but
set
what-
in stone that working with them.
Okay,
We are-
but what
it was
we're
merely a
we're
suspicion.
saying.
yeah, most people
Okay,
have
but
that.
what we're saying is, if y'all knew for one
Either in-
moment that these
either in
guys, right,
tashes or
your
beards.
friends, were willing to act on those suspicions, y'all are not coming to and trying to stop them and say, hey, you know what, y'all can't be doing this. Y'all ain't speaking up against them.
We did. We did that. We told them to fucking stop this shit.
So then y'all come stand with us then.
We
I
are
invite you.
fucking telling them to stop it.
Well, then
We're
on
not
a
gonna
daily
fucking
then.
fight against
On a-
everybody.
okay.
This is
I get the impression that the Overlook tried to get involved and then
is the
and this is
same
sort of
thing
backfiring.
about it. FL goes to the Overlook, fuck with us, and we just try to stay neutral. Fireflies come here.
Oh, okay,
try to
okay,
fuck with
okay.
you,
So,
and we try to stay neutral.
See, no, I think that's a problem with you. Y'all pick and choose because when we were saying the same shit about the loyalists, it was a problem. Oh no, get it? You
Yeah.
gotta choose a side. You gotta
Yeah.
choose either you with us or against us. But now, oh, when yeah, but you were standing with them when they were saying it.
That was what your broadcast said.
No. Okay, but anyways,
That
you're friends
but
with the
we
people that
talked against them. That
okay, but your friends, whoever they are, got us to the Fireflies, right? On your territory, correct?
We do all keep going over the same ground because it's not going to get resolved.
The information that was given on to the Fireflies took place at your organization. Okay.
but not laid out as proof of allegiance. That is
Right.
their headcanon, and that we won't stand for that.
Okay, but you didn't think that these people up there were gonna take that and run with it. Y'all didn't know for a fact that that wasn't gonna happen. Okay, let me ask you something. Y'all deal with Blackthorn, right?
Now we want Eclipse to start chipping in.
Y'all deal with Blackthorn, right? Correct? Yes or no?
And Eclipse
Yeah,
are good
because
at loving this
all
for
these
intelligence
guys here, right
gathering.
now that they know that, right now that they know that, would it be okay for them to look at you like as terrorists? Well, I don't know if they have beef with Blackthorn, but I'll deal with them, correct? And y'all supply them with explosives, correct? Wait, hold on. Y'all supply them with explosives, correct? Yes or no? Yes or no? I want to hear it.
We don't supply them with explosives anymore.
Have you ever?
We did, and we confirmed where they went.
Okay,
unlike
okay,
the
okay. But y'all made sure, right, to tell them, hey, but you can't use it on our friends, correct? And what did they turn around to do?
Well, as I said, we confirmed that they were used on what
Fireflies,
they were supposed to
right?
be used. No, they used
Well,
their
that's
own
what,
stock
hey,
for
well,
that.
that's the way. Well, we see. Well, you see, hey, because that's
No.
what's going around. You're just doing that now. Now, barely now. Look at all that's happened. Well, we're I think y'all scared of that. Y'all scared of the Fireflies, man. And then once y'all get them out of your head and out of your land and out of your ear, y'all will do just. Until then. Until then, man. I mean, y'all gonna keep finding y'all shit blown up, and y'all gonna burn with them. Told you this before. I told this to Luke. I'll tell you again. Y'all are gonna burn.
Yeah.
Because who you
Lucas,
got? Because what?
Sorry,
What?
sorry, I interrupted you again. But so Lucas' stance on this was, right? We don't take a stand with the Fireflies. That is what we say. That is what we stand for. But people are gonna say otherwise either way. That is what I heard from Lucas about this.
So you're in the same boat we are. You're in the same boat we are.
I would say so. That is some, but
yeah.
I will assure that.
But we
again, right? I said it before. If Overlook members acted like there would be any proof against you regarding the Overlook massacre, that this was a mistake and should
Yeah.
be treated as such, and they should be held accountable if they said that was proof. But for all I know is the Fireflies just took our suspicion and made it their headcanon that this is proof. Which we couldn't know about what they were thinking in their heads.
So where do y'all stand now?
I think
Are y'all gonna stand with
they're
us?
trying to wash their
Or are you
hands of
gonna
it
stay
now.
neutral?
That they've, and this is the thing. There's a lot more than
We
just black and white. There's a lot of
Definitely
grey
stand with
areas.
that we don't want to pick up arms in this situation.
Okay, so what are you doing here then? Wasting my time.
Can't we just rock paper scissors?
Well, I was
What's
coming to just.
Oh,
For
yeah,
what?
let him-
For what though?
He's gonna bring us stuff.
What do we get out of this? You just wasted a whole bunch of my time. What's your point of being here?
If
I'm not trying to hear you, man.
Understand.
How else am I supposed to see it? We're getting shot at on daily. Blood is being spilled, gentlemen. We are at war. I ain't got time. Exactly.
And
y'all stood with them. And the way I see it is y'all stood with them at the beginning. Okay, y'all may not have pulled the trigger, but y'all were all for it. This is the way I see it. Let me finish. And now y'all want out.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's.
But that's not how I'm gonna tell everybody how this started. And it's gonna be the truth. Now y'all want out. Why? Why do y'all want out?
The truth is, and that's why we apparently, what you say, want out.
But these
is
are
that
wrong.
the Fireflies have literally taken a bunch of suspicions, made them to proof in their heads, and now we use it as
go take it
propaganda
up with
too.
them
Yeah, we talk to them too.
See,
We talk
Tristan
to them
and
too, right now. We
Peruvian,
try
they're
to
not high
go
up.
to their place and get
So,
everything sorted.
Lucas should
but
be
it's
here,
maybe
but-
not going as fast as it should. As you mentioned, it's only happening now. There was a lot of stuff we had to deal with prior, which slowed everything down to an unacceptable extent, which we definitely can apologize for, that it didn't happen any quicker. But do you want us to just take a stand with you, or would you also accept fixing what is going on?
What I want, guys, is the truth to be told, because there's a lot of flyers being posted. There's a lot of rumors being told, man, and nobody's speaking up but us.
I saw that flyer
what's
today,
going
by the
on
way.
is
I didn't see it before.
And then that's what I'm saying. If you know what they're saying is false, then speak. You can't. You don't owe us that
he's
much.
not thinking it's false. He believes it.
Then speak.
Yeah.
Well,
you can't do that. We're not saying shoot.
So,
speak.
so
I'm
Gideon,
tired.
Speaking to you about what's false on that, or speaking to the people what's false about that, because I'm
What do
gonna
you
speak to the
mean?
people too. You know, like if those guys.
So you, as of right now,
Overlook.
So as of right now, you believe. So as of right now, you believe that that flyer.
No, I didn't see the flyer up until now. And
Okay,
I
so
as I
what do you
read
think
it
about it?
right here, right
I
now.
also see it. I also see it. It's a lot of bullshit. I'm
it's
gonna
a
be
lot of
straight to
bullshit.
you.
Okay, so then y'all need to speak up on our behalf.
They even somehow put us inside that
Right?
flyer.
If somebody comes to us at the Overlook with false accusations, we're gonna tell them otherwise, because what's on that flyer is just either exaggerated, out of context, not true at all, out of thin air, right? That is what we can do, and we will do, because we are not going to lie about this.
And you know also
You
why
said
we're
you
not
said
gonna
something
lie for
completely different an hour
this.
ago.
The Fireflies went to the Overlook.
You keep saying
I think
that, yet
3 days ago before they make
use words
And
that have
you
no
keep
power.
saying you keep saying bullshit, man.
All right, let's go. Go ahead.
They told to us if they could, like, basically put those fucking notes on the Overlook when they like.
Yeah, there's loads of songs. There's loads of songs you can find, cassette players. There's loads of cassettes you can play, as in musical songs you can play, audio books. There's all sorts, like opera.
Yeah, well, you know what? We tell the people that come around clothes, anything. We never said anything about bad of you guys.
So while
And the
everybody's
people who
here,
can say that.
so y'all
The people
disagree
can say
with
that.
everything the Fireflies is saying and doing.
Do.
Y'all
We
do.
disagree with that, and we talk to the Fireflies. We
And
make a
y'all are
fucking
not
meeting with the
y'all
Fireflies
and y'all are
saying
not
that.
helping them in any kind of way.
In
We're
any
not
Everybody's
kind of way.
listening.
with anything. We are not going to fight with them.
Everybody's
The
listening.
only
Please,
thing we
everybody
will
listen.
do, which is equal for everybody, is when somebody in need comes in the Overlook. For example, when they
Alright.
get coasted, they get food and clothes.
And that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Listen,
ain't
trust
trying
me.
to look. We're not gonna be the only ones burning. I'll make sure of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's loads of songs.
totally.
I think you've got
You do whatever
ACDC.
you have to do to defend your people.
There's a saucy
I
one if
totally
you can
agree.
find it. Bit of a
y'all need to. If y'all gonna stay out of it, stay the
bit of a
fuck out of it.
saucy
I better not hear that y'all are
Reader's Wives
supplying them
thing.
with
There's
any
all
kind of
sorts of
building
music.
supplies,
Exactly.
anything. You
Nothing.
know what? We've been
Exactly.
pushed. We've been pushed and pushed and pushed. And you know what? Just the other day in Cherno, we got a little taste of get back for the very first time, and it felt good.
Especially, you know, something I really stand with you here is I'm upset about the entire fight night thing that's still on that ladder. I was there with Santiago and you. You remember that talk we three had, and
Of
they brought
course.
that shit back up again. And we, on that day, found out that it was nothing more and nothing less than a misunderstanding. And again, they go out of their way and claim that it is facts. And that is something I'm actually very upset with, right? So this is something I'm gonna tell people now. Like, have you heard about that Woodsman fight night thing? A lot of bullshit. That was no more than a
That's what we
misunderstanding,
need.
and now they use this
Well,
propaganda.
then that's all we need. Then that's all we need.
Then do it. Yeah.
Do it.
We need y'all to do that. We're not asking y'all to blow them up. We're not asking you to. As much as I'm pissed off at them, bro, I ain't got the heart to tell anybody, even these folks here. We can fight our own battle, but we just want people to know the truth, not this bullshit.
My original reason to come here was to, you know, like, I didn't really mean to talk the entire time about this. My very first intent would have been to.
You do get
all I really
copyright
want is
strike.
to sit down and
You
fish,
do know you do.
talk
Some of
about
them,
our day.
I've had
We've been wanting to do that, sir.
not copyright strike, but
We
it is
haven't had a
copyright
chance.
I know.
music, but it doesn't. They don't ask for it to get
That's the
taken
wrong time
down.
to do that,
I
man.
don't know which ones. It's not on all of them, but some of them
Maybe
do
it
flag
is,
as a
but they gotta
copyright
be- they
infringement.
gotta be something
but they
more
don't take
than
any
this-
action, so they must have the
fight.
okay to play.
I
You
tell
know,
you
to
this,
play
it's
it.
not us, sir. We're defending ourselves.
So sometimes,
It's
if
them.
you see,
It's them that continue to come down here and shoot at us every day and every
if
night.
you see me wander away,
If we
sometimes it's
wanted
I'm
to, we
trying
could
to
take it
avoid
to
it
'em.
because.
It's not because we're
I
weak,
think I've
we
had
just-
3 so
we don't
far
have
that
time
have
for
had
that shit.
infringements, but no action. There's not a copyright strike or anything like that. It's not gone that far, but yeah, some of them will probably give you a copyright strike,
Right, we cannot come here
depending
and
on the
shoot back
music.
at
Because
them
I'm
when they
sure there's
shoot.
AC/DC that I've seen.
I just want
Okay,
that.
I don't need you to, but understand this. Understand this. People will jump on our behalf. And not because we're telling them to, because they feel it's the right thing to do. And if y'all get caught up in the middle of that, and then now these people are here as my witness, heard everything you just said. And I hope it's true.
Yep.
But for once, we've had witnesses now. And I'm pretty sure they hold you to
Yep.
it.
I give you my word.
Very often.
This?
And I want that word to mean something. So,
Well.
right, but please, if, for example, right, I heard Lucas came here and talked to you like he would already be proven guilty. Is that true, or was he saying it is a suspicion, right? That's very important to me right now, because I can't hold him accountable if people just keep saying.
No, I'm saying Lucas. I'm saying Lucas comes down here and he agrees with us, just like y'all do now. But then come the next day when fireflies get off in y'all's ear or get off in his ear, he's singing a whole nother song.
yeah, if you play like normal music, that's. But yeah, there are loads of tapes. There's books, there's tapes, there's loads of them.
Neutral. Have y'all had a problem with this one gentleman right here? And y'all pulled y'all's gun on him? But listen,
I would shoot you.
we would shoot you. We would mow you the fuck down. Friend or no friend, when you disrespect the rules of our land, of our territory, we don't give a fuck. That's who we're at war with. Whoever disrespects our territory, that's our enemy. So if y'all had a problem with this man, I don't care what he did. If y'all disrespected our territory and pulled your guns on him like they did with that at your territory, dude, we would have mowed them the fuck down. Anybody, damn, Forsaken Loyalists, black, we care about Trigger Rock, and that's it. It's these motherfuckers that want to run the world. Come on, man.
I know that happened mainly at the situation with Vadim, where they drew guns, but Vadim was the original aggressor in that situation. And
I don't know. There's just people to say otherwise. I don't know. There's people to say otherwise, gentlemen.
Even for some reason showed me first. And then
I don't know. I heard they demanded him to drop his weapons first.
After
See,
he
don't.
shot them.
I don't know. Not sure, gentlemen, but
there's a lot of stuff that happened because people didn't know, and talking is the only way to fix this, and then take action based on what has been talked about.
All right, gentlemen. Well,
we will.
Good to hear.
If the Fireflies shoot at woodsmen in our territory, I will grab a gun and shoot that Firefly.
Y'all hear that? All right.
Do you hear again what bullshit you're telling us?
I have done in the past.
You were
my
just.
guy. Stop stepping up to me and let me speak. I'm speaking.
Okay.
I have aimed.
Hey.
Why
Go
are you
away
doing
from me.
You are talking
Hey,
over me. While I'm
Josh.
trying to
Stop it.
explain
You
something.
just said. You just.
You are
Calm
so
down,
disrespectful
calm
right now. I let you talk every
down.
single
Hey.
time.
Calm down.
Calm down.
You just said you will not defend us in your own territory if we get shot by the Fireflies. Just
Where the hell
half
did
an
you
hour
get
ago.
that? Do you
Go,
hear this?
go away. Go away.
Calm down, boys. Calm down.
This fucker hears what he wants to hear. I didn't say this. I didn't say this.
Josh.
We were still talking about it. Did I say that I was...
Go away.
Did I say this?
We got this.
Fucking
Go.
idiot.
Step down. Calm down. Calm down.
These fucking
Calm
idiots
down.
are telling something different every 5 minutes. I have enough
Everybody
of
take a
you.
nap.
Goddammit.
Everybody take a nap.
properly.
Everybody take
Tristan,
a nap.
Tristan,
Yeah, let's
go
take
out
a
of
nap.
here
Let's take a
now.
nap. Let's take a nap. Let's take a nap. Take a nap.
You need to come around this side. You need. Oh, you might be able to get up. It's round this side here. Oh. Well, I can't not log in again now, can I? I'll have to log in for a bit longer. I'll have to. This is when Fireflies turn up. This is a problem. But it's good, you know, because I haven't really RP'd before, so you can really get into it. But again, I nearly had the Nobel Peace Prize there, very nearly. I was there. I got the invite it still had the or the nomination still had the ink on it. But it just again, I know I seem to gush over the game or be biased, but it's DayZ that you would normally just loot up. Go to the airfield, get shot, try to get to Tizzy, get shot. Don't even attempt don't even attempt trying to go to the gas zone because it's an epic task to get the stuff to get in there and get out again without getting shot. And this just gives it so much more depth, and as Jed said, dimensions, but not dementia, dimensions to a game that we normally starve to death and you know, get beaten to death by zombies. And it's just, it just gives it another, you know, so much more of a dimension. But what it is, this is all just in game. This is them just getting into it. None of this carries over. This is all just, you know, them getting into the characters that they play. And I think I'm not. I suppose I struggle to get that emotionally involved because I know, you know. But I can be like the cool-headed one. I can be like the good cop. Oh, I never would have realised you could get this into Chernarus or Chernarus ever, you know, not to this level, because it's normally getting fed up with getting beaten to death by freshies, and I'm just fortunate I found a server, you know, fortunate that I was able to, you know, and manage to get in with a group, because I think running solo, unless you are friendly with loads of groups, so you've got plenty of adventures, I think joining a group or a faction, yeah, and see, people like Clowns, people like Damn, I should get in. I should get in. And it gives you that much more, you know, you look forward to logging in. I mean, we always look forward to logging into DayZ, but it's normally, oh, I'm geared, so I might die in the first like few minutes. I have to start again. Whereas here, you know, I haven't left the base again. Yeah, and this will be, they'll be like saying thank you for the intense RP, you know, and Tristan will probably go, Josh, thanks for the right hook. You know, I've been hit harder with a piece of paper or something. I'm still fresh, and I'll try and join in, but because you need the different characters. Because I say, if the server was all friendly, that would be that'd get stale quite quickly. You've got the element of different groups with different mentalities. You've got different people within the different groups with different mentalities. You've got open server, so new people can turn up and just rain havoc as they would do, KOS and raid, and again, all within the limits of the rules of the server, but just that's what keeps it interesting. And we all were fresh on this server at one point, you know, and yeah, I'm just fortunate that I was able to find it. So we're nearly in separate figures. Yeah, and that's why Damn do so good. You know, they keep the chaotic balance. You've got FL that will just roll over anybody that gets in their way if they upset them, and the people that don't upset them, they're on the hit list somewhere. You know, you've got the different groups doing different things, and that's not even counting the several other ones that aren't actually on the map yet that play a very, very active role. But I mean, Eclipse must have thought, fuck me, we've only come up here for a bit of fish. We've been here like 10 hours. But that's all, yeah, again, that's all just part of the dance. I always say this. Yeah. And I think if you embrace it, or if you like respect it, it'll pay you back far more. I've always said this: if you come with an open mind, but I still say if you see the Clowns for the first time, you must think.
Nope. Hello.
Oh, hello. You managed to get up. That was good. We will just need to keep an eye out for the dogs because they tend to be a bit frisky when everybody wakes up.
Yeah.
And they normally come from this direction, so I'll just keep an eye out for them.
I presume we're okay to pull out firearms for self-defense.
Absolutely. But yeah, we should have.
Hungry?
Rusty.
Hello.
I found this on the way. I don't really. Maybe can make a shelter or something.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll just put it in the corner. Oh, I'll put it in the corner for now. Thank you very much. Let me just.
Is anybody hungry?
So this is the problem if everybody can't get back in.
Okay.
Just have to keep an eye on Josh when he wakes up.
I think he's too tired.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Said he was up there pretty recently.
Yep.
So, how's your guys' fight been going?
Pretty much is over, I think.
Good thing.
FL haven't come to shoot at us since massacre. We haven't.
People
shot
don't
them.
really report them showing up either.
Yeah, so I guess hopefully it will just disappear with the time.
It won't, Peru. There will be at least one retaliation for this. We know we have it coming for... the time.
Man, sorry about
I
that,
hear
guys.
the 506.
Sorry about this. But
No, don't worry. I think
But-
the two of us
but-
understand that.
But let this
sometimes-
be known, fellas. Regardless what's being said in this hard evidence, I'm gonna tell you this in front of everybody. We have not worked any deals with the Forsaken Loyalists other than the fight. Do we run into them out there when we go to the ORCC? Of course. Have we run into them over there at the House of Hope? Of course. Do they ask us how we're doing? We tell them fine. They tell us fine. We
Gave
go
them
about
motion.
our business. That's it. I can't help that we have that much of a, if you want to call it a friendship, but that's about it. But hey, as long as they're not bothering me, we don't bother them. They don't bother us. We've only dealt with them since the fight. Dude, if think about it like this, I'm not a coward. I'll never be a coward. If we were doing anything that brought this mess upon us and our base and our group, we would have no problem dealing with what's coming, you know, with this for us. You think we have time to be debunking lies? No, I'm putting up a fight about this shit because it's false. Dude, I'll go to war happily. I would travel to hell and battle the devil himself, if that's what we were doing. I'm only wasting energy like this because it's false. Y'all need to understand that. That would be stupid of me to be trying to voice my opinion if we were really doing this.
Yeah, that's why we won't hear about stuff like this again.
Got it.
See it happen
We got it.
ourselves. If it's
Guys, you
not
have to
true,
believe that.
Nothing like
I mean,
that will
why would
come
I
out.
drag these gentlemen here? These gentlemen here just being here could cause problems. I would never do that. I'm just saying, like, fireflies can come in here and look at things all kind of ways, right? Danger, people are gonna assume things, correct? Look what's going on.
I don't know too well what's going on. Took 3 heavy hits in my face for that one.
I want to apologize for that. We'll talk to him later. I mean, okay. It's
I heard
just,
Josh
look,
hit
it's
like
just,
a girl.
we're getting shot out, man. That's what y'all don't get,
Okay,
y'all.
so things
And
like
it's not, but it's not
You
from
say
these
we don't
people
get
that they
getting shot at?
let me finish. It's even worse when these people are claiming to
so
be
things like
good.
claymores, grenades
It'd be
are
one
quite
thing if it was
difficult to get
damn,
hold of
forsaken
as well.
loyalists, whoever you could name, right? We could understand, hey, that's who they are. But when it's your own people that claim to be good, that's where you're getting brain fucked.
That we are dealing guns with the loyalists while we have been held at gunpoint to give those guns to them, and that's
okay.
Right. So,
But
so
still,
I
right?
don't-
But people will assume, right?
Exactly.
And we know what assume
man,
does. It
and
makes
it's
an
it, man.
ass out of you and me. That's what assume is.
Okay, but still, I'm just saying. That's what's going on here, man. We haven't dealt with none other than the fight, gentlemen. Other than the fight. I promise you, I give you my word. I don't know what that accounts for, but we want to be left alone. We don't want to fight with them. They pushed us, so therefore we push back in Cherno.
Yeah, it's purposely done
They
like that because
continue to shoot at
you
us
think
today.
if it was easy to find, and that's for all groups, and I'll tell one more thing after this as well, you'd have the big groups just having the monopoly, and they would just steamroll over everybody. If it was easy to find, they would just set up in an area where they could get it. But another good thing with the server, so when there's a wipe,
grave robbers, you know that.
There's a white list, but not queue priority.
You guys admitted that they.
Yes, but can I explain? Okay, can I explain why?
Not queue priority.
Okay.
The only
When we
difference the
first came to
whitelist
these
people got
lands,
when the
we
whitelist
didn't
they
live
got
here.
24
we
hours
got
grace
pushed down here because
before the server was
local
open to
news
the
reporter
back up again.
put
It's
our
not like-
base that we had up there
it's not
by
like
the pond,
a week or 2 weeks to get
where they have this
established.
body, reported it on the on the front page news, and you can dig in the archives and read about it. They posted it on the front page news, but pushed us out this way. But we
Yeah, so
originally
it's 20,
stayed
that's
up
all
there
they
where they
got.
buried
So you
their
got some of these
comrades.
groups might have been in the server for 10 years.
Right? So fast
Also,
forward to
or, you know,
recently, we're now
and
with
they
the
get 24
events.
hours grace
Next
to
thing
get
you
a
know, we
slight
go
head
there
start.
to do our
and there's-
ceremonies to
and
give our
there's no
guys their
boosted loot.
armbands that they earned.
It's 24 hours
to become
grace
a
before the
woodsman.
server's
That's
open.
what we do. And we find a note there
Yeah, you
from
have
the
to work for
Firefly
everything.
stating,
You need to
hey,
do deals
we
with
know
people.
you
You need to
once lived
search
here
for them.
before, but now this is the burial of Bart, our fallen comrade. You do not live here anymore. Don't push the subject. So we took it on like, what, you're trying to claim this territory that, if you look on the map, clearly belongs to the woodsman. And if that's what's keeping your claim here, we told them, well, you could dig this motherfucker up, we'll dig him up for you, you could take him with you. We even delivered them. They weren't home. We could have dropped them anywhere, but we
No,
decided
you're right.
to drop
Their
it there
people will be.
where they could
But you
find
think though, there's quite a lot of whitelisted. You know, you can
And they're
anybody can
calling
apply
them as
for it.
grave robbers.
So the queues would have
You
been
see-
massive
you
as
see
well.
how
So
they're
it's,
bending the
it's not
truth?
like it was an open server for just. It was. There's probably several thousand, or you know, a good couple of
in my
thousand,
personal opinion.
or so.
But okay, but listen. Oh, okay, but listen.
What?
You're dishonoring woodsman territory.
Gideon.
And if that's your issue of why you're, they're pretty much saying that belongs to them. No, sir, that's woodsman's. That's woodsman property. When they talk big, okay, but when they're talking shit like that, then and we're having the issues that we're having, well, I guess it's best that you dig that motherfucker up and take him over there.
Well, and that's exactly no. So you hit the nail on the head there, Andrew. You can, if you wanted to, you could try and take Green Mountain if you wanted to.
They used other words. They were like, "Hey,
you could try and kick the clowns out.
This was your home.
No, there's no area that's safe.
Don't push the subject
on a restart.
What's that telling me?
It's down to the groups to.
This here's the burial of Bart. What is that telling me?
It's down to the groups to establish themselves again.
Yes.
And some groups don't. They don't come back because other things. People leave the groups. They haven't got the numbers, or they just leave.
Well, I would have to see one of my members. One of my members.
So you have to fight for your territory again.
That's what happened.
All it would happen. So say for example, I set up in Gorka. Dan would kick me out within, a matter of minutes. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Something that I need to say is right. In all fairness, if we are supposed to act right, as you told us where we did act wrong, I would need to see the note to take it as actual, proof. Because right now I'm only hearing this, right? Fireflies could talk smack about you, but I don't see evidence, so I don't believe them either. I definitely acknowledge what I heard.
They did went to the Overlook and say something like, and put it like you were like doing a war crime or something like that, but at the end is just making things way more, great than it is.
See, this is your person.
But you can look as exactly. You can do that if you want to join the server and you can get a big enough group together.
I know.
It's fair game. It's completely fair game.
When these people, right?
But
let's
the
just say I
chances
had
of
a person
a newly formed group
Pond, right?
taking over an area with some of the established
or
ones.
was known as Tristan's Pond. And the next thing years later, now I'm shooting at you, right? And now this place is known as Tristan's Pond. Yet now me and you got bad blood. And I'm trying to say, Tristan, you know what? This here's the burial of my fallen comrade. Don't push the subject.
Yeah, if you look,
you're gonna allow me just to keep going there and just and pretty much if I'm already shooting at you.
Oh yeah, you can.
If I see you
exactly
at your own pond where my fallen comrade is buried, we have problems.
Polis isn't there anymore. They've gone. But there's loads of groups that aren't on the map that are here. But you can try, and I think
that's just.
I think some of the groups would welcome it.
I guess it's just like colors.
But when they're speaking like that, like, hey, this is not your territory. This is
a good couple of months before they started getting up to shenanigans because they were all involved in base building and securing areas. This place didn't get secured for ages because we couldn't find the stuff.
But it's in my opinion also. I understand you. In my opinion, I understand.
Like I'm telling you respectfully, my opinion to your face. That is all this really is.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if you walk around with the fuck you attitude, I know, but the way I see it is if you walk around with the fuck you attitude long enough, you're gonna get the fuck you
But the thing
response.
is, there's just not many at all.
Oh yeah.
I was looking for them the day after the server went live, and I think people were scavenging for nails for weeks and weeks. Nobody was even the traders. This is how open a server it is. Even the ORCC did not get established because they couldn't get the stuff. They don't have a magic wand and they magic stuff in. They have to do the same.
Although
and they get raided as well.
They didn't exactly like.
They've been raided, I think, 3 times at least that I know of. And they only trade in stuff they've been traded with.
And the Fireflies.
So if they've got nothing to trade, there's no trader, and that's how ruthless it can be. I think Dam's raided them, Blackthorn's raided them.
I try to take it to them.
Even somebody else, I think, at least twice, if not 3 times, they've been raided. Dan raided them and I think gave all the stuff away. They literally raided them, and if you turned up there, they would give you what they had. They were just literally throwing it over the walls. But it makes
I
everything
could have did
valuable.
a million things. Now, again, a body was buried up, and I could have did a million things to it, right? I could have threw that motherfucker on the ocean.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's
Megatron.
shouldn't be a matter for the great scale.
No, what y'all need to realize, guys, is that these
It's calmed
guys
down a
won't
little bit now.
us for reasons I have no idea. They're taking every little thing and they're just running with it. You know, the other day I heard they were telling everybody that not only that we slaughtered them, but that we slaughtered the clowns as well. This is the type of bullshit that's coming out
Yeah,
of their
they
mouth.
said that. They said that. They said that.
Actually, hold on. Eclipse has
Go ahead.
insight on that shootout. A member of us was actually there when it happened. Walked up on the
Right.
shooter when it happened. The man said nothing to him, shushed Kane, pointed a gun at him, and then immediately opened fire. During the middle of the meeting,
Oh, careful
completely
for the
out.
locals.
Kane asked him if he was part of the Woodsmen, because I do believe, this isn't 100%, I do believe he was wearing a band.
This is
And
tough,
the dude
motherfucker.
wouldn't identify himself and wouldn't speak to Kane, and then shot up the place, also using a rifle that I don't really see a lot of you guys carrying that level of.
That's Gideon.
Let me ask you
used
something.
in AS Valorant. You guys are
I'm
more
gonna-
SKs than snipers.
Let me tell you something,
That was
my
Gideon.
friend. And
That
this
was-
is Gideon being Gideon. You know who he was?
That's him.
It was me. I was that individual with the S-Val. Nope.
Yep, you were hurt.
No, I'm talking about this individual.
I see. Yeah.
It was me. I didn't know that was Kane, but I didn't look. This is what happened. We already found out they were in the territory in the area. So our plan was taking effect. Kane or whoever it was walked up, right? Say you have a
you will
plan going in
find-
effect, and I come around the corner.
I play official
"Hey,
as
what are
well
you
still.
doing?" Now the plan's already in movement, and I tell him, hey, shh, go away. He goes, are you the woodsman? I said, yes. I'm like, yes, I'm a woodsman. Are you gonna kill those guys?
I see
Just
it now.
Go away, man. Get out of here.
When I go on official,
You know, because I didn't want no innocents to get killed. Because regardless of the issue, what I have with them, I'm not about to kill anybody. It has no business part of it. And I'm glad it was me. See? And let that be perfect. Yes. Yes. Did we do that? Yes.
yeah, and
Yes. We tried
honestly,
to
you'll
slaughter those motherfuckers.
you'll walk past stuff on official that you'll
That is
snap
war.
up here. I went
But
on
but,
Sakal,
okay.
and I was
But
picking up
who-
nails,
but
even
who
though I had no
raised it
use for them
first,
because
right?
they're so rare. And you will find stuff here like certain like sewing kits don't repair everything. Like
No. And I was wondering, and I told my guys, man, hey, I was laughing about it. My gentlemen are here. Man, I had a freshie come around the corner. They were like, what? I was like, yeah. And he was asking me who we were. He saw the armband. I was like, yeah. And I told him, I'm Gideon with the Woodsman. He goes, oh, I like the Woodsman. Please don't shoot me. No, why would I just get out of here? Like, I don't want you to get hurt. I told him that. And then he ducked around the corner.
yeah,
And then after he
if
left,
you find
I proceeded
stones,
to
you
fire.
can knock out players with that.
Yes.
If you find
very
little
true.
stones.
Should add that we only fired upon the fireflies.
Of
not
course.
hit the clowns.
The clowns shot the
Of
clowns.
course, and the clowns know that. You know why the clowns know that? Because the clowns were here yesterday. And they were telling us, I was just talking to them, the clowns know where we stand with them. As you see how they're spreading more and more because they see that these flyers ain't working. These lies that they're telling you ain't working. Their words hold no weight no more, and it bothers them. Excuse me, sir, and you tell Mr. Kane. I wasn't, didn't mean to. He scared me just as much as I probably scared him. But a ball was rolling, and he came around the corner, and that's the
Message
truth.
will be relayed.
Yes, yes, yes. And he'll tell you that I was like, shh, shh, no, I'm not gonna kill you. Get out of here. It's finally. I was wondering who that gentleman was. You can ask my men here. I was laughing about it because again, the ball was set in motion. We were waiting on the right time to strike, and it was close to the time that now that I know, Mr. Kane came around the corner.
Sorry, I was.
That's what I told Mr. Kane. No, we are woodsmen. My name is Gideon. Get out of here. Of course, I had to whisper to him because again, this stuff was it snowballed maybe like 2 minutes after he bit the corner, and that's being generous with the time.
Of course.
I think he was the one that was doing the backflips.
And I'll make sure to talk to Mr. Kane as well. Yes. If I'm guilty of anything, guys, take it from here is that we're defending ourselves. Not once have we went over there and camped till this day. As far as we see it, and I'm gonna tell you here, and you can tell them, we're even. We don't seek war. We don't want it. But the moment they come down here, and they keep provoking us, we will defend ourselves. That I can promise you. We don't want this. Well, speak against the false propaganda, man. Know what's true.
We are going to always tell the truth based on what we actually factually know regarding you guys. Whenever somebody brings up something that is not true, we will tell them otherwise. We do not want to have any active part in this conflict, which means we are not gonna shoot guns at either party. We're not gonna run with them on patrols. We are not gonna push their propaganda by allowing them to put down
We're not
any
pushing propaganda.
leaflets or whatever they want. We are not gonna do any broadcasts for them, stuff like that. We are not gonna push propaganda for either side. We are not going to let stuff that is merely speculation and suspicion be will talk against anybody who talks smack about you, basically. And we will sit mostly in the neutral zone and mind our own business besides that. We will, quite frankly, Uno and also I still want to go as separate individuals to Pusta and the Woodsman Embassy to say hello, to maybe bring food, medication.
You're more than welcome. You are more than welcome. And we would like, and also, now that you gave us the okay, if we're gonna hold you to the word. If we happen to go down there and deliver fish, that they draw their guns on us, we hope to see where you stand.
Either party disrespects the rules of the neutral zone, they will get treated equally, of course, based on our course of action, which is. Yep.
I need to compliment
we ban them.
The Eclipse. We need to compliment Eclipse on shooting me out
I
of the
hate
boat.
to interject here, gentlemen, but I think we're going to be on our way.
I would thank you guys. Thank you so much again for hearing.
I wish you safe travels, and hope to see you at the Overlook sometime around. Maybe for some barbecue or something along the lines of that.
Happily.
Well, I heard you mention the old man upstairs.
See you later, guys.
Yeah.
I'll tell your comrade if he wakes up. Y'all left.
Thank you, kind.
And
May the
so
light
you're
guide
sitting here telling us that y'all didn't get in a contract with FL? Is that what you're saying?
No. No.
So
you
basically, it was
want me to?
It was a robbery.
That's fine.
I'm so sorry.
Just that's fine. That's fine. Just
We
leave
were
it.
had at gunpoint to give them.
It was very horrible to us. Basically,
Okay,
kind of
well,
the same shit the Fireflies are bringing to you. Basically, one day, like 7 FL members went to the Overlook, take Lucas, and tell them, "You give us guns for us to stay away from the neutral zone, or we're gonna come here and just destroy all you."
They
Can
also
I say
said
something?
that this was a deal that was established with the old leader of the Overlook, Matt.
Well,
which
can I say
nobody
something?
has
Can
a
I?
connection to. Now
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, just sit back. Don't speak. Now, when we first started going up there, right? And we started helping, we started building. Our friendship became stronger. Correct? Okay.
Absolutely.
Matt, and I think Uno was maybe there and pulled me to the side. I don't know if y'all know about this. He pulled me to the side and he says, "Gideon, yeah, what's going on, Matt? I mean, what's going on, Lucas?" He goes, "Hey, this is a time where y'all were getting heavily beat down by, I guess, the backheads and maybe Damn. Hey, what's going on, Lucas? What's going on, brother? What's bothering you?" And he's like, "Hey, man, like, thank you guys for coming down here. Like, we really need the help, Got the situation with bagheads, crackheads, and all that. And Damn." I said, "Okay." He goes, "But FL's, they're asking us to do something, like to work with them, and in exchange, they're offering us to help." I'm like, "Okay, well, I mean," he goes, "and honestly, it's not a bad deal. It's not like they're asking for much." I'm like, "Okay, well, Lucas, that's cool, man. I mean, honestly, from what I know of FL, business-wise, they're straight-up guys. Because again, we've only dealt with them since the fight. But from what I can tell you, they stick up to the deal." And I said, "If you think it's a good deal and you need the help, Lucas, well, then you take it." He goes, "Yeah, man, because they said they'll abide by our rules. They'll help us with the Damn and baghead situation." I said, "Okay, Lucas, but what's the problem?" He goes, "But every time the Fireflies come around, I feel like I'm stepping on eggshells, and what are they gonna think?" And I said, "Well, Lucas, at the end of the day, Lucas, you have to do what's best for your group." And I think this is where Mr. Jed's coming from. I was pulled to a side, and that's what Mr. Lucas had told me. Now.
Like, the thing is, it wasn't even like a propose. It was a deal, and the deal wasn't for protection.
Well, this
it
was
was
Lucas said.
protection for
Yeah,
FL.
he said it's Lucas that said this, not Uno. He says Uno at the beginning for some reason, but
No,
but
I
then
said
Lucas.
Uno and Lucas were there when they asked to speak to me.
No, like
Yeah, but
from what I'm
the
hearing
things-
right now, Peru, this is a problem.
And you see, guys, that's what I'm saying. There's a problem in y'all's circle that.
The thing is, right, like, if Luke, I mean, that was after.
I don't know about that, bro. I'm just telling you what I was told.
No, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
the backhead
mate.
situation, or this was afterwards. That was like where that really
No,
started picking up. That was
has to be.
afterwards.
Yeah, it has to be afterwards. We didn't agree anything with
I'm not saying he was in agreement with them, but this is what he was telling me. And I'm like, I told him. I mean,
even if the problem is that them, but if it is like this, Lucas talked first to outsider people about that deal in quotations.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I just
we
know
don't
I'm
know.
catching
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
I'm
We don't
getting,
know.
Hey, I'm getting. It's Gideon this and Gideon that, and I'm like, well, hold him up. Like, what do you mean, Gideon? I didn't know. Like, I was in there like the thing with the Forsaken Loyalists. I was in there cooking. I didn't know they were out there. Y'all came and got me. Uno came and got me and told me to go outside. You know, I'm getting drugged into this. I'm getting drugged into this because this. I know, but
it was
I
just
know.
the timing that was
Okay,
bad.
but listen. The way I'm looking at it, and the way I'm looking at it, and we're looking at it is, this all started when we left our bubble. This all started because we started helping people that we called friends. You know, and maybe we would have just stayed here. You know, I mean,
I got that feeling usually. Usually when we help other people, well, I'm gonna talk for myself. Before the storm, it was pretty much horrible. Well, Darkest Midnight was going to the Overlock to shoot us pretty much every single day.
that's good.
More context about that. Basically,
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
If you push your left control key when you walk, you slow walk. If you wanted to do that.
I'm just saying, guys, what you're all telling me, right? From what you're telling me, right? The things y'all are not getting crucified. I'm getting accused for the same things that y'all were doing. The only difference is that I'm getting crucified. They're telling me that I'm getting death notes, you know, threatening notes. They're gonna kill us. Hear the propaganda. They're twisting our words. I mean,
yeah. So the only thing that I really want to get back to is right, but we had a source tell us about that gun thing that you had, right? The source that I can't mention, but that I have known for very long, and is very well known to be trustworthy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go back to them now and actually basically retell me what they saw, because you have been seen apparently, and if they can word for word that back, right? There's something that is.
But not just seen, okay? Because look, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. There's one thing to actually do. There's one thing to actually talk bullshit. So unless they saw me, had me their guns, had me, you know, us hand them guns, I don't care about hearsay. So what if they saw? If they heard us say, "Oh yeah, we go get you this and get you that," that don't mean shit. Because at the end of the day, nothing was given. You can sit here and say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you 5." You see, you can sit here and tell me, "Oh, I'm gonna give you 5 S valves today and 5 bulletproof vests." Nothing's in stone unless it happens, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, so then you go right ahead, and I get
that this actually happened, and I need to get back to them.
And I'm telling you, your source is lying, sir. Yeah, I'm telling you, your source is lying, boss.
I can't say
I'm
the name.
telling you,
I
Tristan,
definitely can't do. They're just well known for that. They are so well known to be a trustworthy.
Well, Tristan, I'm sorry. One of those rare occasions, I guess. I promise you.
It'll come out.
Day,
It'll
right,
come out.
as things currently stand, the Overlook, even right? It doesn't even matter anymore if you actually did something, if you didn't. All we want at this point is
Let me ask you
to
something.
deal with the
If you were
to deal with the issue at hand, which isn't you.
okay, but listen. I can tell you this. If anything, my guy offered him a PU scope. A PU scope.
Which would be totally fine, not even to be questioned.
Well, I mean, because that's all that happened. Put this up. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so apparently you remember meeting them and giving them something, but it wasn't.
At House of Hope. At House of Hope. We look. Let me, I'm gonna tell you about that day. You ready? Y'all here?
Yeah, I want to hear. Tell me about it. I will listen.
Okay, listen. We were doing a riffy run, right? We were stocking up on supplies for ourselves. That's how we get a lot of our stuff to trade. Go get some stuff to trade. So we were doing a riffy run. We usually take boat, but this time, at this particular reason, we didn't have a boat. Somebody had took it, so we had to go by foot. Went to Riffy by foot. It was a bust. Nothing was there. So Jonas, being Jonas, says, "Hey, since we're in the area, let's go to the House of Hope." Ooh, but before going to House of Hope, we stopped by the Gray Mains. We stopped by there. Nobody was there, of course. We ran in. I ended up having a migraine and ended up going to sleep. And the men departed from me. I woke up maybe 40 minutes later. 40 minutes later. At that time, I guess my men had run past Forsaken Loyalists. At the time, there was a big misunderstanding where Forsaken Loyalists shot Jonas. And luckily, Jonas woke up coastal around that same area, so Jonas was able to go back and get some of his things. And I guess at the time, Forsaken Loyalist was at war with somebody. So then, from there, we all meet up at the House of Hope, right? Jonas is, at this time, Jonas had got hit and meet up at the House of Forsaken Loyalist. Jonas has nothing because they were told to leave the area by Forsaken Loyalist because they were at odds with somebody at the point that we ran through. That was the misunderstanding. They noticed the armband, they noticed the raincoat, and ceasefire. They told, "Hey, y'all get out of here. Sorry about the misunderstanding. Get out of here." My guys then went to the House of Hope. We met up there, okay? And I think Greenie was there, and we don't know who else was there, whatever. 10 minutes later of us being there, Forsaken Loyalist pops up again. And then that's when I come to play. Jonas, when I come to, Jonas doesn't have his green raincoat no more. He has a pink one. He barely has his Mosin and a
I've heard this a few times, but
he's looking bad.
this is where it's trying to get the message to the
I had
right
to feed
people.
him, water him, because he was just
And
exhausted.
this is trying to give context to the misunderstanding.
So now Forsaken Loyalist is there. Me, Wade, and Jonas. Like Forsaken Loyalist told Wade, just like they told me, "Hey, can we speak to you?" Wade and him ended up speaking by the ruins, the castle ruins right there above the House of Hope. I was tending to Jonas. Yes, did they ask for me to come up, Mr. Gideon? Mr. Gideon, Wade sounds drunk, like he's been into the monk beer. I'm like, I even told him. Yeah, he's been in the monk beer.
No, it's
They're like, "Oh, get some
it's-
sleep." They're joking
It's
around
not
with him.
scripted. It's scripted because it happened.
Yes, Jonas. I
and he's
guess
just recounting what happened to him at the House of
Highlander
Hope.
had just got hit. He looked kind of
I
fresh.
weren't there, but yeah, they got
Said, "Hey,
shot by
tell
FL,
Jonas,
and so this is the
sorry for the misunderstanding.
the context of
but
us
can I
doing
have his
deals with
PU
FL.
scope?" Jonas done and gave him his PU scope. Now again, guys, if we're guilty for anything and being friendly, I mean, even you, right? If I would have saw you, if I would have seen the Fireflies, even when we were good, dude, I'd give him my guns off my back for my friends. You know? So if we're guilty for anything, and hey, you know what? You need this, you need that, you need some food. Yes, did we run into him out there?
Yeah, so yeah,
Of course we
the
did.
thing
Was
with
it
Gideon, he's
intentionally?
had to recount the story.
It was like you said, the
quite a
timing.
few times to different people because they don't believe
If that was it,
the
nothing
story,
was
so he
given.
has to recount it from his point of view.
But again, guys, if it was y'all out there, if it was them, any of my friends,
Yeah,
I would
so-
offer you the gun off my back. And if we're guilty of that, and if that's why we're here getting crucified, man, you tell me, is that enough?
If it is,
Because
if it is like
is that
right,
is it
it's-
enough?
It's all good. It's good that I could hear about it, right? I'm gonna question.
Well, I'm
the
telling you,
source
Tristan.
again.
But
And
Tristan,
that's
I
just
promise you,
how
I
that is
promise
then.
you, if I'm lying, then let this place burn to shit. But I'm telling you, that's all you're gonna find out, that it was a bunch of nothing. A
You
bunch
actually
of talk.
You can't really swear on this place burning because we wouldn't do that.
Well, but
regardless.
it's burning
So
anyway.
worth
It's already.
nothing to
I
bu-
know,
to
but
bu-
okay, but I'm just telling you. Well, then the woodsman will fall and the woodsman will perish. But I'm telling you guys, why would I plead? Why would I waste my breath with these meetings, guys? If what they were saying were true, do you think this is exhausting?
Oh yeah, but that's
I'm only
but
doing this because I know
you're
it's
right. It's just his point of
false.
view and no one else's. But this is the
Yeah,
problem.
I can see that.
I think Gideon
I see
and
It's
Wade
false,
and Jonas were
man.
there,
The only-
which will have the same
right,
view as
so,
him.
like,
And
I don't know
they've
if
got
you
this.
ever
They've got
even
this
knew
source.
What would have happened, right? Like,
Who's
let's say we find out a group does business with the loyalists, right? All we would even do in the first place is just tell them, like, you know what it's being used for, maybe reconsider and don't do that, because that's what the rebellion is about, right? We're not gonna fight
Yeah, so
somebody for this.
there is
We're gonna
nobody else
tell
here
them,
who was there,
ask
so
them,
we are only getting
but not
one point
force
of
them.
view.
And
But this
it would have been
this
the same with
source
you, right? We
is
wouldn't,
saying that they
but
were
what
trading them
happened here,
guns.
again, to what you
Um,
are saying, is that apparently the Fireflies took our unconfirmed information and made facts out of it.
That's exactly what happened then. I'm telling you. You're gonna talk
Well,
to your
they,
man
they
again.
Did, they did know it before we know it before our.
I mean, I
Well,
guess
well,
with
they're
the, with
gonna go
the
by-
thing at
They were,
the...
or I guess they
Yeah,
already
because
were like thinking.
This is what
Well,
started
because
it
the
all.
fight.
A
That's all that-
source.
that's
Again,
all.
I
But we
can't
had to
comment
pay
because I
him.
weren't there.
We knew.
But I trust what
we
they
had to
say
pay
is
for the
true
security.
because his story has never changed. You know, since he's had to recount it so many times to different people coming down. And this source is the only thing that where these rumours have come from about trading weapons, as far as I'm aware.
And give them a viewscope for the Fireflies. Oh yeah, they're doing business. That's how that looks to them.
Yeah, doing
For us,
business,
it's
yeah.
more like what you said.
But again,
Well,
and there's
again, and let me tell, are they wrong for that?
It just bothers me that the source mentioned automatic weapons. That is something I need to confirm.
But what you mean automatic weapons? If I give,
There
okay,
was
say I had an
There was
S-Val.
the
If
mention
I had
of automatic weapons being involved.
yeah, not
if
a
he
chance.
needed, like I told you, I'm guilty. If anything, it's giving him the gun off my back because he got coasted. Battle.
Right? That is
Some
would be seen
bombs.
problematic,
Oh,
but
you're-
would not really have us go
Right?
out of our way.
I mean, it's not like I'm handing them explosives.
I
Yeah.
I can
I've-
tell you
yeah,
what
I've
I
given
said
that fella
to
Mosen.
Jonas when I came here a few days ago. I told
we
him
had,
I could
you know, we
never
had a spare one,
imagine a woodsman
and
giving
if
somebody
it had
a
been,
gun that they know will right
and this
after
is where,
go and shoot Overlook members with.
and this is where
It'd be different. Look,
that people have
again,
the
look
issue.
at the
If
whole
it had been
circumstance.
Dark
They were
Carnival
over
come
there
through, I'd have given him a
northeast.
Mosen.
There's no
If
way,
it had been
dude.
Overlook, I'd give
I
him a
would have
Mosen.
did that if they would have been
Because
here.
it was
You think
spare.
I'm gonna be,
It,
oh, here's
it
an
was spare. We had
automatic
no
weapon.
space for it,
We're
and quite often they
northeast.
disappear into the floor. So,
Yeah, I can.
But,
this is
but that'd be
something
twisted
went
that
on,
we're
right?
dealing arms with
That
FL.
is something I talked about already
But we're not
to myself. That it
in that
might be
sense
this,
because
it might be
we
that,
would do the same
but
for
the point
any
is
group
stays
that came
right.
past
We
506
had
Eclipse.
suspicions,
You
and
know,
the source was
it was spare.
mostly, but not fully.
And I know
confirmed,
what
right,
Tristan's
because of
saying.
their
If you've
alleged
got knowledge
trustworthiness
of what they're going to
from
do
the
with it, you're
past.
just as
And
complicit in
apparently
the,
it
in the
is
whole
true
thing.
what they said, but how it was perceived, especially by the Fireflies, was just radicalized.
Well, a lot of that's going on. So who's gonna stop them? There to stop them.
Well, that is the thing, right? We can neither do
So we're stuck to
propaganda-wise for you. As I said before, we're not gonna do any propaganda for either side. We're just gonna talk the truth.
But how did that stop them? Right? Because
you
look,
do. That's how you get by. That's how you get by.
See what's going on
And
here,
all
right?
depends
Because they
perception on. You know,
no, they do it to us. They can do it to you.
depending on how far you want to take it. If you gave somebody food,
Honestly, I believe very much in the
and that, you know, by you stopping them starving to death, because from after they had a full belly, they then found a gun. They then went and shot up somebody's base. So you giving them food has enabled them to do that, and that's what they're getting at, you know. And how far do you go back? Now, if for example they were like, you know, in the same sense, we may come across explosives from time to time. We don't use them, so we'll trade them at the traders. So by us giving them to the traders, who then trade them to people who then do that, we're complicit as well. It just depends how far you go. You know, you're one step away from if you were gathering them all up because they said, look, we're going to go and attack Eclipse. Can you get us explosives?
Every time they're getting bombed every day. Can't even hold members. Constantly.
Ammo, yeah. I mean, we are struggling for ammo.
Not getting attacked. Other than
I mean, I've got a little bit of 308, but I need that for the Savannah. And in my pistol,
what I'm saying, fellas, is
I have got
so
12 rounds. That's all I've got. 13 with the one in the chamber.
Y'all just do what I mean. Again, we're stuck here by ourselves. Y'all speak again. You know, that's it. We have no choice. We have no choice but to spill blood. Until you spill blood, until we hope we get it. We hope that they understand what you're telling, because nobody's gonna speak for half.
Yeah, you guys are totally like right. If you guys have to defend your place, but it's your place.
But Peruvian,
totally.
Why couldn't you speak up on our behalf? Why couldn't y'all?
Sorry, you could.
I think he.
Why couldn't y'all speak up on our behalf?
I guess.
No, but even right now, with the information, but even right now, with all this stuff,
putting everything together.
I will brought this
2
to
hours
the
or
Fireflies.
3.
Like you can.
We can't.
I will tell them stop this. Sorry, you were talking interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you can talk too now. I already finished speaking.
you see that, and that's all I need.
Well, I mean, yeah, I definitely see it now.
We don't want war.
After. Yeah.
We don't want it. They're the ones pushing all this.
Yeah. We will.
Look how much I've worn my boots out walking around here.
Try to convince the Fireflies to stop this fucking mess.
That's good enough for me.
And thank you. But even if we don't.
At least you tried. Okay, but okay. But you know what? You know who that satisfies? That satisfies me. That's it. That's it. We're not asking anything different than we ask the Eclipse, that we ask anybody that comes through. Hey man, just speak up.
Yeah, and another thing I want to say. Sorry. Please don't listen to Matt, the former leader of the Overlook.
Okay, when we're asking
he have to clear his mind. He gotta talk with Alexander and Martin, and he's been very I don't think you. He's gonna say whatever the shit comes to his mind.
Okay,
so just be careful.
Same here. Whatever you're asking of me, that's all I'm asking of you. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Completely.
Next time I see some Fireflies, I will definitely talk about them.
Thank you.
Regarding that propaganda letter. Like, I tell them that the fight night thing that has been resolved. off while it up. I talked about them.
So you can see the difference between Whisper.
The Overlook message.
So he's in
that
Whisper.
wasn't confirmed.
So I've lost what he says here. That's why it's so important to be in Whisper.
I will educate them about, right?
The clowns?
The body thing, the buried up body.
I know,
will
but
tell
they're
them
also
that
saying
this was
we're
exaggerated.
slaughtering clowns. So
Yeah, that's
your people
also
left.
false.
Your people
We gotta
left, my
tell them
friend.
that.
That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
And
That's it,
you
guys.
know, what was the other thing that? I
Man,
put
you
on?
guys-
Oh yeah,
you guys like to
That
talk.
is that is something
well,
that I didn't
like
understand
I
where
said,
they got this from.
Yep. See you later. Take care.
Yeah. Propaganda letter that you guys coaxed Blackstone Gang into destroying the Overlook.
Yeah,
which
but this is all part of the dance.
like,
This is,
as
I mean,
far as
there,
I know,
I will
Blackstone
admit
never
it
did
has gone
anything
on,
fast. That is
but
just out of
because
thin air.
what
I
you
don't
also
know where's
find,
the
like, I don't think
information about
Tristan's
that
logged
too,
in for a
because
while. I
they-
don't think Peruvian
right,
has as
they
well. So
mentioned us specifically on that letter.
Yeah.
a
And
lot
how-
of
okay,
a lot
so-
of this is
so
new
now
to
you,
them,
So now you see why we are.
and they're invested in
talking
it.
to
Tristan's been here for
We're
ages.
talking
You know,
to you because they're mentioning.
you know, that's the Tristan from
You know?
Tristan's Pond.
They are.
I'm telling you, I would have done it sooner if I would have known a little earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, but I just understand. That's fine.
So that's Tristan's Pond there, just on the
Understand
road
now.
that goes up to Steroid.
You know?
This is Tristan,
I understand.
and it's,
Very much.
you know, it's clarification,
Thank you.
but
Like I
you
said,
know, how far
we-
do
look,
how
'cause
far do
we
you
can't
take
talk
it
to them.
back?
There's no way. There's no way. It's up to y'all. That's what we're saying. It's not just y'all can help us. Because they're not gonna hear
that's
us.
what-
Our time
the
of
only,
talking
the only
is
thing
over.
I basically can't talk about with them until I have talked back to that source.
I
or
get
any
what
other Overlook member that
I
had
get
talked
what they're
back
saying,
with
but
that
then
source,
I
is
will
the,
talk
is the
with
gun
them.
trading thing. If you have contact, that would be great because I currently don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
boys, that's
we can clear the
But
other
even-
stuff
even-
up, but not
even-
that.
And,
Even if I
make
don't
this
talk with
perfectly
the source,
clear.
I will talk with.
Let them, and you have to word it a certain way because these guys are ego-driven. It's not that we don't want war because we're scared. It's just we don't want war because this is not who we are.
Oh, we have tried to tell that to them since like 2 years as the Overlook, and they still didn't get it. That we don't fight because we are scared. We don't fight because we are
But
not
we will
supposed to.
defend ourselves. We're not gonna attack Pusta. Look, and let them know this. We're not gonna attack Pusta. Never will we shoot
and
at
that's
them.
so.
Who came by the other day? Gunner the photographer. Y'all know Gunner? Just yesterday. Y'all know Gunner the
We
photographer
fill up
from
on fish.
Trailblazers?
We fill up on fish, and plus we've not been running round. If we run them round, we'd be starving now.
Okay,
but
they,
because
li-
we've been
they,
sat
they
chatting
live in
shit.
Boer. Okay, they live in Boer. Okay, he said that he came by yesterday. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't Gunner. It wasn't Gunner. It was some
Was
guy
it Keith the
named,
photographer? He lives in Boer. He lives in Boer.
well, there's Gunner and there's Keith, but no, it was none of those gentlemen. Somebody came by the
Well-
name of Mr. Smith.
I've got no reason not to believe him because he's been straight with me the whole time.
Forgot his name.
And
But anyway, he ended up in Pusta, and he said that he went up to the Fireflies just yesterday. They were all holding their guns, pacing back and forth, running back and forth. Like, hey, what's going on? What's wrong with you? He goes, oh,
that's why I find it
the
difficult to
woodsmen,
believe.
The woodsmen are attacking us. The woodsmen are attacking us. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't know if this is more propaganda or what's going on, but we, like, again, we'll never set foot.
And because we're a small group as well, I think there
Exactly.
might be 8 of us now.
As far as we're
Give or
concerned,
take.
we're even. Now, if they come down to
And
us, we will
because-
defend ourselves.
Again, I
If
don't
they're
think
shooting at us
obviously
from the hill,
because we don't really have a
we'll
recruiting
defend ourselves.
process.
But as far
They
as us
just know.
taking
So Gideon
guns to
and
Pusta
Couch,
and attacking them, we would never do.
I think they recruited Jonas. So there was
We
so
will, Brock.
Jonas
After-
was
after the
hello DD.
thing that they said.
We
right,
had another
like, for them,
a really
they
tense
see
bit
it
of
as, like, all-out war now because you in their heads you strike first after
a meeting
And
here.
do you
That
believe
is
that,
what's
Tristan?
going on in their
So,
heads.
It was heated,
okay,
there was
but
punches
it's
thrown
okay
and
for
all
them to
sorts.
shoot
I don't
from me
believe
from the
that.
hill?
I know that they shot first into this.
But Yeah,
And
so
that's
we
after
don't really
war,
have a
right?
recruitment process. They just know they get a feeling if you're going to be a good fit.
That is
Whereas,
that is a that is
yeah, we're
definitely
good.
a hostile
We're
act.
good.
And then
You
you
know-
know,
Well,
like
Tristan
they
came
got
down to have a
retaliated
chat.
at that
Then
clown event.
and
And
then
you see, that's the thing with these guys. We hurt their ego.
Peruvian came
They're
down.
ego-driven.
Then it
Even
got
like
me even
when-
more
when after
heated
the
with Jed
fight, right? We had an
and
agreement.
Josh.
Oh well, Gideon, guess what? Since you had the fight and you disobeyed us, now you're kicked out of Pusta. You're no longer allowed in Pusta. So I said, okay, well you're no longer allowed in Pergaraki. Started hanging out Overlook, right? Tell them you can have Pusta. Don't come
But
over here. We don't come over there. You know what they started doing?
people got caught up
They
in it.
started coming down with their guns.
But me and
Walking back
me and
with their
Tristan were
chest
having
out,
quite
back and
a
forth. My guys
quite
offering
a sensible
fish.
conversation,
The
and it
new
all
guys,
just
matter
blew
of
up when
fact.
other people got involved. With it.
Jonas, matter of fact. Jonas didn't know nothing. Jonas wasn't here for the fight. Jonas doesn't know. And they're coming down with their guns and, hey, yeah, Jonas said, put your gun away. They did, of course, but he still had this cocky attitude. Oh, yeah. And you want some fish? And Jonas, oh, we don't want nothing from you. We don't want your fish. Oh, well, feel free to fish anywhere. Oh, I'm going to. Talking to us like that. Provoking us. See, that's the thing with these guys. They want to provoke and provoke, but then when you do something back, they don't like it. They want you to submit. They want you to, we're supposed to be just pushed around.
Yeah. So, and I think some of the other groups
We're
that
tired of getting
recruit
pushed around.
larger numbers because they're shooty groups. They'll still have rules and stuff, but they may.
Yeah. That's where we are, gentlemen.
They may have a lot of people who are like prospects that.
Yeah, I think we have it clear.
It's them pushing, okay? You have to understand that. They're ego-driven.
But this is all part of the
and
dance.
they don't like when you get even. Like it. They have to one up.
The only thing, right? Something that I fortunately need to add to this, right? If at some point something, not even 100%, but most likely credible, comes up with you trading with the loyalists, not even us can talk back any of this. Like they will not listen to us, whatever we say.
Of course.
If something ever surfaces about business with the loyalists.
Okay. Well, that's okay. That's a given. Okay. Then at that point, we're to bed and we got to sleep in it. But that's why I'm wasting my breath here. I know there's none of that happening, other than the fight.
Yeah.
I gave them a rose.
So,
sorry,
as I said before. Oh, yeah. Okay. You want first?
Sorry for interrupt. You go first.
Yeah. So, as I said before, right? If the entire speculation about business with the loyalists, right?
And the thing is, a lot of people are invested in it, and I think the longer I play, the more stuff that I'm involved with, I'll have more of a, more of a involvement, more of a passion towards it.
Then nothing like that is going to surface anymore.
It is. It's.
That is how I'm seeing it.
But I don't.
We're
again,
just not gonna hear about anything. Like
and the
that
thing is,
again.
like last night, Dan turned
that.
up last night
And
just as I was about to log off as well.
It's just a different thing, right? If they hear anything ever again, I don't think there's any chance for redeeming. And as you said,
Well, of course,
made the bets,
exactly, and we would deal with it happily.
But I did start a little bit later
why would I waste your
than
time?
I did. So, but we are gonna. I'm hoping this is gonna wind down.
Wouldn't do it, gentlemen. I wouldn't do it.
Hey, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but
I was about to say Peru wanted to say something.
That's what I say. That as a joke. I say that as a joke, but yeah. But that'll be twisted that we're dealing with them. But I would give one to Dam. I would give one to Eclipse. I'd give one to 506.
Passionate, but I get very passionate about.
No,
stuff,
I'm
and
not quite. I mean,
I understand.
Maybe you in Peruvian should talk about sometime what you heard.
Also, too, guys, we can
will
just wrap this up here, and then I'm about to get tired too. But I promise you, gentlemen, wouldn't waste none of
Yeah,
your time
I didn't really
or anybody
intend
else
on
around
doing
here.
it, but it's
You
starting
don't play
to,
with
you know,
war.
progress very, you know,
Take that
very steadily,
seriousness.
which is fantastic. I mean, if I do get to that point, brilliant.
More serious.
But if I don't, brilliant, because I'm still able to play regardless.
wanna
That's the
tell me
main thing.
before,
And
Jed
if
here?
one follows the other,
Yeah,
you know, and I've, you know, we're on, what are we on now? 207, I think it is now, subs on YouTube.
I'm not sure. I know. I'm not sure.
literally-
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
coming
I
up
found this
steadily,
one.
but that's it,
But I'm
again.
not sure.
If it happens,
Again, we
brilliant. If
haven't
it
had
doesn't,
even a chance to
that's
think,
not a
my
problem
friend,
because
honestly.
the main thing is
every
finding
day
a server
is
that is fantastic and a
when are we
game
gonna get
that I
shot
like
at
playing.
and what's coming next, you know?
You know, it would be nice. I'm not going to lie, but I'm sure eventually that may come. But if it doesn't, I'm still playing the game. I got to say cheerio.
Okay, gentlemen. This is the last meeting we wish to have unless things are resolved. Other than that, man, y'all take care and that's it, you know?
With our current wake up times, it's maybe gonna take a few days. Honestly, I don't think we can get this through like in 1 or 2.
I'm not trying
We're
to.
probably gonna
I said,
need the 13.
There is a lot of people doing it, I
just
think,
explaining
already.
our
But the
truth.
problem is, I don't really watch
if it
them
doesn't go
now
anywhere,
because I
at
don't
least
want
we
to learn
speak our
anything.
truth.
I like learning stuff like this.
We're here now.
All right.
Take care, gentlemen.
Yep. It is always
Take care.
always a pleasure.
Good work.
It is always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Rusty.
You have a safe journey back up.
You too. Sorry, wife.
By the way,
if you live here.
Punch is like a little too weak.
I'm gonna say he, you know, that was like a gnat. I'm gonna tell it, but apologies for that. Again, he's obviously very emotional. But we'll have a word.
You can be lucky that I've been hit in the face many times in my life.
Well, I think if you've been around Jonas
Otherwise,
enough,
I would have been a bit more emotional.
Yeah, I mean, having Darkest Midnight come in there before the storm every single day to just kill us, make some resonance into us.
Yeah.
We don't usually act.
Yeah. No, but again,
it's a little similar to the Loyalist thing, where we're just forced to do something, where we couldn't just stand idle.
Yeah.
No worries. Right now we have the advantage. Don't worry.
Yeah. Now,
But
like
yeah,
I
I think we're gonna have to make a meeting.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, you were saying?
No, I agree. Again, it's you get used to certain things, but that's not us. So Josh is clearly. Again, I'm not making excuses because we're all individuals, but he clearly, because he never really shows that much emotion. So I think he's very passionate about it. He doesn't normally do that's out of character, you know, out of his normal way he is. So I'll see how he is next time he wakes up. That's not an excuse.
Yeah,
I'm not
still
excuse. I'm
saying,
not.
like this man kept hearing what he wanted to because he's a little too emotionally involved, and wasn't hearing what I was actually saying.
Dogs.
Oh shit, dogs.
Fido. Fido. You're gonna broke the suppressor.
That's fine.
Have you got a bandage?
Yeah, I do.
There might be another one or two. Oh, you
I
got.
love this thing. I can put a lot of bandages here.
Christine, I don't know what you're talking about.
It seems like it. Yeah, we'll have to make a meeting, hopefully with all of us. If we somehow catch fucking Alexander.
Yeah, a lot of people watching it. I think when we had the, I think yesterday, I think it was 96.
I actually need the guts of those dogs to make rope.
Absolutely, I'll cut these up with my hatchet. you're more than welcome to.
I have rope. Oh, you want it for you want it for your
Yeah, I want rope
spawn.
for Tristan's spawn.
Yeah, I generally just want to find out in game because, like, I bumped into Tristan probably about 3 weeks ago, or it might have been 2 weeks ago now, and there'd been an altercation and I had no idea about it. I just bumped into him by the ship, and I knew something weren't quite right because he wasn't his usual friendly self. And I said, I don't want to find about it outside of the game because you then react differently. If I get shot by him, that happens because I haven't found out anything by it. But if I know, that I'll act differently, and that's not the way it should go down.
Yeah, definitely.
I won't take the meat pieces.
Do you want the?
Definitely, Alexander and Martin needs to be part of this.
Do you want the
bit, and we need to there.
I can drop the meat if you want to take it.
Take the meat.
Oh.
No, you take the meat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll put that upstairs. But yeah, like I say, again, hopefully it can get sorted out. Again, it's a difficult situation, but again, there's just too much information, too many voices, and it just gets confusing. That gets confusing.
Yeah, it does.
And one person says one thing, one person says another, then somebody else says something else, and we just go round and round and round in circles. And and again, more people, and I think
although,
go on, sorry.
Yeah, although I think I really like this conversation. I think sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, I was. I think it was pretty good. I like this conversation. I like to talk to Gideon.
Well, I'm not gonna like the conversation with the Fireflies where we tell them that they're talking a bunch of half-truths and misinformation. That's gonna be a lot of heat.
But
it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. I'm not gonna lie.
But again, you're then
better bring guns to that meeting.
well, no, you're caught between a rock and a hard place, because where your position, and it isn't a good position to be in. But I can only say, and I think that another one of the problems is people are invested in different parts of it in different ways, and that's how the disagreements and things, because people are more vested in not taking sides. We're not talking about taking sides. They're just more vested in an element of it, which gives them a different perspective of something else. And again, so using, it is getting late, but using like the gun analogy, where if we give somebody a gun and they go off and do it, could the same be said about giving them food? Because say if they were starving to death, so use that as a non-lethal analogy. We then give them fish. They were still going off to do what they were going to do, but now they've got the food. They then find a gun, and then they go up. Are we still facilitated that action? It all depends on what view you look at it as. The wrong person could say, well, you supplied them, you've given them supplies, which enabled them to do from step A to step B to step C. I don't know where it stops. I'm not. Clearly, if we're giving them M79s and grenades with the sole purpose, but no. But it could be taken the other way. Us giving them fish if they were starving has helped them finish their end result. That's how silly it can get.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
it's just. There's this famous quote of. There's in every conversation there's 13 different ways to misunderstand each other. Let's try to converse anyways. That's the short version of it.
Yeah. But yeah.
Fun spray paint.
Cool.
It's black. You wanna paint your barracks?
I'm kind of digging the green recently.
I was
the
thinking in paint the Overlook AK, but I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah.
The Overlook AK stays green, what the hell?
Yeah, but like green and black,
Yeah, sure. Maybe. We think about it.
Yeah, right, I'm gonna pop upstairs, but like I say, it is always a pleasure.
We'll probably be on our way too. Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, safe trip back, and again, hopefully stuff can can get sorted. But
Goodbye,
yeah.
Rusty, and thank you. You guys have been a really good neighbor to us.
We try,
until that with you.
We try to, and it's not because of anything. It's because it's what we do, And again, and different people can take things different ways and perceive it how they want. But they'll do what they'll do. We do what we do, and unfortunately, the world will still spin.
Well, will still spin, sun will still rise at the end of the day.
Yep, and I'll catch you all later. You have a safe trip back.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Well, what I will say about Josh is that he had a very good different perspective, because it did go on for a little bit, but he had a different perspective on what I was getting at, because he picked up on something I didn't when they were trying to avoid certain things. But I think everybody has gone to. Yeah, I think everybody has gone to Zooschlafen as. So I think we're at a gunshot space here, aren't we? But yeah, I think I will call it there for the night. But yeah, so it's yeah, I can't go on about it enough. Yeah, the conversations again, that's building the story. I mean, it was good that Eclipse just rolled up, because they were like an innocent bystander, but they collect information. They're always listening. So, but the frustration is Gideon's repeated that story to different people because of the misinformation, and he that might seem scripted, but it's scripted because he's repeated it that many times, because that's the events that happened. And again, I believe him. I weren't there. I believe him. But I think they've been shot more than once by FL. And once they've seen the armband, I think it was at Gideon and Couch. This is before the storm, at the airfield. Or it might have been Gideon and Jonas again. Or one of them, they killed Gideon and patched Jonas up once they saw the armband. But I'm sure I'll have my own run-ins with them. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, thanks for those that are watching, and I'll say I'll call it there. I can't help it though, things just seem to happen. If you don't log out, something else will come. Like somebody will run downstairs and I'll need some food, but I'll be out before that, so I shall call it there, and we shall exit that. And we shall carry on probably, today again, because we'll roll past midnight. Yeah, it's building up. I mean, I don't know what the end result's going to be, because it seems to me, I mean, I never underestimated the Fireflies, but it seems to me that they're creating more harm than good to themselves. Thanks for watching. Yeah, thanks for watching again. This is the contrast between two different days, which makes this, server, great. Is yesterday we done a whole pretty much map run of the military areas, less like VMC and the airfield. So we went round summer camps, Moschino tents, and all those Comanche military, Tricresta, all the way round there. Today, not even left the base. I'm trying to think, have I even gone to the well? Sorry, we done one quick run up to the summer camp, Hillitree, and back to the camp. So 2 different days, 2 completely different scenarios, but bumping into groups left, right and centre. So the clowns up in Tizzy, the other groups at their bases, and in this one we had Jacko come through from the 506, we had Eclipse turn up, we had the Overlook turn up, we had Boom Boom, he turned up. Yeah, no, you're right, I've worn my shoes out, I had to repair them because I was walking around that much, but I was trying to keep an eye out because you just never know, because you just never know who might roll up. But it's you know, it's just, yeah, it's 2 completely different scenarios, and again, not just random, just random, because Tristan and Peruvian didn't even know each other were going to be there. You know, so Tristan came down to have a word. Peruvian came down because he's dropped us off stuff. Last time he came down, he dropped us off a little bit of ammo. But in those circumstances, again, it can get heated if too many people are talking. So it's always best to let the people chat, and if you need to chip in, you chip in. But that just ends up in a massive argument if you're not careful. Right, I shall catch you all later. Have a good rest of your day, and I shall see you in a few hours, but I'll catch you later. Have a good one. Bye.